A bolt of light streaked through the trees, curving ever so slightly before striking its target, a wooden post no larger than Art's head. There was a satisfying thud as the mana arrow lodged itself in the center, piercing all the way through before dissipating. "Great shot!" Art exclaimed, applauding. His sister curtsied in response, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. "I know," she said haughtily. Stepping down from her perch atop Boo, her titanic bond who lay lazily on his belly, Ellie skipped over to where Art and Sylvie stood. She scooped up Sylvie with ease. "What did you think, Sylvie? Are you impressed?" "Very impressed," Sylvie answered aloud, her gentle voice laced with fatigue. "Sylvie's still recovering, Ellie," Art scolded, his tone mildly reprimanding. Ellie set the white fox back down on the cushion where Sylvie had been curled up. "Sorry, Sylvie," she murmured. It had been only 2 days since they had returned to the castle. Sylvie had regained consciousness just the day before, and though still weak, she was recovering at an impressive rate. While Virion and the rest of the council worked on gathering the 4 conjurers who would be stuck with him for the next 2 months, Art had decided to spend some time with his sister. He hadn't told Ellie about their parents and the twin horns being attacked. A part of him knew she deserved to know, but another part wanted to shield her from that fear for as long as possible. A selfish wish from a selfish brother. "So, can you fire that accurately while Boo is actually moving?" Art asked with a teasing grin, shifting his gaze toward the massive mana beast still sprawled lazily on his belly. Ellie sulked at the jab. "Ugh, not yet. Helen made it look so easy when she showed me, but I haven't been able to land a single decent shot while Boo's moving. It doesn't help that the klutz runs like he's purposely trying to throw me off his back." The bear-like creature let out a deep grunt of protest. "You do so!" Ellie shot back, narrowing her eyes at Boo before bending down to pick up her bow. Art's gaze fell to his sister's hand as she reached for her weapon. Her fingers were covered in calluses, and freshly formed welts filled the few places that weren't already hardened from overuse. "How much time do you spend practicing, Elle?" he asked. Ellie paused to think before answering. "I don't really keep track, but the sun goes down while I train, so maybe about 6 or 7 hours. His eyes widened. "Every day?" Ellie simply shrugged. "I guess so." "What about studying? Or playing with friends?" "The classes in the castle are only once a week, and I can finish the study material they give me in a day," she replied. Ellie hesitated for a moment before continuing. "And as for friends, I'll have you know I'm very popular." "Really?" Art said, raising a brow. Caving under his unrelenting gaze, Ellie finally burst out, "Well, it's not my fault that I have absolutely no interest in the things they talk about. How is it possible for anyone to talk non-stop about boys and clothes for hours?" Art chuckled. "I'm sure there are a few kids your age with an interest in magic." Ellie huffed, crossing her arms. "Maybe, but they're either too boring or too full of themselves." Realizing their conversation wasn't going to end soon, Ellie pulled out a chair and sat down. "Well, there were a few," she admitted. "But when they awakened, their parents either moved out of the castle or just sent them to one of the major cities to board at a magic school." Art listened carefully. Not many children had the connections Ellie did to be personally taught by a mage within the castle, and it was understandable that parents would want their newly awakened children to receive proper training, even with the looming threat of war. His gaze fell to his sister as she absent-mindedly fiddled with the string of her bow. After a moment, he carefully asked, "Did you want to attend a magic academy as well?" "Of course," Ellie answered without hesitation, then added, "But I know you, Mom, and Dad would all worry." Art winced at her words. She was only 12, but the maturity in her tone weighed on him. He knew what it was like to grow up too fast, to bear responsibilities meant for those far older. And yet, a selfish part of him wished Ellie could stay the innocent little girl who only worried about what to wear to a friend's birthday party. Pushing aside his thoughts, Art shot his sister a gentle smile. "I'll talk to Mom and Dad when I get the chance and ask them about sending you to school." Ellie's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Assuming they give you the okay, I'll still want to send a guard with you to protect you in case anything happens. I know it can be a bit stifling to have someone with you at all times, so I'll try to find someone you'll be comfortable with, but before he could finish, Ellie barreled into him, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. Thanks, brother. Don't get your hopes up too high, Art warned, his voice coming out as a wheeze under her enthusiastic squeeze. Too late, she giggled, releasing him and grabbing her bow. I'm going to have to practice harder if I want to beat those snooty nobles. Art chuckled, settling back into his role as an enthusiastic spectator. The morning air was crisp, the sky a brilliant stretch of blue, and the scent of fresh dew clung to the grass around them. Ellie fired off mana arrows at faraway targets with uncanny precision, each shot more refined than the last. She still had a long way to go before reaching Helenshard's level, but she possessed a raw determination and natural talent that even the leader of the Twin Horns couldn't hope to replicate. Ellie had yet to develop an affinity toward an element, so she was limited to firing pure mana. It was unfortunate that there wasn't much anyone could do to help her develop an affinity. Such things depended largely on personal insight, but it was still exciting to see her growth and progress. Your thoughts make it seem like you wish to have offspring of your own. Sylvie's sudden intrusion into his mind startled Art. Offspring? He blurted out before he could stop himself. Ellie, caught off guard, lost focus. Her mana arrow veered off course, arcing toward the sky before dissipating against the castle barrier. She turned to him, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What? Nothing, he said quickly, forcing a smile while sneaking a sharp glare at his bond. Sylvie, curled up on her cushion, regarded him with a vulpine expression of amusement. Go back to sleep, he grumbled internally. Ignoring Sylvie's mischief, Art refocused on Ellie's training. She repeated the motions with unwavering dedication, murmuring under her breath, drawing back her bow as a translucent mana arrow formed between her fingers, steadying her aim and releasing. Each shot was controlled, measured. Even without an elemental affinity, her precision and determination were undeniable. Ellie skipped the chanting process for the arrows she was more familiar with, but for those requiring more precise mana shaping, she murmured descriptions under her breath. By the time she fired her 30th arrow, Art found himself wondering how Boo managed to sleep so soundly with Ellie perched on his back. General Arthur? The unexpected voice pulled him from his thoughts. His eyes snapped open, and he turned to see a middle-aged elf standing behind him, holding a clipboard. She was dressed in white garments that bore an uncanny resemblance to a lab coat from his former world. But what truly caught his attention were her eyes, or rather, the striking contrast of colors within them. A vivid ring of pink surrounded each of her pupils, seamlessly transitioning into a bright blue at the outer rim of her irises. Realizing he had been staring, the elf promptly bowed, perhaps assuming he expected a formal greeting. The elf straightened, standing so rigidly it seemed as if her back were glued to a wooden plank, and announced, "Artificer Gideon has arrived at the castle and is expecting you." "You're going?" Ellie asked, slinging her bow over her shoulder. "Yep, I have some things to discuss with the old man," Art replied, already moving to follow the unusual elf. Before stepping away, he turned back to his sister. "I most likely won't be able to eat dinner with you, so don't wait up." Ellie nodded in understanding. "Gotcha. Say hi to Emily for me if you get the chance to see her." "Will do. I'll stay here with Eleanor," Sylvie murmured groggily through their link. "Sure, I'll update you when I get back, Sylv." Trailing silently behind the elven secretary, Art observed her confident strides. Despite her formal and rigid posture, she moved with practiced ease, navigating the halls without hesitation. "Is there a name I can address you by?" he asked, breaking the silence. The elf stopped abruptly, bowing so deeply that her blonde hair, tied firmly into a ponytail, flipped over her head. "Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Alanis Emeria. I have been personally assigned by Commander Virion to be your attendant." Art dipped his head in response. Well, Alanis, it's nice to meet you, but I have a hard time believing you're merely an attendant, considering the amount of mana you have concealed. The elf blinked, her multicolored eyes shimmering, but otherwise remained unfazed. As expected of a lance. Allow me to clarify. I have been assigned by Commander Virion to be your attendant while you undergo your training here. It was my wish to meet you as soon as possible. Art didn't quite understand what her role as his attendant during training would entail, but before he had the chance to ask, he spotted Gideon's familiar frame barreling toward them. I came as soon as I heard from Commander Virion. The artificer huffed excitedly, his voice echoing through the narrow hall. Sweat matted his graying hair, and his usually neat attire was in disarray. What sort of ingenious idea do you have in that God-sent cranium of yours? The old artificer barely managed to wait until they reached one of the empty rooms used for meetings by nobles or military leaders. Out with it, boy, Gideon gushed as soon as Alanis closed the door behind them. And is it all right for the elf to be hearing this? Art's elven attendant cast a disapproving gaze toward Gideon at his overly casual address, but said nothing. The artificer fidgeted in his seat in anticipation, much like an excited child waiting for a present. Taking a closer look at him, Art found it hard to believe that he had known the old man for over 10 years. The wrinkles between Gideon's brows and around his mouth had deepened with time, no doubt from years of frowning and scowling in frustration. Everyone's going to know sooner or later, and she's apparently my personal attendant starting today, so it's better to have her informed, right? Art said, turning to Alanis. Part of my job is to lessen other burdens while you focus on training, so yes, it would be helpful for me to stay informed, she replied, her pink and blue eyes shifting subtly in shade. Gideon scoffed, rubbing his stubbly chin. More training? How much more can you train after being personally taught by gods? Asuras, I mean. There's always room for more training, Art said, dismissing the thought. But getting back on topic, what's the current state of the mines where we excavated the fuel source for our ships? Gideon's eyes lit up. Oh, the combustium mines? There are 5 major sites still being excavated. Art raised a brow. Combustium? I made up the name myself, the artificer grinned. You told me I'd need a mineral with set characteristics capable of fueling the steam engine we designed. I think you called it coal. Anyway, of all the minerals currently known, which aren't many, only one of them produced the amount of energy needed to efficiently power an entire ship. The characteristics are a bit different from the coal you mentioned, so I decided to name it something else. Anyway, this stuff is amazing. 10 pounds of combustium can power an entire ship for about a dozen miles at full speed. That's great to hear, Art said, cutting Gideon off. Afraid he'd go further off on the tangent, he got straight to the point. What I have planned involves using Koa, combustium for a different mode of transportation, specifically a ship that'll be used to travel over land. A land ship? Art nodded. Except I was thinking of calling it a train. Train? Gideon echoed incredulously. From what poor mana beast's ass did you pull a name like that? Art scoffed. Do you want the blueprints or not? Gideon raised his arms in a placating gesture. Train it is. The old artificer quickly set up a small workspace, practically dumping an entire lab out of the dimension ring he wore on his thumb. Once he was ready, Art began walking him through the design. While Gideon caught on quickly to how the train would work, it still took a few hours to explain the details of how the railways and stops would function. Art didn't realize how much time had passed until his stomach suddenly twisted and grumbled in hunger. I think I covered everything you need to get started, Art said, scanning the designs and specifications on the large parchment they had hung on the back wall of the meeting room. This is going to change everything, Gideon muttered, more to himself than to Alanis or Art. The rivers are going to be a pain in the ass if we want to connect Blackbend City to Calburk or Exire, but with a few water and earth mages. Let's focus on the railway from Blackbend to the Wall, Art interrupted. Of course, creating railways to other major cities will be important, but first, we need to create a secure route for supplies heading to the Grand Mountains if we want our troops there to survive. Of course, but this... Gideon paused for a second as he scrutinized the large map of Dicathan they had rolled out on the table. We'll be able to form new major cities with this. Art respected Gideon for his boundless vision, but it was often frustrating having to keep him on track. However, Gideon's last statement piqued his curiosity. What do you mean by forming new major cities? Art asked, his gaze drifting over the map. To his surprise, Alanis, who had been dead silent up until now, spoke. I think what Artificer Gideon means is that, until now, the locations of cities in all three kingdoms were determined by where we found or excavated teleportation gates. If this idea comes to fruition, a secure mode of transportation that can carry mass supplies and goods in addition to people, even if it's not nearly as fast as the gates, will allow us to build major cities in any location. Couldn't have said it better myself, Gideon said, nodding approvingly. Feeling stiff, Art stretched his arms and back. Glad to see my ideas changing the course of history. Boy, saying something like that so flippantly to a renowned artificer, I should just hand over my brown robe and take up a new hobby, Gideon grumbled helplessly. I've always had a knack for fishing. You can't retire just yet, Art smirked, heading for the door. You're in charge of pitching this idea to the council at their next meeting. Me? Gideon's voice carried a note of surprise. As much as I love the limelight, why are you letting me take credit for this? It'll be easier to garner the council's support if the idea comes from a renowned artificer. We'll need their help if you want to get a team of capable conjurers and some merchants or adventurers familiar with the area to help map out the best route from Blackbend to the Wall, Art explained, mentally checking off some of the things they would need. Anyway, I'm starving. I'm going to go see what I can scavenge from the food hall. I can have the chef prepare a balanced meal and deliver it to your room, Alanis suggested. Art waved his hand in dismissal. It's okay. No reason to trouble the chef just for me. Wait, how soon are you going back out to the field? Gideon asked, looking up from the map. Art turned to glance over his shoulder at the old artificer. I'm staying for a couple of months. I'll mostly be down in the training space, but I'll stop by to check in and see how you're doing, if that's what you're asking. The old artificer scoffed, rolling his eyes. I'm honored, but that's not why I asked. Emily's been working on a few things that need to be tested. You're asking a general to be your test dummy? Art asked, his smirk still in place. Relax, oh great one. I promise they'll be helpful to you as well. I looked over them myself. Although I don't like to admit it, if the artifact works, it'll change the way both conjurers and augmenters train. Art shifted his gaze to Alanis, who looked intrigued. Well, you'll have to convince my training attendant. The old artificer chuckled gruffly as Art walked out the doors. Behind him, he could hear Gideon muttering to himself, "The kid's come a long way." Next, Cadet Gray, no surname. Please step onto the platform, the researcher called, his voice monotone as he stood behind the protective glass. His lab coat was spotless, his expression unreadable, and his half-closed eyes rarely left the clipboard in his hands. Place your dominant hand on the globe and wait for further instructions. Gray moved forward, his steps measured. He squared his shoulders and straightened his posture, as if standing taller might somehow influence the outcome of the test. The translucent glass globe embedded into the pedestal shimmered faintly. its surface smooth and cool to the touch as he rested his hand on it. "Now, Cadet Gray," the researcher continued, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. "The globe is a sensor that will measure your Chi level. Please imbue Chi into the sensor until you are given the signal to stop." Taking a steadying breath, Gray focused inward, drawing the Chi stored within his sternum. With practiced ease, he guided the energy up through his chest, down his arm, and into the sphere. The Chi manifested as wispy tendrils of ink and water, swirling and expanding within the glass. It was almost hypnotic to watch, the way the energy moved with such fluid grace. Through the corner of his eye, Gray noticed the researchers exchanging glances. Pens moved across paper as they jotted down notes, their expressions a mixture of neutrality and faint disappointment. Whatever they were expecting, he knew it wasn't him. Barely a minute had passed, and Gray was already drenched in sweat, his hand trembling against the smooth surface of the globe. He gritted his teeth, holding on until the voice came through the intercom again. "You may stop," the researcher said, sounding even less impressed than before. His disinterest stung more than Gray cared to admit. "Please proceed to the training grounds for the final part of your assessment." Gray pulled his hand back, flexing his fingers to shake off the lingering tension, and exited through the same door he had entered. As he walked out, he stole a glance back at the researchers behind their glass barrier. They were speaking in low voices, gesturing toward the readings on their monitors. The one who had spoken through the intercom was shaking his head. The corridor outside was brightly lit, the polished floors amplifying the sterile atmosphere. Gray joined the back of a line of cadets waiting for the next part of the assessment. Their collective unease was palpable. "Hey, do you know what the last test will be?" asked the cadet in front of him. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but his fidgeting gave away his nerves. Gray considered the question before responding, his voice low. "We've already had tests for mental acuity, physical strength, and Chi levels. By process of elimination, the last one can only be that." The muscular teen's eyes lit up with understanding, and a smug grin spread across his face. "Oh, that. I'm good at that." Gray let out a small laugh at the boy's abrupt shift in attitude. It mirrored his own confidence. He was good at that too. The line began moving again, and soon they entered a vast auditorium. The ceiling soared 100 feet above them, making the space feel almost cavernous. Around the room, cadets were divided into groups, each led by an instructor. Gray's gaze swept the area, hoping to spot Nico or Cecilia, but neither was in sight. At the head of the line, an instructor stood with a clipboard, directing each cadet to their assigned group. When the bulky boy reached the front, the instructor pointed to the far corner, where a cluster of nervous cadets stood. With an air of exaggerated confidence, the boy swaggered off toward his group. "Cadet Gray, no surname," the instructor called out, glancing at his clipboard. Gray suppressed the urge to scowl every time a faculty member pointed out his lack of a family name. Why did that matter here, of all places? "Proceed to Group 4C, halfway to the far left corner of the auditorium. The floor is marked for your convenience," the instructor said, gesturing toward the designated area. With a curt nod, Gray walked to his group. It was a motley assortment of about a dozen young men and women, each varying in size and build. Among them, a petite girl stood out. She looked to be about Gray's age and carried herself with confidence, her arms crossed as she purposely leaked traces of Chi for the others to feel. Nearby, a toned boy with neatly cropped hair and an arrogant smirk had positioned himself near the front of the group. The crest, pinned to his chest pocket, marked him as the scion of a military family, his stance and demeanor exuding an air of superiority. No doubt he had been groomed for a prestigious role in the military, perhaps even to vie for the throne one day. At the center of the group stood the instructor, a heavy-set man in his 40s with a meticulously groomed mustache that contrasted with his thinning hair. "Cadet Gray?" the instructor called, raising a brow as he glanced at his clipboard. "Yes, sir," Gray replied with a respectful nod. There was no point in being curt with someone who might have a direct influence on his standing in the military academy. Good. Looks like everyone's here then, the man said, tucking the clipboard under his arm and clasping his hands together. Hello, everyone. You may refer to me as Instructor Grej. Before we get started, I'd like to say a few words. The cadets shifted and shuffled into a loose circle around the instructor, ensuring they could all see him clearly. Some appeared attentive, while others seemed distracted, but everyone at least made an effort to focus as the session began. As many of you have guessed, this last portion of the entry exam will be practical combat. I have the Kai level results here for everyone in this group, and while I will not disclose anyone's level, I'll tell you now that they all differ. Practical combat means that you will not always have the luxury of being able to fight someone with the same level of Kai as you. Sometimes you'll be lucky and face an opponent who can barely strengthen his fist. A few cadets in the group snickered at the instructor's words, though the humor quickly dissipated as Instructor Grej continued, raising his clipboard again. Other times, you will find yourselves in situations where your opponent has a much larger Kai pool than you do, he said, his tone firm. Regardless, you will be judged on your ability to adapt accordingly and, most importantly, prevail. The cadets exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of his words sinking in. A scrawny teen, appearing a few years older than Gray, hesitantly raised his hand. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he asked, "Are the rumors true that cadets can die during this test?" Instructor Grej scratched his beard, his expression unreadable. "Highly unlikely," he answered. "The weapons are blunted and softened. I will also be closely monitoring the fights and will intervene when necessary. However, accidents do happen, so treat this as if your life does depend on it." The tension in the group thickened, and even the cadets who had been snickering earlier now wore serious expressions. A few cadets in the group still fidgeted nervously, despite the instructor's attempts to reassure them. Gray couldn't fault them. The disparity in Kai levels could make all the difference in strength and agility. Even a softened weapon wielded by a more powerful opponent had the potential to be lethal. The instructor cleared his throat sharply, drawing everyone's attention. As you all know, the entry exam is a pivotal moment in determining your future at this academy. Those who excel will receive the academy's full support, resources, training, and opportunities to advance their skills. On the other hand, those who perform poorly will find themselves neglected and eventually expelled. It's harsh, but it's the way of life here. He surveyed the group briefly before continuing. I'd ask if anyone has questions, but we're short on time, so let's get straight to it. With that, the plump instructor motioned for a few cadets standing too close to move aside. As they shuffled back, he reached into his pocket and produced a key. Walking up to the wall, he inserted it into an almost imperceptible slot. Only then did Gray notice the faint seams etched into the ground around them, subtle but deliberate, as if marking something hidden beneath the polished floor. Instructor Grej's voice remained calm and authoritative as he addressed the group. As this is an exam and not a class, there will be no debriefings following your matches. You are welcome to speculate among yourselves if you wish. As he spoke, the wall behind him slid open with a quiet hum, revealing a neatly organized weapon rack stocked with blunted versions of various weapons. Simultaneously, the seams in the ground came alive, and transparent panes of glass-like material rose smoothly, forming an enclosed arena roughly 30 feet on each side. The walls stretched high above, their crystalline surface giving the space an imposing yet sterile atmosphere. First up will be Cadet Janice Crescott against Cadet Twain Burr, the instructor announced, gesturing toward the rack. Select your weapon of choice and enter the arena. The small-framed girl, Janice, who had earlier been flaunting her Kai, confidently strode to the rack and picked up a blunted spear. Her movements were deliberate, almost theatrical. In contrast, Twain, the scrawny teen who had nervously questioned the safety of the matches, approached the rack with noticeable hesitation. After some deliberation, he selected a short sword and a shield, gripping them tightly as though to quell his nerves. Both cadets stepped into the arena, the clear panes sliding shut behind them with a faint hiss. Instructor Grej moved to stand between them, his presence commanding. Glancing blows will be ignored. I will determine if and when the match is to stop. Until then, fight to your heart's content." His gaze swept over both cadets, lingering for a moment on each. Then, with a sharp wave of his hand, he barked, "Begin!" Twain jumped back as soon as the match began, his movements quick but unsteady. He assumed a defensive stance, raising his fiberglass shield protectively while keeping his blunted sword close to his body, the tip angled upward. Janice wasted no time. With a sharp lunge, she closed the distance between them, her spear striking Twain's shield with a dull thud. The sound echoed faintly within the glass-paneled arena, but the petite girl didn't pause. Her attacks were relentless, a rapid barrage of thrusts that forced Twain to retreat step by step. She moved with the speed and ferocity of a cornered animal, her strikes quick and unpredictable. However, her aggression lacked discipline. Each thrust was wild, leaving her open. Twain's furrowed brows betrayed his hesitation, but then his eyes flickered with a glimmer of recognition. He had spotted her weakness. Timing his next block with precision, Twain deflected the spear to the side, throwing Janice off balance. She staggered back, just a step, but that step was enough. Twain seized the opening, swinging his blunted sword in a clean arc. The blade struck her shoulder with a satisfying crack. Gray expected Janice to cry out or recoil from the impact, but instead, a faint shimmer of Kai enveloped her shoulder. The translucent barrier absorbed most of the blow, leaving her unharmed and still standing. She barely flinched, her eyes narrowing in renewed focus. With a smug grin plastered across her face, Janice swatted Twain's sword aside with her free hand, the clatter of metal on metal echoing sharply in the enclosed arena. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, slamming into him with the same shoulder that had just absorbed his strike. Twain stumbled back, his footing faltering under the sudden force. Capitalizing on his unsteadiness, Janice crouched low and swept her spear across Twain's legs. The scrawny teen toppled to the floor with a thud, his shield clattering beside him. Janice wasted no time. She raised her spear high, her intention to strike clear in her determined gaze. But before the blunted tip could descend toward Twain's face, Instructor Greg's hand shot out, gripping the weapon midair. "Match over." Both cadets returned to the group, Greg said unceremoniously, releasing the spear as if the heated exchange had been nothing more than a mild inconvenience. A moment of silence hung over the group as Twain, his face red with a mix of frustration and embarrassment, scrambled to his feet. Janice, her grin unwavering, tossed her spear onto the weapon rack before sauntering out of the arena. Greg barely glanced at them, already jotting notes onto his clipboard. He didn't bother to look up as he called out the next pairing. "Cadet Gray and Cadet Vlair of House Ambrose. Select the weapon of your choice and enter the arena." Murmurs rippled through the group at the mention of Ambrose. The boy, Vlair, had the kind of chiseled, confident appearance that commanded attention. He was about the same age as Gray, with well-defined muscles that suggested years of training. He made his way over to Janice, his tone polite yet firm. "May I use the spear?" he asked, holding his hand out. Without hesitation, Janice, who had been fierce and untamed moments earlier, turned almost docile. She handed over the blunted spear with a casual flick of her wrist. "Sure," she replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Gray selected a sword, choosing one smaller and lighter than the one Twain had wielded earlier. He gripped it firmly, then stepped into the arena, ready for the next match. "That's it, Cadet Gray?" Vlair raised a brow, his voice laced with mild surprise. "The type of sword you chose is usually paired with a brace or another sword." Gray shrugged, his expression calm but unyielding. "I'm fine like this." Vlair merely shrugged in return, clearly unfazed by Gray's decision. "Suit yourself." As his mind began to spiral into another bottomless pit of questions, there was a perfectly timed series of knocks at his door. The sound was more akin to someone hammering a nail into it. "General Arthur, it's Alanis Emeria. I am here to escort you to the training grounds to meet with the 4 training assistants you requested," she called out, her voice clear and clipped. "Coming," Art replied with a chuckle to himself. It's not just her speech, even her knockings robotic. Art took the box from Emily, surprised by its weight as it shifted in his arms. She gasped for breath, struggling to keep her balance after nearly running into them. "Thank you." "Oh, Arth. General Arthur. Perfect timing." Emily's wide smile brightened as she recognized him, her voice filled with relief. "No problem," Art replied with a chuckle, holding the box carefully. "What's in this thing? Weighs a ton." Emily waved her hand dismissively, still catching her breath. "Just some of the new materials I've been working with for the test items. Needed them to be moved to the lab, but this box was heavier than I thought." Art raised an eyebrow. "You need some help with that? I'm headed to the training grounds, but if it's important, I can have someone take it for you." She hesitated, glancing toward the ground before shaking her head. "I can manage. It's just a bit awkward with this thing in the way." "I'll walk with you for a bit then," Art offered, not wanting to leave her struggling. They continued down the hallway together, making small talk as they walked. Emily turned to Alanis, adjusting her glasses as she spoke. "And you must be Alanis. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," Alanis replied, her tone cool and indifferent. "I assume you are Emily Watskin. I was informed we would be collaborating in our efforts to assist in General Arthur's training." Emily paused for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly as she processed Alanis's words, then nodded. "Yes, and as you'll soon see, I think your particular magic and the set of artifacts I've created will complement each other quite well." "I'm glad you two are getting along," Art said with a smirk, shifting the large box in his arms. "But let's get to the training room. This box feels like it's actually gaining weight." "Oh, sorry, and thank you for carrying it," Emily hurriedly replied, her pace quickening as she made her way toward the entrance to the training room. "I thought my arms were going to fall out of their sockets. Come on, everyone's waiting." Art hadn't known what to expect from his sparring partners. His request had been last minute, and in the back of his mind, he had imagined they might just be soldiers from within the castle. After all, there were quite a few conjurers and augmenters stationed there as a precaution to protect the residents. He had quickly noticed that many of them were quite capable, so any one of them would have been a reasonable choice to train with. But the sight of 3 elders, each one radiating power, on the training grounds, along with Catheln and a smug-looking Virion, caught him completely off guard. "Ah, you're here!" Virion exclaimed, leaping to his feet. He took the box from Art's hands, setting it aside before guiding him toward the group. "I want you to meet everyone." Art glanced over his shoulder and saw Emily waving him off, with the affectionate gesture of a mother sending her child to war. "I know the two of you are already acquainted," Virion continued, gesturing toward Catheln. "But for formality's sake, this is Princess Catheln of the Royal Glader House. This is her guardian, Hester Flamesworth." An elderly woman, her gray hair pulled tightly back into a bun, dipped her head in a formal greeting. "Flamesworth?" Art blurted, surprised. "Ah, so you're familiar with my family," the woman replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Yes. Fairly familiar, actually," Art answered. The surname had caught his attention, but he quickly pushed the questions bubbling up in his mind aside and turned his focus to the princess. "A pleasant surprise to see you, Catheln, but what are you doing here?" he asked. "Princess Catheln is an accomplished ice affinity conjurer, now in the dark yellow core stage," Hester explained. "I was asked by Commander Virion to assist you with your training, General Arthur, but my primary duty is to keep the princess safe at all times. By being here together, we can achieve both goals simultaneously." Art glanced back at Catheln, who nodded in confirmation. "Not much else to do besides my occasional training with Master Viray, so I'm here to help." "The princess and a knight, classic pair," said a gruff dwarf sitting on a raised stone pillar. He scratched at his large, bulbous nose, which jutted out from a thick bush of white beard covering the lower half of his face. He was tall compared to most dwarves Art had seen, though that might have been an illusion caused by his elevated seat. One thing was for sure, though. His body looked to be composed entirely of muscle. Thick, striated bulbs of hardened flesh covered his arms and chest, and Art winced when the dwarf gripped his hand with his large, calloused one. "Pleasure to meet you, young general. I am Bundamog Lanuid, but most call me Bund," the dwarf said, his grip unrelenting. Whether it was to gauge Art or assert dominance over a young and potentially arrogant lance, Art couldn't tell. In any case, he reciprocated the greeting with a firm grip of his own. The assimilation Art had undergone as a child after inheriting Sylvia's dragon will meant that he was stronger than he appeared. Combined with the fact that he had lived practically his whole life with a sword in hand, Art could hold his own even against this bearded ball of muscle. Bund's mustache quirked in what might have been a smile, and he let go. "Not bad. Not bad." "Careful, Bund. The kid didn't become a lance with just a pretty face," Virion said. "Arthur, this musclehead has been a close friend of mine for quite a few years. He may look like this, but he's a genius when it comes to earth affinity magic. I guarantee you'll learn a lot." "What's wrong with my looks?" Bund snapped. "I'll have you know I'm quite the ladies' man back home." "No one said anything was wrong with your looks," Virion said dismissively. "Stop being so sensitive." Art watched as the two bickered, holding his tongue despite the numerous questions swirling in his mind. From the thick silver aura Bund emitted, almost visible to the naked eye, it was clear he was a powerful individual. If he was so close to Virion, Art wondered why Bund hadn't been selected as the dwarven representative, instead of Radaeus. Considering the recent events, it was obvious that Virion had introduced Bund as a friend to alleviate any suspicions Art may have had of him. But just the fact that Bund was a dwarf Art had never seen before made him feel uneasy. "I guess that makes me racist," Art thought, concerned at his own clear prejudice. Race in this world was much less subtle than back in his old world, but he had never considered himself one to discriminate based on a person's outer appearances or place of birth. However, witnessing a large faction of dwarves cooperating with their enemies, as well as being personally betrayed by a powerful dwarf, had strained his previous fair-mindedness. His attention was abruptly pulled to the only person he had not yet been introduced to when the individual gave a loud, surly yawn. As if the yawn had been his cue, Virion spoke. "Arthur, this is Camus Celaridon. The boy doesn't need to know any more than my name. I'm here to spar with him. Any information beyond that is irrelevant," Camus interjected, cutting him off. Art was shocked to see Virion being told off. After all, Virion was the leader of this continent's entire military. Seeing the commander's unperturbed expression, Art held his tongue, but made a mental note to ask the commander exactly who Camus was once they were alone. Assuming the mysterious elder wouldn't be impressed by an ostentatious greeting, Art simply dipped his head in acknowledgement and introduced himself while taking a closer look at him. Long, silvery blonde hair fell down to his shoulders in disheveled locks, covering his forehead and eyes. Long, pointed ears poked out from his hair, marking him as of elven descent. Unlike most elves Art had met, however, Camus appeared to take no care with his outward appearance, or, judging by the stench emanating from him, hygiene. "Well," Virion broke the silence, "I'm sure you are all going to get well acquainted these next several weeks. And while I'd love to stay and watch, I have the pleasure of spending my time looking over mountains of paperwork." With a tired sigh, their commander left the training room, his shoulders just a bit more slumped than before. Virion's departure was followed by a moment of silence, which Art used to survey the training room. The place wasn't anything extravagant, just a large dirt field a little less than 50 yards long and no more than 30 yards wide, enclosed by walls and a ceiling of mana-reinforced metal. There was a small pond in the far left corner of the room, but aside from that and the door on the opposite wall, there was nothing. It was just a large open space for training. Emily was enthusiastically waving her arm at them, and Art turned his attention to her. "I finished setting up for the most part. There's a bunch of stuff I want to go over before you start your training," she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Looking down at the equipment that had spawned from the giant wooden box he had carried inside, Art was surprised by how familiar it looked. It was a metal panel about the length of his arm, littered with gauges and knobs. It resembled some sort of ancient control center on a ship from his previous world, except for the crystals on either side of it. One was large and clear, while the other smaller crystal was tinted blue. A cluster of wires led from the panel to the wall of the training room, more specifically, to a large disc attached to the wall. Art hadn't paid them much attention when he'd looked before, but now the metal discs didn't seem to be a part of the design. They appeared to be embedded into the wall and were spaced out evenly. "Ah, one more thing," Emily exclaimed, practically diving headfirst into the box. She pulled out what looked like pieces of leather armor, but the different parts were connected by the same type of wires that connected the panel to the wall. Embedded in the bottom center of what appeared to be the breastplate was a blue crystal, identical to the one on the right end of the metal panel. Emily heaved the leather armor in her arms and walked toward Art. "Miss Emeria, if you wouldn't mind helping me put this on General Arthur?" "Of course." Alanis nodded, and soon, Art found himself being dressed in a rather ridiculous-looking getup. The armor seemed more like a sensory receiver than protective clothing. He would have to wear the gloves, breastplate, arm and leg bands, and shoes throughout the training. "Perfect. You look great," Emily said approvingly, adjusting the breastplate so that the blue crystal embedded there was directly over his sternum, where his mana core was located. "Thanks," Art replied sheepishly, completely unconvinced. The armor looked bulky, but it was soft and flexible enough that he wasn't too worried about it hindering his movements. Cathal and the three elders watched silently, enraptured by the sight of the unusual equipment, until Bund finally spoke up. "So exactly, what is the point of all of these toys?" Emily shifted her glasses and spoke. "I don't want to spoil anything, but I guess a bit of a heads up is fair. General Arthur is an anomaly on our continent, being the only known quadra-elemental mage and all, and while he excels in most aspects of mana manipulation, it's come to my attention that he has begun to plateau in terms of the utilization of elemental magic." "What about his training with the Asuras?" Cathal asked. "That was mainly technical training for augmented close combat," Art answered. "I did pick up a few techniques, but Emily is right. I've been relying heavily on ice and lightning magic these days. I'm hoping that by training with all of you, I'll get better at utilizing all the elements I'm capable of controlling." I see. Bund idly stroked his beard, then shivered. "Yeah, even thinking about using one other element gives me a headache. To be a quadra-elemental on top of being able to use ice and lightning. Ugh! General Arthur's mental capacity isn't as restricted as yours, so I'm sure he'll learn," Hester chimed in, smiling innocently. Bund whipped his head around. "What did you say, Grandma? My mental capacity is fully unrestricted." The fire mage just shook her head. Now. Emily carried the metal panel over and gently set it on the ground near them. "Instead of arguing, I'd appreciate it if each of you would place your hands here and infuse some of your mana into the clear crystal to power up the device." She pointed to the left end of the metal panel. Hester and Bund exchanged a glance, clearly trying to decide who would go first. Then, Camus stepped up and placed his palm over the clear crystal. "Like this, right?" he asked, and before anyone could respond, a vast whirlwind ripped free from his body and swirled around him protectively. Emily let out a startled shriek and tumbled onto her back from the sudden force. The rest of the group was able to brace themselves, watching as the fierce gale condensed into Camus' hand above the crystal. The once clear gem lit up in a shade of gray, and an instant later, the entire panel whirred to life. The gauges swayed erratically before settling into place. "Show off," Bund grumbled. Art was intently focused on the panel when the room suddenly buzzed from all directions. Instinctively, he raised a layer of mana around his body, bracing himself for whatever might come next. "It's just the apparatus powering on," Emily quickly assured everyone. The way the other mages had all assumed defensive stances made it clear they were just as surprised as Art had been. "I shall go next," Hester said, stepping forward with calm determination. After placing her hand on the crystal, she muttered a single word, Burn. In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted from her body, and her red robe appeared to be made entirely of fire. The ground around her became scorched, but to Art's amazement, there was no heat as one of the tendrils of flame lashed toward him. What had initially seemed like a brazen display of strength turned out to be a demonstration of her impressive control over her element. The metal panel whirred again, this time a little less rapidly. It might have been just his imagination, but Art could have sworn he heard Hester clicking her tongue in irritation. "My turn," Bund declared, flexing his fingers before carefully placing his hand over the crystal, which had returned to its transparent state. There was a beat of silence. Then the ground beneath them began trembling. Loose pebbles and rocks hovered above the floor as an aura of brilliant topaz surrounded the bearded dwarf. Elders, I love the enthusiasm and all, but this wasn't meant to be a contest," Emily muttered weakly, her voice as unsteady as the shaking ground. "To a real man, everything's a contest." Bund grinned. As he spoke, the earth cracked open, fissures spreading from his feet while the yellow aura gathered in his hand. The panel trembled and emitted its familiar noise. Then the crystal absorbed and transferred the mana Bund had provided. The muscular dwarf stepped back with a satisfied grunt, and Emily began inspecting her apparatus, making sure none of the elders had damaged it in their display of power. "Princess Catheln," Emily called, her voice steady. "If you please, I think just a bit more will be enough." The princess nodded, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear before sending out a wave of mana as well. From the determined look on Catheln's face, Art could tell she had no intention of backing down from the unspoken challenge between the elders. The temperature dropped noticeably, and a haze of frost began to swirl around Catheln. Some of the rocks near her began freezing as the frost took shape, forming translucent serpents. The serpents slithered through the air around her before coiling down her arm and disappearing into the crystal beneath her palm. Emily's apparatus buzzed with energy, and a kaleidoscope of colors swirled in the clear crystal. The artificer turned a few knobs and flipped some switches, then rotated the now colorful crystal until a loud click echoed through the room. "I'll turn it on now," Emily announced eagerly, her eyes alight with anticipation. She pressed down on the crystal until it was fully seated inside the panel. Art could almost see the mana traveling through the device, flowing through the thick wires and into the rods embedded in the wall. Everyone watched, transfixed, as strands of multicolored mana began shooting from one rod to another, spreading exponentially. The strands connected the metal rods, weaving together into a honeycombed pattern that pulsed with energy. "What in the world?" Bund breathed, craning his neck as he gazed at the walls and ceiling of the room. "The same sensors are buried in the floor," Emily said proudly. "Now, before I go over what all this is, General Arthur, I believe Miss Emeria has something she needs to do." Art turned to his training attendant. "Alanis?" She placed the clipboard she had been holding down and approached him. "It won't take long, General Arthur. Please give me your hand." Curious, Art removed his glove, letting it dangle by its attached wire. Alanis gently wrapped both her hands around his and began chanting with her eyes shut. Once she finished, her eyes snapped open. Her eyes had surely been pink and blue, yet when she gazed at him now, they had turned a shimmering silver. A faint emerald aura pulsed around her and began spreading, enveloping Art as well. "Please stand still for a moment, General Arthur," she said, her voice seeming to echo. Alanis's silver eyes darted left and right, up and down. She studied him intently until her green aura faded, and her silver eyes reverted to their normal colors. "Scans are complete," Alanis announced, retrieving her clipboard and beginning to scribble furiously. "What was that?" Art asked, noticing a slight tingling in the hand Alanis had held. Alanis looked up from her clipboard and opened her mouth to speak, but Emily quickly forestalled her with a small laugh. "We'll tell you everything later. For now, why don't we start with the training?" "The lady has spoken," Bund agreed, swinging his arms. "My limbs were beginning to calcify from standing still for so long." Hester rolled her eyes. I hardly think that's possible, but I agree with the dwarf. Princess Catherine has told me much about you, General Arthur, and I'm quite curious to see if you live up to her exceedingly high praise. It's not like that, Catherine quickly said, pushing her guardian away. Smiling, Art followed her and the three elders to the center of the room. They distanced themselves roughly 30 feet from each other, surrounding him. The princess positioned herself close to the pond in the rear corner, with Boone to her left and the silent Camus to her right. His mind raced as he tried to decide which one he should turn his back to. Adrenaline coursed through his body, coalescing with the mana streaming through his limbs. The familiar feeling of his dry mouth and cold sweat rolling down his cheek told him all he needed to know about the situation he was in. The pressure the four of them gave off sent chills down his spine, but his smile only grew wider. He licked his lips and lowered himself into a defensive stance. Let's begin. The elders wasted no time in their attack. As soon as the words left Art's mouth, Hester surged forward, forming a globe of fire in her palm. With a snap of her wrist, the burning sphere shot toward him, expanding as it hurtled through the air. He prepared to counter, but the ground beneath him shifted abruptly, throwing him off balance. With hardly any time to react, he spun, withdrawing Dawn's ballad from his ring. As he tumbled to the ground, he unleashed a shockwave of frost from his blade, shattering the flaming sphere before it could reach him. Tripping over your own feet, young general? Bun snickered, his hands glowing with a golden aura. For someone with so many muscles, I expected more than cheap parlor tricks, Art shot back, pushing himself off the ground. The dwarf shrugged. I'm not the one who just fell on my arse. Art didn't respond to Boone's jab, keeping a close eye on the other two as he waited for their next move. He didn't have to wait long. Camus moved with casual ease, flicking his wrist to send a crescent blade of wind slicing through the air toward him. The attack carved into the dirt floor, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Raising Dawn's ballad, Art swung into the attack, intending to deflect it, but the crescent suddenly warped, twisting unnaturally before exploding. Lesson 1 of fighting as a conjurer. Be unpredictable, Camus muttered. A fierce gust of wind blasted toward him, nearly knocking him off his feet. This time, however, he was ready. He stabbed his sword into the ground, driving its broken tip into the dirt to anchor himself against the force. Barely a breath later, dozens of jagged icicles, each as long as his arm, hurtled toward him. Siphoning mana from his core, Art swept his free arm outward, releasing a wave of fire. The moment his flames collided with the incoming shards, they evaporated in a sizzling burst of steam. Before he could press the advantage, the ground beneath him trembled. 3 massive triangular slabs of stone shot up around him, closing in and sealing him within a tight pyramid of earth. Trapped in darkness, cut off from his opponents, Art exhaled sharply. This is getting annoying. Fighting against conjurers was fundamentally different from facing augmenters. For one, they kept their distance, attacking from afar, forcing their opponents to react rather than engage directly. With a snap of his fingers, Art conjured a small flame, its flickering light illuminating the tight space around him. The three towering walls of stone converged at a sharp point about 20 feet above. I might as well fight like a conjurer too, he mused, sliding Dawn's ballad back into his ring. Reaching out with his mana, he sent a pulse of earth energy into the ground. Almost instantly, he sensed the rough positions of all four opponents, along with two more figures stationed farther away. Emily and Alanis, no doubt observing the fight. Bund must have caught on to what he was doing, because the moment Art connected with the terrain, jagged spikes of stone began protruding from the walls, closing in on him like a collapsing Iron Maiden. Crafty dwarf, Art thought with a grin. The stone spikes pressed inward, leaving him with only seconds to act. Expanding the small flame in his hand, he conjured a surge of frost with the other, then abruptly slammed the two opposing elements together. A violent explosion of steam erupted, flooding the enclosed space and seeping through the cracks in the stone walls. Outside, Hester's voice rang out. "Steam's leaking out. Careful for a surprise attack." She barely finished speaking before turning to Cathon. "Princess, take advantage of the moisture." "Oh crap!" Lightning crackled around Art's body as he summoned and contained the volatile energy, bracing himself against the frigid air that had begun to creep in. The moisture left behind by the steam had crystallized, forming floating shards of ice, a sure sign that Cathon had taken Hester's advice. But Art was already prepared. "Burst!" he hissed. Torrents of electricity erupted from his body, arcing wildly as they surged outward. The raw power splintered the ground beneath him, cracks spreading like lightning itself. The stone walls of Boone's pyramid shattered instantly, crumbling into rubble. A dense cloud of dust and debris billowed out, obscuring the battlefield. Yet, despite the chaos, Camus had already found him. The old elf appeared just feet away, the air around him distorting as fierce gales coiled around his arms. Without a word, Camus thrust his hands forward. A concussive blast of wind struck Art head-on, propelling him backward at breakneck speed, straight into Hester. She was waiting. A fully formed sphere of blue fire churned in her palm, flickering dangerously as she released it at point-blank range. Art barely had time to twist mid-air, throwing up a rushed defense, and then the sapphire flames engulfed him. Cathon watched as Hester Flamesworth's signature blue flames engulfed Arthur's form. Hester had served the Glader family for over 2 decades, and Cathon had always respected her magical prowess. However, that same talent often made her prideful. And now, as the flames roared around Arthur, Cathon could see it. Hester wasn't just testing him. She saw him as a rival, someone she had to surpass at all costs. Before she realized it, Cathon's hand moved slightly toward Arthur, instinct urging her to intervene. But the moment passed quickly. The blue inferno wrapped around him for only a few seconds before shifting. At first, she assumed Hester was controlling the flames, manipulating them for some final show of dominance. But then, the fire split apart, swirling away from Arthur's body. When he emerged, unharmed save for the singed edges of his long hair, Cathon understood. He had dispersed the flames on his own. Arthur let out a weak cough, a small, amused smile tugging at his lips. That was a close one. Cathon watched as her guardian's eyes widened ever so slightly before she quickly masked her reaction with a composed expression. "Impressive, General Arthur, but it seems you're taking us a little too lightly," she remarked coolly. Beside her, Elder Boondamog lifted a massive, bulbous arm. "I second that. If this is all you can do, I'm afraid we're going to need a lot more than 2 months to train you." Across from them, Elder Camus let out a dramatic yawn before settling himself onto the ground. "It's hard to get motivated when you so obviously hold back like that," he added lazily. Cathon frowned. She had been told that Elder Camus was once a distinguished member of the Elven army, yet his conduct was anything but refined. His lack of decorum would have been enough to offend most people in Arthur's position. However, instead of reacting with indignation, Arthur did something unexpected. He started laughing. Arthur dusted himself off with an air of calm, his expression unbothered. "Sorry, I often find myself matching my opponent's level to gauge their strength. Bad habit of mine," he admitted. Then, without warning, a wave of mana surged outward from him, a torrent so sudden and forceful it felt as if a dam had burst. Cathilne instinctively stepped back, her body reacting before her mind could catch up. When she lifted her gaze, she saw that Elder Camus, who had just been lounging moments before, was now back on his feet, his previous lethargy gone. Hester and Elder Bundamog had already thickened their auras in response, bracing themselves against the sheer force of Arthur's release. At the center of it all stood Arthur, but he was no longer the same. His long hair shimmered like liquid pearl, catching the light in an ethereal glow, while intricate golden symbols pulsed along the length of his arms. His presence, already formidable before, had become outright oppressive, pressing down on everyone in the space like an unshakable weight. "I won't use this form for the remainder of our training," Arthur said, his voice even, unwavering. "But since today's sparring is meant to help us get acquainted, I'll be glad to let loose." The crude leather armor Emily had outfitted Arthur with now looked almost regal beneath the vivid nimbus of mana enveloping him. As he turned to face Cathilne, she found herself staring into his amethyst eyes, their depth and intensity holding her captive. She struggled to find the right word to describe them. Ethereal, radiant, enthralling. Even those words felt inadequate. Those eyes didn't just captivate, they unsettled her, shaking her to her very core. She had seen this form once before, back at Xyrus Academy when he had fought against Lucas. But this was the first time she was seeing it up close, the full force of it pressing against her senses. "Now that's more like it," Elder Bundamog exclaimed, his voice laced with forced enthusiasm, though the faint tremor beneath it betrayed his unease. "Spread out!" Hester's sharp command cut through the air as she leaped backward, already preparing a spell. She knew, everyone knew, that the balance had shifted. The second round had yet to begin, yet the advantage their numbers once granted them had vanished in an instant. As Arthur's presence thickened like an oppressive shroud, a familiar voice whispered in the back of Cathilne's mind, insidious and doubt-ridden. "It's pointless. You can't win." "No, you always do this, Cathilne. Stop doubting yourself." She bit down on her lip, berating herself for her own pessimism. Ever since her awakening, she had been told time and time again how talented she was as a mage, yet she always found ways to convince herself she was lacking. Perhaps that was why her first impression of Arthur, from that fateful day at the auction house, had never faded, even after all these years. Even as a child, he had been different, smart, talented, driven. He knew exactly what he wanted, carried himself with confidence, and had a smile that could light up the world. And now, standing before her like an untouchable force of nature, he was all of those things and more. Regaining her composure, Cathilne found herself locked in Arthur's gaze once more. The intensity in his amethyst eyes told her that he had been waiting for her, somehow sensing that her mind had wandered. Determined not to let her embarrassment show, she gave a quick nod and took her stance. A faint smile ghosted across Arthur's lips before he returned the nod. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. The only traces of his presence were a deep footprint in the hardened ground and a few crackling tendrils of electricity. Cathilne's gaze barely had time to track his movement before Elder Camus was sent hurtling dozens of feet into the air. The ground beneath him softened and molded instinctively, cushioning his impact as he landed. Arthur stood at the center of it all, black lightning coiling around him like living serpents. His eyes swept the battlefield, already searching for his next target. Before he could move again, the earth surged up around his feet, locking him in place. "Stop gawking and help," Cathilne scolded herself. Drawing from the nearby pond, she shaped the water into a massive frozen spear. As soon as she launched it, she felt a rush of wind magic, the unmistakable touch of Elder Camus. The 10-foot spear of ice accelerated far beyond what she could have managed on her own, streaking toward Arthur like a comet. The cooperative attack tore through the air, spiraling viciously toward Arthur. He remained still, his stance unwavering, raising only a single hand in defense. Is he not going to dodge? For a brief moment, Catherine considered dispersing the spell herself, uncertainty creeping in. But Commander Virion had been adamant. They had to take this seriously if they were to truly help Arthur. Then, just as the spear of ice was mere inches from impact, it shattered. Not from a counterattack, nor from any visible interference, but as if the spell itself had simply unraveled. The sheer force of the residual gale still pushed Arthur back slightly, but the attack had been rendered useless. Cathione's eyes widened as Camus shot her a questioning look, silently asking if she had canceled the spell. She quickly shook her head, her brows furrowing in confusion. I'm sure it wasn't me. Arthur straightened, completely unfazed, save for the faint glimmer of satisfaction in his expression. Around him, the elders exchanged uncertain glances, none of them fully comprehending what had just transpired. Bah! Elder Bundamog scoffed, stamping his foot against the earth. A massive boulder erupted beside him, hovering in place, ready to be launched. Show me more, unless changing the color of your hair and eyes is the only thing you can do. Arthur's lips curled into a wicked smile. Gladly. Catherine's friend, now her opponent, became little more than a blur before her eyes. This time, she could just barely follow his faint form, her senses straining to keep up. Arthur launched a shockwave of mana at Elder Bundamog, but the dwarf had anticipated the move. With practiced precision, he reshaped the boulder beside him into a massive stone shield. The shockwave collided with the shield, creating a crater upon impact, but Cathel knew it was just a diversion. By the time the shield had absorbed the brunt of the attack, Arthur had already turned his focus to Hester, a lance of black lightning crackling in his hand, ready to strike. He's not attacking you because he's afraid to hurt you, Cathel. A voice taunted in her mind. A sharp breath escaped her as she pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on a spell General Veray had taught her. She never liked using it. It required getting close to her opponent, and she preferred to keep her distance. But this situation was different. She couldn't bear the thought of being pitied. Seraph of Snow. A wave of frost spread across her body, its icy tendrils locking her in a shimmering embrace. Her clothing hardened into armor, the layer of white covering her from head to toe, leaving only the lower half of her face exposed. With her body further empowered, she charged forward, racing toward Arthur, who was already engaged with the others. Elder Camus zipped around, his movements swift as he unleashed blades of wind at Arthur. Every time Arthur knocked one of them away, Camus would cushion the elder's falls, keeping them in the fight. Arthur launched a spear of lightning toward Camus, but the attack detonated in midair, disrupted by Hester's timely intervention. The presence of Catherine's spell was unmistakable to everyone, though Arthur seemed too focused on the battle to notice. At her command, the frost covering her arm shifted, molding into a sharp, ice-cold blade. She swung it, the movements drilled into her by General Veray over the course of a year. Her blade sliced across Arthur's back, the impact drawing blood that froze instantly. Arthur's head snapped around, his expression one of surprise rather than pain. In an instant, he spun, launching a blade of wind toward her, but the frost-layered armor she wore absorbed the brunt of the attack, mitigating its force. Without the need to physically block, Cathilne pressed on, drawing back her other hand and pushing it forward, sending a shockwave of frost surging toward her opponent. Arthur quickly raised a defensive stance, blocking her attack, but it still forced him back, sending him straight into Elder Bundamog. Arthur's instincts were nothing short of inhuman. As soon as he collided with the Elder, he twisted his body, already preparing to defend himself. But before he could fully react, a gale of wind spun around him, throwing him off balance and sending him into a whirlwind of disarray. The elderly dwarf spotted Arthur's approach, and an excited smile spread across his face, splitting his white beard. He raised his fist, preparing to strike as the very earth around him trembled. Chunks of ground lifted into the air, merging around his fist until it formed a massive gauntlet of stone. Hester then infused the gauntlet with a blue flame, further empowering the attack. With a painful crash, Elder Bundamog's fiery rock fist collided directly with Arthur. "Oh, that felt so good," the dwarf beamed, shaking out the lingering flames around his fist. Kathleen couldn't help but smile, dispersing her spell as well, savoring the warmth that followed. Arthur slowly sat up from the crater he had created when his body hit the ground. Now back to his normal state, he stretched his neck and groaned. "You got me good there." Elder Bundamog burst into a hearty laugh. "The princess sure saved the day. The three of us were in a stalemate, and I suspect the young general wasn't even going all out." Arthur shook his head, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. "I'm not able to keep up that form indefinitely, and I was already running low on steam. But yeah, I wasn't expecting you to come at me like some sort of ice ninja, Kathleen." Kathleen tilted her head, confused. "Ice ninja?" Nothing," Arthur quickly replied, scratching the back of his head. "I shouldn't have taken you lightly, that's all." A blush spread across her face, but before she could respond, Elder Camus stepped forward, extending a hand to pull Arthur back onto his feet. "Interesting boy," the quiet elder remarked, a faint trace of a smile tugging at his lips. "It seems we'll have much to discuss," Hester added, her tone thoughtful. "I think this will be a learning experience for us all." Everyone nodded in agreement. The five of them regrouped near the entrance of the training room, joined by Emily Watskin and Miss Imaraya. "Before I go over the analysis of today's assessment, I'd like to hear some feedback," Emily began, addressing the group. "Of course, our beautiful Miss Alanis Maria has planned a rigorous training schedule for General Arthur, but if anyone has any concerns, please feel free to speak up." Miss Imaria gave a subtle nod, her expression unwavering. "Feedback is crucial." Hester was the first to speak, her tone thoughtful. "I think it's safe to say that the biggest issue for everyone, especially General Arthur, is concern for safety." "Ah, yes," Emily exclaimed. "I'm actually in the process of working on something to help solve that problem, but it still needs a bit of tinkering." Arthur's curiosity piqued. He leaned forward slightly. "Can I ask what it is exactly?" "I'm pretty curious." "It's a device that basically reads how much mana the wearer is being hit with, triggering a last-minute defense mechanism to prevent a lethal blow," Emily explained, her tone almost mechanical as she spoke. Elder Bundamog pondered the idea. "If an artifact like that can be built, couldn't it be given to all the soldiers in battle?" Emily hesitated, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "It could, but..." Miss Imaria smoothly finished her thought. "It would be astronomically expensive. Also, the defensive mechanism would only work for that single triggering attack. In a training environment, the opponent would stop. But on the battlefield, another attack would be all the enemy would need to finish the job." Elder Bundamog stroked his beard, his expression one of understanding. "True. Good point. Yes, the artifacts are extremely expensive to make, not just in terms of cost, but also due to the rarity of the material," Emily continued, her gaze shifting to Kathleen. "The artifact uses phoenix worm scales. The Glader family has graciously bestowed a few on us for the sake of my new training devices." Kathleen was taken aback. She hadn't known that her parents still had any phoenix worm scales left. Arthur, ever curious, broke the silence. "Speaking of training devices, what exactly is this get-up for anyway?" He tapped the gem embedded in his leather chest plate. "I'm assuming this and those plates all over the wall aren't just for decoration." At that, Emily's face lit up with a bright smile, and even Miss Maria's expression softened with a hint of excitement. "Everything, my friend, from the unappealing armor to the weird plates all across this room. is for recording and measuring everything that has to do with how you magic the hell out of people. Measuring and recording how someone magicked the hell out of people was hardly an intuitive way to describe an unfamiliar process, especially to a group of elderly mages and 2 teens. However, once Emily managed to rein in her enthusiasm and began methodically explaining the functions of the discs scattered throughout the room, the gauges on the metal panel, and the peculiar leather armor Art was wearing, a noticeable shift took place. Confusion gave way to intrigue, and soon, excitement bubbled up on everyone's faces. So, these things all over the room serve as detectors of some kind to measure how strong a spell is? Camus asked, tilting his head slightly. Emily nodded. The word strong is a bit vague, but yes, the discs were tricky to make because each one needs to be durable enough to absorb the impact of spells while remaining sensitive enough to accurately transmit feedback to my recording panel. That's just one function, though. I'll explain the rest in a moment. What about the glowing lines that connected the discs earlier? Hester inquired, arms crossed in curiosity. Good question. Emily nodded. Well, you see, a spell is rarely going to be the size of just one sensor, so I needed the discs placed relatively close to one another with sensors in between. That way, even when a spell is several yards in diameter, the discs can accurately gauge the impact or force of the spell. I call this measurement the force per unit, or FPU. The glowing trails of mana that light up once sufficiently powered, in this case by Princess Catheln and the 3 elders, serve as sensors that connect the discs to one another so I can more accurately gauge the FPU of a spell as soon as it's released into the field of discs. Art noticed more than a few eyes glazing over as Emily delved into her excited explanation. He considered staying quiet and letting her talk herself out, but curiosity got the better of him. So the discs act as sensors after being struck with a spell, he said. But let's say I fire a blast of wind at Elder Bund and he blocks it. The spell never reaches any of the discs, so does that mean it wouldn't be measured? Emily's eyes lit up. As expected, you've already caught on to one of the system's shortcomings. I ran into the same issue early on. If these discs were just impact sensors, they'd only register spells that physically struck them. But in live sparring, more than half of the spells would be unreadable, or inaccurate at best, since they'd be partially or fully mitigated by an opponent's counterattack. She gestured toward the discs embedded in the walls and floor. That's why I designed them with a secondary function. While direct impact is one way they record data, the real reason I covered the entire room with them is this. Each disc not only transmits visible trails of mana to the others, but also generates a subtle pressure field that measures the force of a spell the moment it's formed. Bund scratched his head. So that's why I had to help you dig all those discs so deep into the ground? Exactly, and so the discs aren't in the way even when you use earth magic, she replied. Thanks to Elder Bund, installing the discs underground was easy. Through the sensors in the ground, all over the walls, and on the ceiling, manipulated mana can be measured even without any of the discs actually being physically hit with a spell. Okay, so basically having this room completely surrounded with these discs creates an area where mana can be measured, Art simplified. Emily pursed her lips. Well, yeah, if you want to just summarize 6 entire months' work into a sentence, I guess so. Believe me, Art said with a laugh. I know very well that what you've created here is a technological marvel that'll help mages develop much faster in the future, but I don't think anyone here has plans to be an artificer. True, Emily admitted, still pouting. So you explained what the discs in the panel do, but what about the armor you had me wear? Art asked. Ah, the armor itself was an early part of this process, one of my original designs in fact. It monitors the flow of mana through an individual by, well, I'll spare you the details. The disc sensors more or less made the armor obsolete. However, in your case, we wanted as much information as possible, and the armor just so happens to complement Miss Maria's abilities nicely, the artificer replied, turning her gaze to Alanis. Alanis nodded before speaking. Miss Wykes noted the possibility that this environment might negatively affect my personal ability, and she believed the suit could assist me in making accurate readings throughout your training. That's a rather vague explanation, Art remarked, a teasing edge to his voice. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to keep your ability a surprise, just like Emily did with her invention. His robotic assistant, however, was less than amused. Her expression remained completely deadpan. General Arthur, you asked for specifics regarding Miss Wykes' suit, not my ability. If you are curious about my ability, please state so directly. Art blinked, momentarily taken aback by her bluntness. Unlike Emily, Alanis didn't seem particularly eager to explain things in excessive detail. All right then. Alanis, what is your ability? The stoic-faced elf nodded, seemingly satisfied with his straightforward question. After making physical contact with an individual, I am able to utilize nature affinity magic to accurately observe the mana flow within their body. Art heard a snicker from Bund. Taking a peek, he caught the dwarf nudging Camus with his elbow, whispering with a grin, "Heh, physical connection, indeed." Suppressing a groan, Art shook his head while Camus simply ignored the lecherous dwarf. So, does that make you a deviant of nature magic? Art asked, genuinely curious. While it was common knowledge that the higher forms of wind, water, earth, and fire magic were sound, ice, gravity, and lightning respectively, with metal and magma magic being a dwarven specialty, nature magic remained an enigma. It was widely accepted that only elves could wield it, leading researchers to speculate that it was a unique deviation of wind and water, much like magma was a fusion of fire and earth. Plant manipulation, like what Tess was capable of, was one of the few well-documented examples of nature magic, but Art had never heard of it being used to read mana flow. I am uncertain whether my ability is an evolved form of nature magic or a specialized peripheral use of it, she answered. However, Commander Virion tasked me with providing accurate feedback on your mana flow throughout the course of your training, as I have done for other lances. Art raised a brow. You helped out the other lances too? He wasn't so much surprised that Alanis had worked with the others as he was that Virion hadn't mentioned her to him. Yes, she replied simply. How intriguing, Hester chimed in. And what does this sensory magic reveal about General Arthur? Alanis retrieved her clipboard, flipping through several pages before reading aloud. General Arthur's rate of mana flow upon manipulation from mana core to extremities measures at roughly 0.46 seconds for body augmentation. For spellcasting, there is roughly a 40% increase in time for wind attribute spells and a 55% increase for earth attribute spells as compared to ice and lightning attribute spells. Fire and water magic were not used enough during the session, so no readings could be made. 0.46 seconds is awfully specific. How did you measure the time so accurately? Camus asked, his interest piqued. Without hesitation, Alanis produced a small cube-shaped device from the inside of her suit-like jacket. Miss Wykes generously provided me this time-counting device. She pressed a small button on the side, and the cube emitted a soft whir before she quickly pressed it again. Turning the device toward them, she revealed the top of the cube, where a precise measurement of elapsed time was displayed down to 1/100th of a second. Never thought I'd see such a useless tool, Boone grumbled, clearly uninterested in the analysis of the recorded numbers. Nonsense. That device can measure how fast you can run from one end of the room to the other on those short stubs you call legs. Hester jeered, a smug grin on her face. Bund gave a loud snort. Why does such a plebeian thing as running when I can have the earth move my feet underneath me, you old witch? The two began bickering once again, making Art wonder about their relationship. It wasn't just their constant quarreling. Back during the sparring match, all three elders had displayed an uncanny degree of coordination, as if they had fought together before. He made a mental note to ask Cathaln or Virion about it later. Turning his attention back to the two elves, he caught the tail end of Alanis's response to a question from Camus that he had missed. I see, the old elf replied thoughtfully. I wouldn't want to hassle Miss Wykes too much about this, so I'll procure some materials myself. It's really no problem at all, Elder Camus, Emily assured him. I was planning on improving Art, General Arthur's suit anyway. Making a few more wouldn't be much of a strain, since I already have several half-finished prototypes. Assuming I have enough materials on hand, I just need to update them to the correct specifications and fit them properly. What's going on? Art whispered, leaning toward Kathleen. Elder Camus asked if it was possible for Miss Maria to do readings for multiple people, Kathleen answered, taking a small step back. Whoops! A little too close for her. He quickly distanced himself as well, recalling how the princess had always been mindful of her personal space. Does that go for you as well? She nodded. I'm curious to know how the speed of my mana flow compares to others. The aspect of comparison sparked a flood of questions in Art's mind, things he wanted to ask Emily later. But for now, there was something else he needed to know. Turning to his training assistant, he asked, Alanis, what were my numbers after I used Realm Hia? I mean, after my hair and eyes changed colors. All eyes turned to the stoic elf. Even Hester and Bond, whose squabbling, or perhaps flirting, Art had been tuning out, paused to hear her response. Alanis flipped a single page in her notebook before answering in her usual monotone. General Arthur's spellcasting efficiency, from the mental invocation stage to the physical shaping of elemental mana, increased nearly 5-fold across all elemental spectrums, and... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. And? Bund pressed, his gruff voice cutting through the thick silence as everyone held their breath. Alanis shook her head. My apologies, General Arthur. I did not record your body augmentation after the change in your form. It's okay, Art assured her. Was it because there wasn't enough of a difference in times? Oh no, it's not because of that, Alanis said, her eyes wide. I did not record you simply because I could not. General Arthur, your body augmentation speed normally is on par with most of the lances. After the transformation, however, it was much too fast for me to even attempt to measure. How's your brother doing these days? Art asked, hoping to fill the uncomfortable silence lingering in the corridor. He and Kathleen walked side by side through one of the castle's residential floors. Outside, the clear night sky stretched endlessly, the moon and stars casting a soft glow against the towering stone walls. Their training had gone on much longer than intended, and now, with most of the castle's occupants either asleep or busy in the lower levels, the halls felt eerily empty. Curtis is doing much better now that Father has finally allowed him to leave the castle, under supervision, of course, Kathleen replied, a faint note of envy in her voice. In his last transmission scroll, he described how rewarding it is to be one of the assistant training instructors at Lancellor Academy. Art glanced at her. You're not so lucky, I'm guessing. I had hoped that becoming stronger as a mage would grant me a little more freedom, but my father still sees me as a timid little princess. Kathleen murmured, her voice tinged with quiet frustration. Well, to be fair, you are pretty timid, Art teased, hoping to lighten the mood. Kathleen's expression shifted, a faint flush creeping onto her cheeks. I have been told that I've become more outgoing, she said, flustered. Even my participation as your sparring partner was at my own insistence. Her words faltered, trailing off into silence. Art raised a brow. What was that? Nothing, she said quickly, picking up her pace and walking ahead. They continued in silence, but Art found his attention drifting to Cathilne's movements. Her steps were nearly soundless, each footfall landing precisely on the balls of her feet, with practiced grace. Though small-framed, her stride carried a measured confidence, the kind that spoke of years of refinement rather than innate arrogance. If he didn't know her, he might have mistaken her for just another proud and aloof noble. She came to an abrupt stop, and when Art finally lifted his gaze, he found her watching him. There was the faintest arch to her left brow, a subtle, inquisitive expression. "Is everything all right?" she asked. Realizing he had spent the past few moments staring at her legs, Art felt heat rush to his face. "No, I mean yes, everything is fine," he stammered, quickly averting his gaze. Cathilne regarded him with her usual calm, then said, "Your footsteps are very quiet. I wasn't sure if you were still walking behind me." She slowed her pace slightly, allowing them to walk side by side. Art chuckled. "I could say the same for you. Despite the confidence in your stride, your feet barely seem to touch the ground." "Mother was very strict about anything that could be seen by those around us," Cathilne explained. "Curtis and I were required to take lessons covering every aspect of royal etiquette." "Oh, my mom had Ellie go to those kinds of classes when she was little," Art said, grinning. "Except the only thing she seemed to learn was how to get out of chores by saying they were unladylike." A faint smile tugged at Cathilne's lips. "Ellie is your sister, correct? Short for Eleanor?" "Yeah. Have you met her? She's usually on the outdoor balcony practicing her archery." "I have seen her on occasion, but never spoken to her," Cathilne admitted. Art let out a small chuckle. "She can be a bit intimidating, with that bear always following her around," he admitted. "I'll have to properly introduce you to her sometime. I'm sure she'd be excited to get to know you." Cathilne's smile widened, enough that it actually looked like a real smile. "I'd like that." They continued talking as they made their way to her room. Hester had originally been assigned to escort the princess back, but Art had volunteered instead, eager for an excuse to leave the training hall. He planned on getting something to eat afterward anyway. The old mage had been reluctant, but her curiosity about measuring spell force had ultimately won out. She and the other two elders had decided to stay behind with Emily and Alanis to further test their readings, and knowing that Cathilne was in the company of a lance had been enough to convince her. Even as they walked through the otherwise silent halls, Art could feel the faint tremors of the castle as powerful spells were unleashed far below. Cathilne's room was just a few feet ahead when something resurfaced in Art's mind. "Does your guardian personally know Bund?" he asked. She nodded. "All three elders know each other." Arthur's brows lifted in surprise. "Really? How?" "Those three played crucial roles in the last war between human and elves. Darv sent soldiers to help Sapin during the war, which is how Hester and Elder Boone know each other. After the war was over, leaders from all three kingdoms were obligated to attend a summit held every couple of months in an attempt to mend broken bridges. Hester has mentioned Elder Camuse's and Elder Bundamog's names several times. They often trained together before. That explains their impressive coordination when we sparred," Art noted. Art wanted to ask more about Hester and the Flamesworth house in general, but they had already been standing in front of Cathilne's door for several moments. It felt more appropriate to ask Hester directly when the opportunity arose. "Will you be okay by yourself, Princess?" he teased as Cathilne carefully placed her palm against the mana signature reader to unlock her door. His own room didn't have such a feature, but then again, it probably wouldn't have done him much good to have one. "My father took extra precautions when reinforcing my room," she said, lifting a familiar-looking pendant from around her neck. "I also have this." Art's gaze flickered to the pendant, recognizing it instantly. "That's made from a phoenix worm, right?" "I'm impressed you could tell at such a brief glance," she replied. "The artificer, Gideon, crafted these using the core and scale of a phoenix worm." "It's beautiful," Art said, though he left out the fact that he had once bartered for 2 of the same artifacts from Gideon nearly 10 years ago in exchange for the blueprints of the steam engine ship. His mother and Ellie still wore them to this day, one of the reasons he could sleep a little easier at night. "Thank you." She tucked the phoenix worm pendant back inside her shirt. "And thank you for walking me back. I was glad to see Hester so eager to join in, but knowing her, she would have insisted on leaving with me had I not had an escort." "No problem," Art responded. "It's the least I could do in return for your help with my training." Kathleen shook her head. "It's training for me as well. No need to thank me for that." "Well then, let's train hard and get even stronger." He stuck out a hand. She hesitated for a moment, staring at his open palm before gingerly accepting the gesture. Her hand was warm, hot even, and remained perfectly still in his grip. Mindful not to let the moment linger too long, Art gave her hand a gentle squeeze before letting go. "Good night." Without missing a beat, Kathleen turned sharply away and shut the door behind her. A muffled voice came from the other side. "Good night, Arthur." With his stomach comfortably full of leftovers and Alanis, his training attendant, dismissed for the evening, Art retrieved Sylvie from Ellie and made his way back to his room. The day had been long, but the anticipation of what he was about to share with his bond kept his energy alive. Upon entering the room, he found Sylvie waiting patiently on the bed, her fox form curled up as she had been while he took a shower. Her sharp, curious eyes immediately locked onto him as he approached. "Are you ready?" Art asked, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. Sylvie tilted her head, her ears twitching slightly. "So, what is it you're so excited about?" she replied, her tone playful, yet inquisitive, her form fidgeting as if she could sense the secret he had been guarding all day. It hadn't been easy for Art to keep his thoughts shielded from Sylvie, especially with the loot he had acquired from his fight with Uto burning a hole in his mind. He had been careful, though, distracting himself with random thoughts and numbers during their journey back to the room, all in an effort to confuse her and preserve the surprise. Now, the moment had finally come. After double-checking that the door was securely locked and activating both his earth and wind perception spells to ensure their privacy, Art reached into his storage ring. With a deliberate motion, he withdrew the 2 obsidian horns, their dark, gleaming surfaces catching the dim light of the room. Sylvie's sharp eyes widened as she gazed at the black crystals that had once been embedded in the retainer's skull. "Don't tell me." "Yep," Art said excitedly. "They're Uto's horns." "Why?" she asked, confusion flickering across her vulpine face. Realizing she had never heard the full story, he summarized everything that had happened after she had been knocked out while saving him from Uto's last attack. By the time he finished, Sylvie's expression was twisted with a mixture of emotions. "It's scary to think how easily we could have been killed," she said after a long pause. Art nodded. "I couldn't do anything when Saris showed up, but if she hadn't, I'm not sure we would have been able to defeat Uto. It seems like as we grow stronger, so do our enemies," she sighed. Her gaze shifted back to the 2 horns resting on the bed. "So these horns supposedly contain vast amounts of mana that you can extract. Is it really safe to trust the scythe? Considering that the Asuras are forbidden by the treaty from helping us anymore, and that Saris could have killed me on the spot if she'd wanted to, I don't think it's too much of a risk." Sylvie thought for a moment before pawing at the horns, each one nearly the size of her head. "Well, if they help you get into White Core, it'll certainly help us." Art picked up one of the horns, weighing it in his hand. "This will be enough for me. You extract the other one." Sylvie opened her mouth, ready to argue, but Art cut her off. "You said you're still undergoing the awakening process that Lord Indrath insisted on. I know you've been constantly extracting ambient mana, which is why you've been sleeping more. I'm sure extracting mana from Uto's horn will help quicken that process." "To be honest, I haven't been trying too hard to hasten the awakening," Sylvie admitted, her voice tinged with hesitation. "I'm afraid that when I awaken as a full Asura, I won't be able to assist you anymore." You nearly died in that last fight, Sylv, Art said, placing a hand on her small head. Besides, your mother cast a pretty powerful spell before you were born to conceal you. It's why, even in your draconic form, no one was able to tell you were an Asura. Grandfather mentioned that, she murmured, her golden eyes clouding over. But as I get stronger, it's going to be harder to hide what I am. A wave of grief rippled through Art's mind, remnants of the story Lord Indrath had told Sylvie about her mother. He could feel the weight of her unspoken fears, the uncertainty of what lay ahead. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen when you get strong enough to awaken, he admitted, squeezing her lightly. But we'll overcome that hurdle when we get there. Sylvie met his gaze, her expression softening. We always do, she agreed with a small smile. Art held the black horn gingerly in his hands, glancing at Sylvie. So, should we start now? Sylvie placed a paw on the horn in front of her, her golden eyes gleaming with resolve. I don't see why not. Shifting into a more comfortable position, Art took a steadying breath before extending a thread of his mana into the horn. He started slow, probing its inner structure with careful precision. With elixirs, a mage's purified mana would trigger the release of stored energy almost instantly. But as his mana seeped into the horn, nothing happened. No reaction, no sudden surge of energy. Minutes trickled by, and doubt began creeping in. Had the mana within Uto's horns dissipated when they were severed? Had Saris been mistaken about their potential? Just as he was about to withdraw his mana, something yanked at his mind. It was unlike anything he had experienced before. It wasn't a release of stored energy, nor was it a force he could resist. Instead, it pulled, consumed, his consciousness, dragging him inward. A spike of panic shot through him. The room, Sylvie, even the feel of the horn in his hands, all of it vanished as a shadowy shroud spread through his mind. Darkness swallowed everything. Then, there was nothing. Calm down, Arthur. You're still safely inside your room. But that didn't help him at all. The fact that his mind had been forced into a certain state and was vulnerable scared him. Coming to this world, he had been born with a new body, new physical features that took him years to adjust to. But his mind had been the same through both lives. His brain, at least the parts of it responsible for his memories and personality, had been his throughout his years as both Gray and Arthur. Right now, though, his consciousness was completely at the mercy of whatever force had dragged him into wherever he was. He was surrounded in darkness, but it wasn't pitch black. The shadows around him warped and stirred like various shades of dark ink. It was a surreal feeling, perceiving something without a body. Somehow he could feel the force around him, slithering in the darkness, but he didn't have a physical form. After what felt like hours of floating mindlessly in the sea of darkness, the force surrounding him slowly began shifting. This was different from the erratic, chaotic movements it had made up until now. The shadows felt like they were being pulled away. The obsidian veil slowly began lifting, and what it revealed wasn't the view of his own room he had been expecting. No. Next, Cadet Gray, no surname. Please step onto the platform, the researcher called, his voice monotone as he stood behind the protective glass. His lab coat was spotless, his expression unreadable, and his half-closed eyes rarely left the clipboard in his hands. Place your dominant hand on the globe and wait for further instructions. Gray moved forward, his steps measured. He squared his shoulders and straightened his posture, as if standing taller might somehow influence the outcome of the test. The translucent glass globe embedded into the pedestal shimmered faintly, its surface smooth and cool to the touch as he rested his hand on it. Now, Cadet Gray, the researcher continued, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. The globe is a sensor that will measure your Chi level. Please imbue Chi into the sensor until you are given the signal to stop. Taking a steadying breath, Gray focused inward, drawing the Chi stored within his sternum. With practiced ease, he guided the energy up through his chest, down his arm, and into the sphere. The Chi manifested as wispy tendrils of ink and water, swirling and expanding within the glass. It was almost hypnotic to watch, the way the energy moved with such fluid grace. Through the corner of his eye, Gray noticed the researchers exchanging glances. Pens moved across paper as they jotted down notes, their expressions a mixture of neutrality and faint disappointment. Whatever they were expecting, he knew it wasn't him. Barely a minute had passed, and Gray was already drenched in sweat, his hand trembling against the smooth surface of the globe. He gritted his teeth, holding on until the voice came through the intercom again. "You may stop," the researcher said, sounding even less impressed than before. His disinterest stung more than Gray cared to admit. "Please proceed to the training grounds for the final part of your assessment." Gray pulled his hand back, flexing his fingers to shake off the lingering tension, and exited through the same door he had entered. As he walked out, he stole a glance back at the researchers behind their glass barrier. They were speaking in low voices, gesturing toward the readings on their monitors. The one who had spoken through the intercom was shaking his head. The corridor outside was brightly lit, the polished floors amplifying the sterile atmosphere. Gray joined the back of a line of cadets waiting for the next part of the assessment. Their collective unease was palpable. "Hey, do you know what the last test will be?" asked the cadet in front of him. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but his fidgeting gave away his nerves. Gray considered the question before responding, his voice low. "We've already had tests for mental acuity, physical strength, and Chi levels. By process of elimination, the last one can only be that." The muscular teen's eyes lit up with understanding, and a smug grin spread across his face. "Oh, that. I'm good at that." Gray let out a small laugh at the boy's abrupt shift in attitude. It mirrored his own confidence. He was good at that too. The line began moving again, and soon they entered a vast auditorium. The ceiling soared 100 feet above them, making the space feel almost cavernous. Around the room, cadets were divided into groups, each led by an instructor. Gray's gaze swept the area, hoping to spot Nico or Cecilia, but neither was in sight. At the head of the line, an instructor stood with a clipboard, directing each cadet to their assigned group. When the bulky boy reached the front, the instructor pointed to the far corner, where a cluster of nervous cadets stood. With an air of exaggerated confidence, the boy swaggered off toward his group. "Cadet Gray, no surname," the instructor called out, glancing at his clipboard. Gray suppressed the urge to scowl every time a faculty member pointed out his lack of a family name. Why did that matter here, of all places? "Proceed to Group 4C, halfway to the far left corner of the auditorium. The floor is marked for your convenience," the instructor said, gesturing toward the designated area. With a curt nod, Gray walked to his group. It was a motley assortment of about a dozen young men and women, each varying in size and build. Among them, a petite girl stood out. She looked to be about Gray's age and carried herself with confidence, her arms crossed as she purposely leaked traces of Chi for the others to feel. Nearby, a toned boy with neatly cropped hair and an arrogant smirk had positioned himself near the front of the group. The crest, pinned to his chest pocket, marked him as the scion of a military family, his stance and demeanor exuding an air of superiority. No doubt he had been groomed for a prestigious role in the military, perhaps even to vie for the throne one day. At the center of the group stood the instructor, a heavy-set man in his 40s with a meticulously groomed mustache that contrasted with his thinning hair. "Cadet Gray?" the instructor called, raising a brow as he glanced at his clipboard. "Yes, sir," Gray replied with a respectful nod. There was no point in being curt with someone who might have a direct influence on his standing in the military academy. "Good. Looks like everyone's here then," the man said, tucking the clipboard under his arm and clasping his hands together. "Hello, everyone. You may refer to me as Instructor Grej. Before we get started, I'd like to say a few words." The cadets shifted and shuffled into a loose circle around the instructor, ensuring they could all see him clearly. Some appeared attentive, while others seemed distracted, but everyone at least made an effort to focus as the session began. As many of you have guessed, this last portion of the entry exam will be practical combat. I have the Kai level results here for everyone in this group, and while I will not disclose anyone's level, I'll tell you now that they all differ. Practical combat means that you will not always have the luxury of being able to fight someone with the same level of Kai as you. Sometimes you'll be lucky and face an opponent who can barely strengthen his fist. A few cadets in the group snickered at the instructor's words, though the humor quickly dissipated as Instructor Grej continued, raising his clipboard again. Other times, you will find yourselves in situations where your opponent has a much larger Kai pool than you do, he said, his tone firm. Regardless, you will be judged on your ability to adapt accordingly and, most importantly, prevail. The cadets exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of his words sinking in. A scrawny teen, appearing a few years older than Gray, hesitantly raised his hand. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he asked, "Are the rumors true that cadets can die during this test?" Instructor Grej scratched his beard, his expression unreadable. "Highly unlikely," he answered. "The weapons are blunted and softened. I will also be closely monitoring the fights and will intervene when necessary. However, accidents do happen, so treat this as if your life does depend on it." The tension in the group thickened, and even the cadets who had been snickering earlier now wore serious expressions. A few cadets in the group still fidgeted nervously, despite the instructor's attempts to reassure them. Gray couldn't fault them. The disparity in Kai levels could make all the difference in strength and agility. Even a softened weapon wielded by a more powerful opponent had the potential to be lethal. The instructor cleared his throat sharply, drawing everyone's attention. As you all know, the entry exam is a pivotal moment in determining your future at this academy. Those who excel will receive the academy's full support, resources, training, and opportunities to advance their skills. On the other hand, those who perform poorly will find themselves neglected and eventually expelled. It's harsh, but it's the way of life here. He surveyed the group briefly before continuing. "I'd ask if anyone has questions, but we're short on time, so let's get straight to it." With that, the plump instructor motioned for a few cadets standing too close to move aside. As they shuffled back, he reached into his pocket and produced a key. Walking up to the wall, he inserted it into an almost imperceptible slot. Only then did Gray notice the faint seams etched into the ground around them, subtle but deliberate, as if marking something hidden beneath the polished floor. Instructor Grej's voice remained calm and authoritative as he addressed the group. "As this is an exam and not a class, there will be no debriefings following your matches. You are welcome to speculate among yourselves if you wish." As he spoke, the wall behind him slid open with a quiet hum, revealing a neatly organized weapon rack stocked with blunted versions of various weapons. Simultaneously, the seams in the ground came alive, and transparent panes of glass-like material rose smoothly, forming an enclosed arena roughly 30 feet on each side. The walls stretched high above, their crystalline surface giving the space an imposing yet sterile atmosphere. "First up will be Cadet Janice Crescott against Cadet Twain Burr," the instructor announced, gesturing toward the rack. "Select your weapon of choice and enter the arena." The small-framed girl, Janice, who had earlier been flaunting her Kai, confidently strode to the rack and picked up a blunted spear. Her movements were deliberate, almost theatrical. In contrast, Twain, the scrawny teen who had nervously questioned the safety of the matches, approached the rack with noticeable hesitation. After some deliberation, he selected a short sword and a shield, gripping them tightly as though to quell his nerves. Both cadets stepped into the arena, the clear panes sliding shut behind them with a faint hiss. Instructor Grej moved to stand between them, his presence commanding. "Glancing blows will be ignored. I will determine if and when the match is to stop. Until then, Fight to your heart's content. His gaze swept over both cadets, lingering for a moment on each. Then, with a sharp wave of his hand, he barked, "Begin!" Twain jumped back as soon as the match began, his movements quick but unsteady. He assumed a defensive stance, raising his fiberglass shield protectively while keeping his blunted sword close to his body, the tip angled upward. Janice wasted no time. With a sharp lunge, she closed the distance between them, her spear striking Twain's shield with a dull thud. The sound echoed faintly within the glass-paneled arena, but the petite girl didn't pause. Her attacks were relentless, a rapid barrage of thrusts that forced Twain to retreat step by step. She moved with the speed and ferocity of a cornered animal, her strikes quick and unpredictable. However, her aggression lacked discipline. Each thrust was wild, leaving her open. Twain's furrowed brows betrayed his hesitation, but then his eyes flickered with a glimmer of recognition. He had spotted her weakness. Timing his next block with precision, Twain deflected the spear to the side, throwing Janice off balance. She staggered back, just a step, but that step was enough. Twain seized the opening, swinging his blunted sword in a clean arc. The blade struck her shoulder with a satisfying crack. Gray expected Janice to cry out or recoil from the impact, but instead, a faint shimmer of Kai enveloped her shoulder. The translucent barrier absorbed most of the blow, leaving her unharmed and still standing. She barely flinched, her eyes narrowing in renewed focus. With a smug grin plastered across her face, Janice swatted Twain's sword aside with her free hand, the clatter of metal on metal echoing sharply in the enclosed arena. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, slamming into him with the same shoulder that had just absorbed his strike. Twain stumbled back, his footing faltering under the sudden force. Capitalizing on his unsteadiness, Janice crouched low and swept her spear across Twain's legs. The scrawny teen toppled to the floor with a thud, his shield clattering beside him. Janice wasted no time. She raised her spear high, her intention to strike clear in her determined gaze. But before the blunted tip could descend toward Twain's face, Instructor Greg's hand shot out, gripping the weapon midair. "Match over." Both cadets returned to the group, Greg said unceremoniously, releasing the spear as if the heated exchange had been nothing more than a mild inconvenience. A moment of silence hung over the group as Twain, his face red with a mix of frustration and embarrassment, scrambled to his feet. Janice, her grin unwavering, tossed her spear onto the weapon rack before sauntering out of the arena. Greg barely glanced at them, already jotting notes onto his clipboard. He didn't bother to look up as he called out the next pairing. "Cadet Gray and Cadet Vlair of House Ambrose, select the weapon of your choice and enter the arena." Murmurs rippled through the group at the mention of Ambrose. The boy, Vlair, had the kind of chiseled, confident appearance that commanded attention. He was about the same age as Gray, with well-defined muscles that suggested years of training. He made his way over to Janice, his tone polite yet firm. "May I use the spear?" he asked, holding his hand out. Without hesitation, Janice, who had been fierce and untamed moments earlier, turned almost docile. She handed over the blunted spear with a casual flick of her wrist. "Sure," she replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Gray selected a sword, choosing one smaller and lighter than the one Twain had wielded earlier. He gripped it firmly, then stepped into the arena, ready for the next match. "That's it, Cadet Gray?" Vlair raised a brow, his voice laced with mild surprise. "The type of sword you chose is usually paired with a brace or another sword." Gray shrugged, his expression calm but unyielding. "I'm fine like this." Vlair merely shrugged in return, clearly unfazed by Gray's decision. "Suit yourself." Instructor Greg waved his clipboard in the air, signaling for the match to begin. Begin. Vlair immediately took a neutral stance with the spear, poised and ready. His form was fluid, practiced, and far more refined than Janice's earlier reckless approach. Despite Gray's unfamiliarity with spear techniques, he could instinctively sense the difference. Vlair was better trained, his posture reflecting his mastery of the weapon. Gray tightened his grip on his sword, keeping the blade low. His eyes locked onto Vlaire, who narrowed his gaze, a flicker of insult crossing his features. It was clear to him that Gray hadn't adopted the typical stance for a duel, and the hint of disdain in his expression grew. Vlaire made the first move, his spear a blur as it lunged toward Gray. The attack was fast, but Gray was already prepared. With the slightest tilt of his head, he dodged the thrust, his body moving almost instinctively. A quick swipe followed, but Gray ducked beneath it with practiced ease, narrowly avoiding the blade. The match continued at a swift pace, with Vlaire repeatedly attacking. Yet despite his speed and skill, he couldn't land a single blow. Gray knew that if Vlaire did manage to strike, it would likely be the end of the duel for him. But for now, he kept his focus, conserving his limited Kai for the right moment to strike back. Vlaire, on the other hand, seemed to be drawing on his Kai constantly. A consistent aura of energy enveloped both his body and his weapon, the spear glowing faintly with each movement. It was impressive, especially for their age, and showed just how much talent and effort he had put into his training. The previous cadets, Janice, Twain, had been able to use their Kai for defense, but none had demonstrated the same level of control over their weapon as Vlaire. His Kai was seamlessly integrated into his spear, extending its reach and enhancing its power. Despite his impressive Kai control, Vlaire's attacks were slow to Gray. His spear whistled past Gray's cheek with precision, but Gray barely flinched. The technique Vlaire used bent and curved his spear in intricate ways, offering a wider range of attacks, but Gray had already begun to read his movements. There was a fluidity to the fight that made it feel like a dance, but one in which Gray had a slight edge. Vlaire's strikes were sharp and controlled, but they lacked the raw intensity that Gray had encountered from the attackers who had tried to kidnap Cecilia. There was no wild desperation in Vlaire's movements, no aggressive hunger in his eyes. It was as if he was simply following the motions of a practiced routine. Skilled, yes, but not quite the kind of dangerous force Gray had come to recognize. Over the years, Gray had become more accustomed to the sensation of his body moving in perfect sync with his thoughts, but it still felt strange. It was as if his movements were instinctual, guided by something deeper than mere muscle memory. He was grateful for this ability, though, as it helped to balance out the disparity in their Kai pools, his own being notably shallow compared to Vlaire's. Vlaire, undeterred, continued his assault with precision. At first, his attacks were sharp, almost mechanical in their efficiency. But as the match wore on, a flicker of emotion began to seep through his technique. Frustration and impatience clouded his focus, dulling his strikes and making him more predictable. Gray recognized the change instantly and seized the opportunity. Strengthening the ball of his foot with Kai, he deftly redirected Vlaire's spear upward, exposing the young cadet's ribs on the right side. Without hesitation, Gray darted forward. His sword swung through the air, the motion smooth and fluid, landing a clean strike just below Vlaire's armpit. The blow was precise, but the impact didn't feel as satisfying as he had hoped. A rich layer of Kai, like a protective shield, absorbed most of the strike, softening the blow. Instructor Gredge's voice cut through the tension. "Enough. Match over." Vlaire, clearly irked, shot a glare at the instructor. "What? That barely tickled. I can still fight." Instructor Gredge's expression remained stoic, though there was a slight edge to his voice. "There is no victory in these matches, Cadet Ambrose. I've seen enough from both of you, which is why I'm concluding this match." He spoke with a tone of finality, his patience clearly worn thin. Vlaire shot a glance at Gray, his eyes narrowing. "I disagree that you've seen enough. The kid just landed a lucky blow." Instructor Gredge, unmoved by Vlaire's protest, shook his head. "The lucky blow came after you failed to land a single strike for exactly 1 minute and 8 seconds. Now, before I dock you any more points, please make your way out of the arena so the other cadets can have their turn." Vlaire's gaze was a mixture of resentment and anger as he glared at both Gray and Instructor Gredge. With a snarl, he tossed his spear to the ground before walking out of the arena, his footsteps heavy with frustration. The remaining exams proceeded quickly, with the other cadets taking their turns in swift succession. The brief lull between matches allowed Gray and the others to rest and grab a meal while the results board was being updated. As Gray took a seat at a table, a familiar voice broke through the din of chatter. "Is this seat taken?" "Of course it isn't," Nico said, answering his own question as he nudged Gray with his elbow before sitting down across from him. Nico was carrying a tray with the same meal Gray had received, and he dug in with enthusiasm. Cecilia followed close behind, giving Gray a warm smile as she sat down next to Nico, her presence offering a sense of comfort amidst the tension of the exam. Gray ignored Nico's teasing, swallowing a mouthful of steamed vegetables before asking, "How did your tests go? Did the amulet work?" Cecilia held up her right hand, displaying the small coin-sized pin in the center of her palm. It worked like a charm. Judging by the tester's reaction, I was probably somewhere between average and not significantly above average. Nico chuckled and pointed his fork at Gray. "I should have named it the not significantly above average Chi displayer. I told you it'd work." Gray respected Nico's resilience and adaptability. Despite the impact of Headmaster Wilbeck's death, Nico hadn't let it weigh him down for long. Instead, he bounced back and kept pushing them, especially Gray, to keep working toward their shared goal. Gray knew that Nico often used humor to mask his emotions, but it was a trait he appreciated. His wit was a welcome relief in the midst of their challenges. "I'm glad it did," Gray said with a nod. "Although I still think it would have been best if you two had gone to a regular school. It's not too late, I think." "And I told you that we're sticking together," Nico cut in, his eyes flickering with intensity for a brief moment before he relaxed again. "Besides, this place has a research facility and several workshops available to the engineering department students." "Nico's right," Cecilia chimed in, fiddling with her food but barely eating any of it. "We all have things we can learn by being here." Gray sighed, conceding the point but still not fully convinced. "Fine, but we have to be careful." He lowered his voice and leaned in closer to his friends. "We don't know exactly what group or organization was after Cecilia." "You're worrying too much," Nico said dismissively, waving off the concern. "The new Chi restrainer I built should last long enough for me to scrounge around for a few parts here and make a more stable one." They continued talking, but their eyes frequently drifted toward the large clock hanging above the kitchen. It wasn't just them. Everyone seemed to be anxiously waiting for the upcoming announcement. Nico pushed his tray away, clearly done with the meal. "Well, I can't eat any more of this rat turd. Want to head to the board now?" "Sure," Gray replied. "We might be able to get a better spot." The trio left the hall and stepped back outside. The sun was bright overhead, but surrounded by the cold, utilitarian architecture and the artificial greenery of the academy, the atmosphere felt stifling. As they walked, Gray glanced over at Nico. "Are the engineering cadets separated into divisions as well?" Nico swayed his head side to side, considering the question. "Yes and no. We, the more intellectual cadets, still have to use Chi to create tools and gadgets, so they give priority to those who have a large Chi pool, but it's not as heavily weighted as for you martial cadets. I'll either be placed in First Division, which is the fast track, or Second Division." Cecilia sighed, glancing at him with a hint of frustration. "I wish it was that simple for us. Why do martial cadets have divisions that go all the way down to 5? Nico shrugged casually. "The way of life. Anyway, I hope you two get into the same division, if not the same class. That way, Gray, you can mess up any boy who comes too close to Cecilia." Gray couldn't help but smile at Nico's remark, though it was tinged with a bittersweet undertone. Nico had said it lightly, but Gray could sense the subtle embarrassment in his friend's voice. Despite all the years they'd known each other, Nico still hadn't said anything about his feelings for Cecilia. The unspoken words hung in the air, and Gray knew it wasn't something that would be addressed anytime soon. By the time they arrived at the large courtyard where the results board would be updated, a massive crowd of cadets had already gathered, all trying to inch as close to the board as possible. "Looks like everyone here had the same idea we did," Cecilia muttered under her breath, eyeing the sea of cadets. "No choice but to plow through," Nico said with a grin, giving Gray a light push. "Lead the way, cadet." After several minutes of squeezing through the tightly packed mass, they finally made it close enough to the board that they could start reading the large words being loaded up onto the screen. Just as they reached the front, Cecilia suddenly noticed Nico's face. "Nico, your bottom lip is bleeding. Did you get hit?" Nico dramatically shook his head. "Alas, I did not come out unscathed. I took a stray elbow to my face in order to protect you." Gray rolled his eyes, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Nico chews his lip when he's nervous, frustrated, concentrating, or all of the above. He probably bit down too hard. Nico clicked his tongue in mock annoyance. "Smart ass." Just then, the screen flickered and lit up, displaying rows of names and numbers. The cadets behind them pushed forward, eager to see their own results, all trying to get as close as possible to find their names. Nico's name appeared first, clearly placed in Division 1, Class 1, the highest tier. Next, Vlaire Ambrose's name flashed up. He was in Division 1, Class 5 of the Martial Cadet list, meaning he had barely made it into the first division. Cecilia's name soon appeared, and the squeal of delight she suppressed told Gray that she had found hers as well. Gray's gaze shifted lower, his stomach tightening with each passing second as he searched for his own name. The names lower on the list belonged to those in lower divisions and classes, and as his eyes scanned, his heart sank further. Cecilia had been placed in Division 2, Class 4, fairly high up the list, but Gray's name took longer to appear. When it did, the reality hit him harder than expected. "Gray, Division 4, Class 1, he mumbled under his breath, repeating it to himself in disbelief. "What were you dreaming about?" a familiar coarse voice asked, startling Art awake. His eyes shot open to see Virion, his face just a foot away from his own, wrinkled with a wide grin. "Gah!" Art yelped, bolting up and nearly colliding heads with the old man. From the side, he could hear Emily and his sister giggling. Even Boo and Sylvie huffed in amusement. "Damn it, Virion. Your face is terrifying," Art said, gathering his wits. "You were smiling so widely that I just had to wake you up and find out what it was you were dreaming about," the old elf snickered. "Was it perhaps one of those dreams?" he continued, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. "Are you sure you're fit to lead this continent's army?" Art groaned, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. The commander, sitting casually on the ground next to him, his back against the cold metal wall of the training room, simply shrugged. "I'm pretty sure smiling lewdly while sleeping in a public setting isn't very fitting for a lance either." "It wasn't a lewd smile," Art protested. "It was kind of creepy," Ellie chimed in. "It was just a dream about when I was younger. You know, when times were simpler," he shot back. "It wasn't a lie, just not the entire truth." Ellie exchanged glances with Art's bond and shrugged. "Was it another dream of your former life?" Sylvie probed, concern in her voice. Art tried to comfort her. "I wouldn't worry too much about it, Sylv." Turning his gaze away from his vulpine bond, he watched as Cathal and the three elders finished warming up. Only a day had passed since the first training session, but the fact that he couldn't get any sleep due to his futile attempts to extract mana from Uto's horns, without the achlorit in his right hand absorbing it first, made it feel like a week had gone by. The last thing Art remembered was coming into the training room and seeing his sister and Boo with Virion. While Emily and Alanis prepared the training equipment she had made for Cathal and the elders, Art had sat down and talked with the commander. He'd asked him about his personal training assistant, how he ever found someone like her, and why he'd never bothered to mention her to him. Virion had explained that he first met Alanis while visiting a unit stationed near the southern border of Elenoir, where the Elshire forest ended. He had stumbled upon her in one of the medics' tents, where she was helping a soldier who had been ambushed by the corrupted beasts. Though she was only a nurse there, Virion had seen the true value of her deviant magic and brought her to the castle. While Art was training in Ephiotis, Virion had made all the lances undergo evaluation with Alanis so they could improve their mana flow where it was the weakest or slowest. Virion had also been explaining to Art that corrupted beasts were what the soldiers dubbed the mana beasts infected by the Vritra. And the next thing Art knew, he was waking up to the sight of the old man's face hovering over his, trying to shake off the lingering weariness. As Art finished putting on the new equipment, his training assistant approached him, her eyes glued to her notebook. "General Arthur, I have finished compiling the training schedule for the next 7 weeks, focusing on improving your mana flow times during body augmentation and spell casting of your lesser elements," she said, raising her gaze to him while handing over her notebook. Art gave it a cursory glance. "The first 2 weeks will be one-on-one training. That probably isn't the best use of time considering I only have 2 months, right?" "I agree." Alanis nodded, taking back her notebook. "However, your goal in all this, General Arthur, by immersing yourself in combat scenarios involving all of the elements, was to acquire the knowledge of which elements can be best utilized, depending on the situation, in order to apply that in later battles, correct?" Her thought process was a lot more technical, but she had the gist of it. "Correct. While it's commendable that you're willing to become a training dummy in order to achieve this goal, it's impractical for one main reason." Her statement piqued Art's curiosity. "Go on." "After your assessment with all 4 trainers, I believe that the main reason for your, forgive my bluntness, problem stems from how solidified your fighting style is already," Alanis answered. "It is my understanding that you have previously tried to train your lesser elements by forcibly inhibiting your strongest elements, correct?" Art nodded in agreement. "That's right. Yet, even after doing so, once you allowed yourself to go back to your more comfortable elements, your fighting style reverted to what I perceive as close combat, with elemental integration in your attacks." "That sounds about right," Art said, thinking about what his core fighting style was. Many of his abilities had improved since his time as Grey, but his core style, using the sword and body, remained the same, albeit improved after his training with the Asura Cordry. In order to accustom your body to modes of fighting outside of your usual methods, a slow transition is required, along with another important component, unpredictability. Alanis's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and Art could tell that she was almost as passionate about training regimens as Emily was about artificing. "General Arthur, you will start off with one-on-one sparring against the 4 training partners here today," she explained, her tone serious. "They will trade places at random intervals, so you will not have the chance to acclimate. In addition, in each session, you will be forbidden to use one element." Art glanced at her notes and raised an eyebrow. "And which element is that?" The normally impassive elf gave the faintest glimmer of a smile. "That will be chosen and switched at random, General Arthur. Unpredictability, remember?" "It seems my original idea of brainlessly sparring 4 against 1 has become much more convoluted," Art murmured under his breath. "The training regimens she made for the other lances were just as complicated," Virion remarked, standing up. After dusting off his robe, Virion headed for the door. "I'll be by later to see how things progress. Alanis, don't break Arthur. I still need him." Alanis nodded sternly, as though she had seriously considered the possibility. With that, the old elf bid them farewell. Cathalin and the elders, who had just finished warming up, showed their respects as the commander left. "The equipment is all ready to go," Emily exclaimed as soon as the door closed behind Virion. Art glanced around the training room, spotting Cathalin blotting her forehead with a handkerchief and Hester straightening out the creases in her tight-fitting robe. "So who am I going up against for—" The ground beneath his feet suddenly shot up like a spring, ejecting him into the air. Startled for just a split second, he quickly realized it was Bun's doing. Less than a day since he'd met the bearded ball of muscle, and already the dwarf was becoming predictable. Art was launched about 20 feet into the air. As he twisted himself to face Bund, he saw the old dwarf waiting for him with an eager smile, his bulging arms stretched out wide as if expecting a hug. A smile crept across Art's face as he siphoned mana into his hand. "At least I won't be bored," he muttered under his breath. "Switch!" Alanis called out, just as Art's wind-infused fist was about to connect with Camus' chest. He muttered a string of curses, halting his strike mid-motion. How is it that, over the past few days, these matches always seem to stop at the most inconvenient times? She has to be doing this on purpose. As if reading his thoughts, Alanis announced in her usual even tone. "Exactly 20 minutes have passed. Elder Camus will be switched for Elder Hester. General Arthur, please restrict your water magic." Art wiped away the sweat pouring down his face, trying to catch his breath before his next opponent arrived. Losing access to water magic also meant ice was off limits. How frustratingly convenient for Hester, who would have been at a disadvantage against those two elements. Hester approached until she was about a dozen feet away, her expression calm as she tied her long gray hair back into a bun. With practiced ease, she assumed a dueling stance. As a silver core mage, her strength lay in conjuring, but she could easily augment her body when necessary. The choice of a conjuring ring over a traditional staff or wand, along with her tight-fitting attire, indicated a preference for both long-range and close-quarters flexibility. "Begin," Alanis announced, her voice amplified by the artifact she spoke into. Hester snapped her fingers, a spark of blue fire igniting between her middle finger and thumb. A distraction. Without using Realm Heart, Art couldn't see the fluctuations in mana, but he could feel them. His body, enhanced through assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will, seemed to instinctively sense danger. He propelled himself back just in time. A burst of fire detonated where he had stood moments before. The explosion sent up a thick cloud of smoke, shrouding Hester from view. She doesn't expect to hit me with that. She wants me to lose sight of her. Wasting no time, Art swung his arms, manipulating the dust-filled air between them. The suspended rock and sand held for a brief second before surging forward, erupting into a shockwave of debris. As predicted, Hester's form emerged from the smoke, her figure partially obscured by a conjured panel of fire. She had used it as a shield, but now it was Art's turn to strike. Pouring mana into his legs, he surged forward in a blur, blue fire gathering in his fists. His flames crackled with intensity as he aimed a decisive blow at the panel, expecting to overpower her spell. The barrier disintegrated upon impact, but Hester was no longer behind it. A sharp, primal instinct flared in his mind, warning him of danger. This time, the threat came from below. Before he could react, blue fire swirled at his feet and erupted into a pillar of flames. For a brief moment, his entire vision was consumed by searing blue light as a wave of blistering heat crashed over him. His aura held the attack at bay just long enough for him to seize control of the flames, manipulating them away from his body before they could trigger the defensive artifact in his armor. If that happened, it would be an instant loss. The moment he managed to dispel Hester's flames and shatter the column of fire, his eyes widened. Surrounding him were a dozen or so massive spheres of fire, each at least 6 feet high, their molten surfaces swirling and pulsing like miniature suns. He couldn't sense Hester anywhere, but given the size of each fiery orb, he knew she had to be inside one of them, waiting. If Hester's goal was to frustrate him with endless distractions, she was succeeding. Art stomped the ground, channeling mana into the earth. Jagged spikes of stone erupted upward, shooting toward the orbs of fire. Only half of them found their mark. Note to self, practice aiming with earth magic. The successful strikes pierced through the flaming spheres, causing them to flicker and disperse. But the victory was short-lived. New spheres formed in their place almost instantly, pulsing with renewed intensity. Before he could attack again, the orbs flashed brightly, signaling their next assault. Each one attacked differently. One sent a rapid barrage of fire bullets whistling through the air, while another spun violently, releasing arcs of burning crescents that slashed toward him. Forced onto the defensive, Art slammed his foot down, raising a stone wall to absorb the bullets. At the same time, he conjured a blade of wind and sliced through an incoming crescent of flame, detonating it before it could reach him. His mind worked furiously. He couldn't stay on the defensive forever, but blindly attacking each sphere would be a waste of time and mana. Somewhere within this inferno, Hester was watching, waiting. But which sphere was she hiding in? The urge to activate Realm Heart gnawed at the edges of Art's mind. It would be so easy, one surge of draconic perception, and he'd pinpoint Hester's location in an instant. But that would be a crutch, a waste of mana. Think, Arthur, if I were Hester, how would I fight me? The answer came quickly. She was trying to get under his skin, forcing him into frustration so he'd slip up. Fine, two could play that game. With an exasperated roar, Art lashed out wildly, sending shockwaves of wind and bursts of fire careening toward the flaming spheres. Just as expected, the ones he destroyed reformed, but he didn't stop his seemingly reckless barrage. Electricity crackled along his limbs as he surged forward, weaving between the spheres and striking them down one by one. Yet, for each one that vanished, two more took its place. Soon, more than 30 orbs of fire hovered around him, shifting and pulsing with growing intensity. Her mana pool is ridiculous. The spheres began to undulate, glowing brighter. Art braced himself for an explosion, but instead, each one unleashed a concentrated beam of fire. Is this the final attack? He wondered, watching as the spheres shrank, their mana depleting with each burning blast. He let his eyes widen, feigning shock. He forced his stance to stiffen as if frozen in panic. And then, just as the beams were about to reach him, he struck. Siphoning a vast amount of mana from his core, Art wreathed his entire body in a suit of fire. The technique required absolute control. Any miscalculation, and he would burn himself alive. But if he timed it just right, blending his flames with Hester's final attack, it would appear as though he had been completely engulfed. Even with layers of pure mana and fire mana shielding him, the heat licked at his skin, singeing the hairs on his arms. A fleeting worry crossed his mind. Am I about to come out of this bald? But his aura held, keeping him mostly intact. Over the deafening roar of the flames, he caught the unmistakable sound of Ellie's horrified cry. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to ignore it. Hester was too disciplined to drop her guard so easily. He had to see this through. The next step was the hardest. A multi-elemental mage didn't just need to know when to use each element. They had to know how to weave them together. Maintaining the searing inferno around his body, Art split his focus, reaching out to the ground beneath him. His flames wavered, his control threatened by the divided attention. He gritted his teeth, steadying himself. Almost there. The heat grew unbearable as he manipulated the earth below, carving a pit just large enough to fit inside. Through the shifting veil of fire, he caught a flicker of movement, Hester's silhouette, visible at last. Now! Art collapsed his protective flames just as he dropped into the earth, sealing the ground above him in an instant. Darkness enveloped him as the battlefield above rumbled with the force of Hester's next attack. Art didn't waste a second. Pressing his hands against the compact earth, he activated his seismic perception spell, sending subtle pulses through the ground to map out his surroundings. A familiar ripple pulsed back toward him. Another perception spell, but far stronger. Hester's looking for me. No time to hesitate. Art shaped the earth around his body, moving through it with slow, deliberate control. Masters like Bund could maneuver underground as effortlessly as if they were swimming, but Art wasn't at that level. Doesn't matter, he thought. She won't see this coming. 2 seconds. That was all he needed. Mana surged to his right fist, coiling around his arm in crackling streams of energy as he readied his final strike. With a sharp inhale, he released his hold on the earth above him, launching himself upward in a sudden eruption of dirt and dust. He propelled even higher, wind mana bursting beneath his feet to send him soaring into the air. Black lightning coiled around Art's right arm like a living serpent, writhing with anticipation. Below him, Hester stood firm, her arms engulfed in fire that had been forged into sleek, blade-like extensions. Thin tendrils of electricity flickered around them, her true finishing move. She whipped around just as Art descended, but it was too late. She was out in the open, away from the deceptive safety of her fire globes. Now we're playing to my strength. Her lips moved. Whether she was cursing or invoking a spell, he couldn't tell. But her burning blades rose, ready to intercept. Art struck first. The black lightning surged from his arm, the volatile charge unraveling in a vicious arc toward his opponent. The moment their spells collided, the battlefield was consumed in a storm of fire and electricity. The impact birthed a sphere of searing energy, its brightness devouring the shadows around them. The orb expanded, pulsing with violent power, until it finally erupted, exploding with both of them at its center. The explosion obscured Catherine's view of Arthur and Hester. Her gaze flickered to Arthur's little sister, ready to conjure a barrier in case the shockwave reached them. However, her bond had already reacted, pulling her close and positioning its body to shield her from any remnants of the blast caused by the colliding spells. In her concern for Arthur's sister, Catherine momentarily forgot to protect herself from the shockwave. She braced for impact, attempting to raise a wall of ice in time, but before she could finish her spell, the ground beneath her suddenly gave way. Instead of being struck, she found herself sinking a few feet below the surface, the tremor of the detonation passing harmlessly above. As the explosion subsided, the earth beneath her shifted once more, raising her back to ground level until she came face to face with Elder Bundamog. "Careful, princess," he said with a wide grin, before turning his attention back toward the origin of the blast. The dust and debris in the air began to settle, revealing the figures of Arthur and Hester standing amidst the aftermath. Though disheveled, Arthur remained standing. Hester, however, had fallen back, a soft pink glow enveloping her, clear evidence that her defensive artifact had been triggered. Elder Bundamog clasped his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Ha ha! Brilliant!" "The artifact worked seamlessly," Emily Watskin exclaimed from the side, though her enthusiasm was clearly for a different reason. Arthur's little sister, dusting off her clothes, muttered dryly, "It's worrying that you're this surprised about the functionality of the device meant to keep my brother from dying." "I wasn't surprised," Emily shot back, puffing her cheeks indignantly. "Just happy that there were no unexpected complications." Arthur's sister cast one last doubtful glance at the artificer before turning her focus to her bond. Meanwhile, Elder Camus spoke up, his voice calm but curious. "What were General Arthur's mana flow readings during that battle?" He directed the question at Miss Alanis, his gaze sharp with interest. Catherine listened intently. She, too, was curious to hear just how much Arthur had improved over the past few days. Miss Alanis's eyes shimmered with a spectrum of colors as she processed Arthur's internal data. After a moment, her irises returned to their usual hue. General Arthur's mana flow for spellcasting Earth and Wind has increased by 4% and 2%, respectively. Elder Bundamog furrowed his brows in confusion. And that's a good thing? The rate of General Arthur's growth is impressive, to say the least, Miss Alanis replied, her tone calm, yet filled with respect. It has been less than a week, yet the improvement he has made with his peripheral elements is remarkable. She then jotted down her latest findings in her journal. Just as Catherine was about to respond, a familiar voice cut through the air behind them. I think you'd be more helpful in the war if you led a larger group of soldiers, rather than trying to push that old body of yours. Catherine's eyes widened as she recognized the voice. Turning, she saw Commander Virion, flanked by General Baron and Master Vere. Without hesitation, Catherine lowered her head in respect. Commander Virion waved off the formality with a chuckle. No need for such formalities. I'm just here to check up on my youngest general. His expression grew more serious. Actually, let me apologize in advance. Catherine raised her head tentatively, her gaze meeting Master Vere's. Her ice magic teacher regarded her with a steady, intense look, before shifting her focus to the aftermath of Hester and Arthur's mock battle. That sort of passive aggressiveness is beneath you, Virion. I mean, Commander, Elder Camus remarked, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Commander Virion chuckled, clearly unfazed by the light jab. Part of my job is making sure my strongest assets are as effective as they can be. He smiled amiably as he squeezed Elder Camus' shoulder. Elder Bundamog, still brimming with energy from the earlier events, raised an eyebrow. What are you apologizing for? He asked, his voice tinged with impatience. Don't tell me you're going to cut our play, training time short. I was just about to go next. Actually, Princess Catherine was scheduled to go next, Miss Emeria corrected. Master Varai approached Catherine with casual ease, her movements graceful as she gently plucked a stray piece of debris from Catherine's hair. It's been a while, Catherine. You've gotten stronger. Blushing, Catherine quickly combed her fingers through her hair, trying to tidy her appearance. Thank you, Master. I've been growing in strength while training alongside the elders and General Arthur. Master Vere nodded in acknowledgement before her gaze shifted behind Catherine. Turning around, Catherine saw Arthur pulling Hester back up onto her feet. She could see his lips moving, but the words were lost to the distance. I just arrived from a mission and have some rare free time, Master Vere continued, unfastening the fur-lined cloak from her shoulders. The cloak dropped to the ground, revealing her signature battle attire. A minimal navy armor adorned with gold accents, a set that seemed like it could have been a gift from the Asuras themselves when she wore it. Catherine stepped aside, already knowing what was coming. She let Master Vere pass without hesitation. At least the show's going to be entertaining, Elder Bundamog grumbled, summoning a stone chair and sitting down with a huff. General Vere, I'm not sure the artifact has enough fuel to withstand a duel of this caliber, Emily said, raising a shaky hand as concern laced her voice. Without missing a beat, Master Vere locked eyes with Arthur. Even in his disheveled, worn-out state, his eyes still gleamed, and a smile curved his lips. Baron, help Miss Watskin fuel up her artifact for my little skirmish against our newest lance, she said, her voice steady and filled with quiet authority. Catherine watched intently as Arthur and her master stood facing one another, separated by only a dozen feet. Their opposing presences clashed invisibly, flooding the training room with a suffocating intensity. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, charged with mana and anticipation. Then, from behind them, Miss Watskin's strained voice broke the silence. The barrier is ready, I think. Though barely more than a whisper, her words reached both combatants. As if on cue, their auras ignited. Arthur's a wild kaleidoscope of elemental hues, a vivid testament to his multiple affinities, while Master Varai's mana condensed into a singular, elegant force, a shimmering veil of bluish silver that cloaked her like a second skin. The entire room had gone still. Commander Virion stood quietly beside the elders, his usual sharp wit tempered by focus. Even General Baron, stern and unflinching, watched with bated breath. No one dared to speak or move. Catheln could sympathize. She stood as close to the match as she dared, drawn in by the raw, electric tension and unwilling to miss even a single moment. Just the sight of them was awe-inspiring. Catheln felt a quiet swell of pride watching her master command the space around her, a presence that stood tall even among the most revered mages in the room. No matter how many times she sparred with Arthur herself, she knew deep down that a single session with Master Varai would prove far more valuable to his growth. Without warning, Master Varai's body flickered and vanished. Arthur moved the instant she reappeared, his form flashing out of reach as her frozen lance stabbed into the floor. Ice spiderwebbed outward from the point of impact, racing across the stone tiles. Perhaps seeking to challenge her with his own affinity, Arthur countered with a burst of frost. The shockwave roared toward her, but with a graceful flick of her wrist, Master Varai redirected the magic, bending his ice into her own flow. The swirling mist gathered and solidified into a dozen razor-sharp spears, hovering around her like stars in orbit. With a clench of her fist, the spears launched forward, each one honed to strike with unerring precision. Yet even as they sliced through the air, Arthur's form twisted and blurred, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. It was a dance of reflex and instinct, his body slipping between blades with uncanny finesse. Catheln had heard rumors that Arthur could move even faster, but that his body often couldn't withstand the strain. A sharp click of the tongue snapped her focus. She glanced sideways and saw Elder Bund scowling, arms crossed and brow furrowed. "I see the young general was holding back on us," he muttered, clearly unimpressed by being left out. "Arthur has a tendency to hold back with anyone he even suspects is weaker than him. Against Vere, he can go at full strength," Commander Virion remarked, arms folded across his chest as he observed the clash. "Why isn't he using that form of his? Realm Heart, I think he called it," Hester asked, still catching her breath from her earlier match with Arthur. Her tone carried a mix of frustration and awe. "I think it's so he can enjoy the fight longer," came a softer, more thoughtful voice. Arthur's little sister sat calmly atop her bond, her posture relaxed, but her eyes transfixed on the battle. There was a gleam of quiet reverence in her expression, the same focused intensity Catheln often saw in Arthur himself. Their resemblance in that moment was uncanny. A thunderous crash snapped everyone's attention back to the fight. The once simple dirt field had transformed into a frozen battlefield, the air heavy with frost and mana. Master Varai stood at the center of the storm, having just blocked one of Arthur's attacks. With a sweep of her arm, she called to the snow around her, commanding it like a seasoned conductor. A massive spiral of frost twisted into the shape of a dragon, elegant and terrifying. It coiled around her in a display of pure elemental mastery, its body composed of glistening snow and its fangs and claws of jagged, razor-sharp ice. Elder Bund let out a low whistle. "Now that's a spell," he said, eyes gleaming with excitement. The ice dragon roared, its maw opening wide as it set its sights on Arthur. In answer, blue fire erupted around Arthur's arms, searing away the snow beneath his feet in a wide radius. He stood ready, his gaze unwavering as the frosted beast loomed above him. "Smart move, giving up on playing to her strengths," Hester praised, her voice carrying just enough pride to cut through the tension. Catheln watched as Arthur adjusted his stance, crouching low as his back legs dug into the ground. Her breath caught the moment the blue flames wrapped tightly around his arms, coiling like serpents ready to strike. Then, with a roar of heat and pressure, the fire converged and exploded outward in a devastating blast, aimed straight at the frost dragon. The clash was instant, Arthur's flames meeting Varay's icy magic in a cataclysm of steam and raw force. A booming shockwave followed, engulfing the arena in a sphere of blinding light, searing mist and flying debris. "Careful!" Elder Camus grunted, quickly raising a wind barrier around the spectators. Kathleen braced herself instinctively as the tremor hit, the ground beneath her quaking. Cracks spiderwebbed through the stone floor, while chunks of rock and ice slammed against the protective spell shielding them. Even through the barrier, she could feel the rumble in her bones. As the haze of steam and dust began to fade, Kathleen squinted through the thinning veil. Two figures emerged, suspended midair. Master Veray hovered effortlessly, her arms outstretched as a formation of frosty spheres spun around her like tiny moons. Arthur was descending, slower, using wind magic to control his fall, though not with the same grace. Then, with a swift motion, he sent a volley of wind blades slicing toward Veray. Kathleen narrowed her eyes, watching closely, but before the sharp crescents could make contact, they staggered mid-flight, veering off course as if confused by the air itself. "Air pressure drops when the air cools," Arthur muttered, his voice carrying enough for them to hear. He exhaled sharply. "Don't I feel stupid for that last attack?" "Admitting your shortcomings is a step forward," Master Veray acknowledged, the faintest smile tugging at the corners of her lips. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the frost spheres launched, not at Arthur directly, but around him, strategic in their trajectory. Arthur reacted instantly. As if sensing the danger in their paths, he enveloped himself in a whirlwind of blue fire, the flames licking outward with increasing intensity. "He's utilizing both fire and wind to amplify the power of his spell," Hester observed, her tone analytical. Just as the frost spheres neared detonation, Arthur struck. His fiery tempest erupted outward in a torrent of blue flames, devouring Veray's spell in a blaze of raw heat. The flames didn't fade. Instead, they twisted in a focused spiral, forming a vortex that masked Arthur's form. For a moment, it seemed the fire would burn itself out, but Kathleen noticed something different. The embers weren't dispersing, they were converging. Then she saw it. A massive spear emerged from the center of the storm, its shaft glowing with lightning, its head wreathed in blue fire. The spear pulsed with dangerous energy, as though barely contained. "Not bad," General Baron remarked, eyes fixed on the terrifying weapon in Arthur's hands. "It would have been good if he could manipulate metal for the base of his attack," Elder Bund added with a thoughtful grunt. As Arthur gradually descended through the air, he hurled his spell with precision. The moment the spear of fire and lightning left his hands, a gust of wind spiraled around both him and the weapon. The added propulsion sent the spear tearing through the sky, its speed surging dramatically from the late infusion of wind magic. Elder Camus gave a small nod of approval. "Using wind as a supportive spell," he noted. Master Veray, clearly aware of the spell's potency, wasted no time. Layers of ice sprang up before her, each one denser than the last, forming a shimmering wall of defense. But Arthur had anticipated this. The fire encasing the lightning spear burned hotter than normal flame, and as the weapon struck, it melted through each of Veray's barriers in quick succession, carving a path straight toward her. Around Kathleen, tension crackled like static. The spectators leaned forward, eyes wide with anticipation, unsure if Veray's defenses would hold. But she knew better. While part of her wanted to cheer Arthur on, Kathleen couldn't ignore the truth. He wasn't the only one holding back. The elemental spear detonated the moment it collided with Master Veray, sending her flying back through the air. Her form was engulfed in a swirl of fire and lightning, crackling with raw energy. Arthur landed heavily on the ground, his body slumping forward as he gasped for breath, the exertion clearly taking its toll. "So she used that form," General Baron remarked, his eyes wide with appreciation. Arthur's sister and the others, who had no idea what he meant, exchanged puzzled glances. Kathleen, however, wasn't confused. She had been expecting this moment. She had learned that form from Master Veray herself. "I suggest you take it up a step as well, General Arthur." Master Veray's voice rang out, and her form slowly became visible again. She stood before them, transformed. The ice ninja form Arthur had once described was now elevated several stages. Master Varay's body was completely encased in frost, as though she herself were a living sculpture carved from ice. Her hair, now a mass of crystalline threads, shimmered in the light, and her eyes glowed with an eerie, bright blue hue. Arthur, his expression one of quiet admiration, regarded her for a moment. Then, with a playful tone, he spoke. "I suppose it's time to bring this to a close." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The simple action seemed to shift the very atmosphere in the room. While Master Varay's presence was imposing, Arthur's was something else. The space around him seemed to distort, the air itself trembling with the force of his being. Kathleen had seen this form before, but it never failed to send shivers down her spine. Arthur opened his eyes, and the change was immediate. His irises shimmered a striking lavender, and his long auburn hair had turned a radiant white. But it wasn't just his appearance that had transformed. He was muttering something under his breath, and as he did, a surge of black lightning crackled around him, enveloping his body in an ominous energy. Oh my," Miss Watskin murmured, her voice thick with awe and unease. "General Baron, would you mind charging more of your mana into the artifact?" "Good idea," Hester agreed, her voice sharp with focus. "We'll help out as well. Bund, you should make a bunker around us." With a rumble, the earth beneath them shifted, sinking several feet. The ground seemed to buckle as they were forced to stand in order to get a clear view of the confrontation. In the distance, two figures loomed, one like a translucent statue sculpted by the hands of a master, and the other like a mighty deity taking human form. "So, do you think you can beat Arthur in a fight?" Commander Virian asked casually, his voice laced with a mix of curiosity and challenge. General Baron remained silent, his eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the battle unfolding before them. With a steady hand, he infused more mana into the crystal on Emily's panel, his stern gaze never leaving Master Varay or Arthur. Kathleen shifted her attention back to the two combatants, her heartbeat quickening. Just as her focus sharpened, she heard a series of pops in the air between Arthur and Master Varay, a sound that signaled the tension in the space between them was reaching its peak. "What's happening?" Arthur's sister asked, squinting her eyes in confusion. Kathleen wasn't sure either. Her thoughts were racing, trying to piece together what was unfolding. "General Arthur is spellcasting, but for some reason it's not visible," Miss Emeria explained, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "The boy is countering Varay's spells before they even manifest," General Baron responded, his teeth gritted in frustration. "How is that possible?" Hester asked, her tone filled with disbelief. "It has something to do with that form," Commander Virian replied, his sharp gaze fixed on the battlefield. His eyes were wide in amazement, as if witnessing something beyond his expectations. Kathleen's mind sharpened as she watched the exchange, and it suddenly clicked. The pop sounds she had been hearing were the collisions of mana, Arthur's and Varay's, interacting and canceling each other out in the air. Arthur's form blurred and vanished, only to reappear behind Master Varay, his leg raised high in the air. He struck with lightning speed, and a shockwave of mana and electricity rippled outward. But before it could reach her, she unleashed a blast of icy frost to meet the attack. Master Varay swung her arm in response, her movements precise and calculated. Arthur parried with his hand, but the force of the blow sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering it beneath them. Now, they were engaged in close combat. Each time Master Varay tried to conjure a spell, it dissolved instantly in the air, countered by the sheer speed and force of their melee clash. Still, she seemed to hold her own against him. In both hands, Master Varay had formed crystalline swords of ice, sharp and gleaming. Arthur wielded a similar weapon, though his sword was thinner, lighter. Their swords clashed with each block, each strike, each parry. Ice chipped away in sparkling fragments, glittering like shards of glass in the reflection of the room's lights. Despite both weapons being crafted from ice, only Arthur's sword seemed to break apart. Master Varai's remained strong, unyielding. Yet, even with this disadvantage, Kathleen could see that Arthur had the upper hand in close combat. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, a masterful blend of strikes that flowed seamlessly into one another. Each slash and stab connected, transitioning into the next with an almost rhythmic precision. And every time his ice sword shattered, he formed a new one with a flick of his hand. Kathleen, with her untrained eyes, could tell that every move Arthur made had a purpose. It was as if he were guiding Master Varay through an elegant, unspoken dance, his attacks never random, but always deliberate, leading her with each calculated blow. What captivated Kathleen the most, however, wasn't Arthur's breathtaking swordplay, but the expression on his face. He was smiling, practically beaming. Ah, he's having fun, she thought, her mind drifting as she tried to recall the last time she had considered magic fun. Unable to pinpoint a particular instance, she refocused on the fight. It's rare for Master to show this much of her ability. I need to take notes. Arthur fought with straightforward precision, while Master Varay adapted, trying to incorporate long-range attacks even as she continued to strike at him. But Arthur's uncanny ability to counter every spell left her with little choice but to engage in close-range combat. Oi, Camus, want to bet? I think the young general's going to win this one, Elder Bund muttered, his eyes fixed on the battle, his tone casual. It's hard to gauge who has the upper hand, Elder Camus replied, his gaze unwavering from the fight. He didn't directly answer his companion's question. General Arthur's speed and reflexes are several steps above General Varay's, but General Varay's defense seems to allow for more error. I agree, Hester chimed in, her voice thoughtful. Most of General Arthur's strikes can't penetrate that ice-clad form of hers, and she seems to have the flexibility to manipulate that armor into whatever shape or weapon she wants. Incredible. General Arthur's mana flow speed is constantly accelerating, Miss Emeria breathed in awe, her eyes shifting between Arthur and her notepad, as if trying to capture every moment of the unfolding battle. So do you want to bet or not? Elder Bund grumbled. I will wager on General Varay, Hester said. General Arthur for me, Elder Camus replied. Varay for me, General Barron said. Commander Virion only chuckled. Let's see who wins. Looking up, Art locked eyes with Varay as she shifted back to her normal form, the ice that had enveloped her slowly melting away. Good duel, General Arthur, Varay said, extending a hand toward him. He grasped her arm and allowed her to pull him to his feet, grateful for the gesture. As expected, there's still a gap between us. Varay nodded, her expression serious. If you were able to hold that form for an extended period of time, there's a chance you could have overpowered me. Art shook his head slightly. I consider that form a borrowed power, not my own. He patted the dust from his clothes, his gaze lingering on the ground for a moment. I thought I had mastered ice to a large extent, but seeing you today makes me doubt myself. A faint smile flickered on Varay's lips, just barely noticeable before she turned to walk toward where Art's sister and the rest of their audience watched. As soon as Art made it back to the group, the elders, Baron and Virion, who had been exchanging gold coins for some reason, eagerly began bombarding him with suggestions and tips on what he had done wrong in his sparring session with Varay. Looking up, Art locked eyes with Varai as she shifted back to her normal form, the ice that had enveloped her slowly melting away. "Good duel, General Arthur," Varai said, extending a hand toward him. He grasped her arm and allowed her to pull him to his feet, grateful for the gesture. "As expected, there's still a gap between us." Varai nodded, her expression serious. "If you were able to hold that form for an extended period of time, there's a chance you could have overpowered me." Art shook his head slightly. "I consider that form a borrowed power, not my own." He patted the dust from his clothes, his gaze lingering on the ground for a moment. "I thought I had mastered ice to a large extent, but seeing you today makes me doubt myself." A faint smile flickered on Varai's lips, just barely noticeable before she turned to walk toward where Art's sister and the rest of their audience watched. As soon as Art made it back to the group, the elders, Baron and Virion, who had been exchanging gold coins for some reason, eagerly began bombarding him with suggestions and tips on what he had done wrong in his sparring session with Varai. "Your fire spells are strong, but you expended an unnecessary amount of mana with each of them," Hester began, her voice firm. "That's right," Boone chimed in, nodding. "And there were many instances where utilizing your earth magic would have been more beneficial, yet you chose to revert back to your comfortable affinities." Art's head spun as he tried to make eye contact with everyone who was talking to him, the sheer number of corrections overwhelming him. Just as he thought he might drown in the flood of advice, Alanis spoke up. "Elders," she said, her tone calm and composed, "I believe it'd be most beneficial for General Arthur if we spoke one at a time and in a more controlled setting." "I agree," Virion added, his voice carrying an air of authority. "Let's gather around and examine what our young general did wrong." With that, Art found himself seated on a stone chair, graciously erected by Boone, surrounded by a circle of powerful and influential figures, as if he were a child sitting with classmates for a group activity. But his classmates were perhaps some of the most formidable figures on the entire continent. Ellie and Boo joined the circle, but they remained silent, their presence a quiet support as the others continued to discuss Art's performance. One by one, the group began pointing out specific instances of things he could have done better in his last fight. "Using wind to bolster your spells was a good idea, but your application of it was surface level," Camus explained, his voice calm and analytical. "For example, instead of using the wind to push the lightning spear, why not integrate it around the entire spell itself? That way, you'd create a spinning force to strengthen its piercing power without using that much more mana." Art mulled over the Elven Elder's analysis, trying to see it from the tactical perspective. It made sense, but before he could dive deeper into the thought, another voice broke in. Baron spoke up, his tone stern as usual. "Because of the element's very nature, shaping lightning is much harder than shaping fire. A more efficient attack would have been molding the fire into a piercing shape and coating it with lightning," he said, his gaze fixed on Art with an intensity that made his words carry weight. "Thanks for the advice," Art responded, surprised by Baron's unexpected help. He understood that they were on the same side, that they were both working toward the same goal, but there was still the weight of the past. Art had killed Baron's brother, a brutal act that couldn't be so easily forgotten. Yet here Baron was, offering his knowledge, his guidance. Lucas deserved every ounce of what Art had done to him, and more, of course, but that didn't stop Baron from taking his actions against his relative personally. The weight of his gaze remained on Art, a reminder of the past that hovered over their current interactions. "Allow me to give just one insight," Varai interjected, her voice calm and matter-of-fact. "Your control over ice is good, but as your opponent, it was clear that your ice magic merely served as a distraction. I'm sure Princess Cathon saw this as well." The princess nodded thoughtfully, her expression serious. "Besides the spell Absolute Zero, most of your ice manipulation serves to divert your foe's attention from your more powerful lightning spells." Art felt a flicker of unease at the princess's words. "Have I become that predictable?" he muttered, realizing just how much his reliance on his elemental strengths might have made his strategy easier to read. As if answering Art's thought, Virai added, "Your speed and spell chaining make up for this slight shortcoming, but I suspect that, in a prolonged battle, this would lead to your defeat. I'll keep your advice in mind. Thank you." Art shifted his gaze to Cathiln and added, "Both of you." Virian seized the opportunity to rise from his stone seat, clasping his hands together. "Well, I apologize for our little interruption. Carry on with the training, Arthur. My expectations for your growth are high, especially since you're taking time off from the battlefield." The commander shot Art a wink before heading for the entrance, hands behind his back. The two lances followed closely on either side of him, and Art watched their figures until the large doors closed behind them. "That was exhausting," Emily said, letting out a deep breath. "Being in a room with two lances and Commander Virian really leaves no room to breathe," Ellie added, falling forward onto Boo's furry back. "3 lances," Art corrected, a small smirk tugging at his lips. "Your brother's a lance too, you know." "Well, you're my brother first." Ellie dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Art stood up from his seat and stretched his sore limbs. "I'll take that as a compliment." "Is training done for today?" Cathiln asked, her eyes kept downcast. Emily walked over to the panel, carefully reading one of the gauges. "Well, there's still a lot of mana stored in here from earlier if you want to continue training." "Sounds like a plan," Bund exclaimed, shooting up from his seat. "I'm itching to stretch my body after watching that fight. You down for a little match, princess?" Cathiln eagerly nodded and followed the dwarven elder to the other end of the training ground. "I think I'll head on up," Art's sister said, mid-yawn. "Do you want me to walk you to your room?" Art asked. Ellie shook her head, patting Boo's thick body. "That's what I have Boo for." Art nodded, offering her a smile. "Good night." With her eyes half closed, Ellie gave him a weak salute. "Good night, elders. Good night, Emily. Good night, Miss Emeria. And good night, Lance Arthur." Art scoffed, shaking his head. Cheeky girl. His sister batted her eyes innocently before trotting out of the room, leaving only Emily, Alanis, and the 2 remaining elders. "Your sister is very different from you, General Arthur," Alanis commented. Art couldn't help but smile. "She definitely takes more after our father." "And you more closely resemble your mother?" the elven assistant asked, her eyes fixed on Cathiln's and Bun's figures as they prepared for their spar. Art watched the 2 of them as well, adjusting their dueling equipment. "I'm not sure. I'd like to think I'm a mixture of both." "Who else would you resemble if not either of them?" Hester asked. Art simply shrugged, unable to form a better response. Then, he heard a yawn from behind them. Looking back over his shoulder, he saw Emily's head bobbing as she struggled to stay awake. "Emily!" Art called, startling the artificer. Emily fumbled with the dials on her panel, as if she had been working. "I'm not sleeping." "No one said you were," Art said, "but maybe you should get some rest." "General Arthur is right," Alanis added. "I have the basic knowledge of how to operate the device from watching you." The artificer yawned widely, adjusting her glasses. "Thank you, but it's okay. I need to collect more data and compare the FPU from General Viray and Arthur's last battle." "Speaking of that, you haven't really given us any of the data from my training sessions with the elders over the past few days," Art said. "I've been wondering about that as well," Camus added, turning his gaze from Cathiln and Bun's duel. "I'm curious to see how my spells measure." "Yes, of course. However, the numbers won't really have any meaning to them out of context," Emily explained. "I currently have a few assistants in several academies testing out lower-end versions of this artifact. They're getting recordings from their students so we can gather a wide enough spectrum to have a reference." "Ah, so the FPU was intended more to be used to compare amongst other mages?" Art asked. The artificer nodded excitedly. "Exactly. I can, however, compare the FPU readings between the mages present here. But I'd be more confident in the overall measurements if we had more data." Camus' lips curved into a smile, his eyes hidden behind silvery blonde bangs. I wonder which of us oldies is the strongest. The two elders soon fell into an argument about who they thought was the strongest, while Art returned his gaze to Cathiln and Bund. The duel was drawing to a close. Cathiln was almost completely out of breath, while Bund had barely broken a sweat. Spikes of ice and earth surrounded them, and small craters littered the ground, but neither had taken any visible wounds besides fatigue. When the princess finally dipped her head in a bow, the duel was over. "Are you up for a little stretch with this old elf?" Camus suddenly asked, turning to Art. "I want to show you something." Art's mana pool was almost completely depleted, and his limbs ached, but the elder had piqued his interest. "Sure. Only if Hester doesn't mind." "Don't mind me," Cathiln's guardian said dismissively. "I'll stay here and judge you both from afar." The two of them passed Bund and Cathiln on their way to the other end of the training room. Art stuck his hand out to the princess, expecting a high five. Instead, all he got was a confused gaze before she shyly clasped his hand between her own. Suppressing a laugh, Art scolded himself for expecting a princess to know such a casual greeting. "Are you two done?" Camus asked, eyeing Art curiously. Cathiln, who Art now realized was still holding onto his hand, quickly let go and scurried off. Camus and Art positioned themselves a few feet apart. Art tightened the bands around his limbs and readied himself to begin. Camus lowered his stance, holding an open palm out toward Art. "Before we start, I want you to throw a punch at me, right here." "What?" Art asked, confused. "A punch, right here in this palm that I have so helpfully held out," Camus replied with a smirk. "Just a punch?" Art asked, still unsure. "An augmented punch, one that you would throw at your enemies." Camus spread his legs a bit wider. "Come on, I'm ready." "Okay." Art shrugged, then covered the few feet of ground between them. Planting his foot just below Camus' extended arm, he turned his hips, waist, shoulder, and arm in one fluid motion. Mana coursed up, flowing in conjunction with the punch to produce a concise, explosive effect without wasting a drop of mana. Just before his fist hit Camus' palm, however, it suddenly felt like Art was trying to force his fist through a thick layer of tar. He watched as his own fist slowed, gradually falling gently into Camus' open hand, barely making a noise. The old elf grabbed Art's fist and bobbed it as if they were shaking hands. "Hello?" Art yanked his hand out of Camus's grasp. What the hell was that? "You're a smart lad. Figure it out," the elder answered with a knowing grin. Gazing down at his unharmed fist, Art replayed the moments of the punch in his mind. After the initial surprise wore off, it became clear that Camus had somehow used wind to cushion the blow, but there had been barely any noticeable mana fluctuations around his hand. "Figured it out yet?" Camus asked, his tone laced with amusement. Art furrowed his brows, deep in thought. "You somehow used wind to slow my punch." "A tad broad for an answer, don't you think?" the elder said, clearly enjoying Art's confusion. "I had an inkling during these past few days, but your duel with General Viray was what made me sure." "Can we try that again?" Art asked, stepping back. Camus raised his palm again. "Sure." Art punched him once more, feeling the same strange resistance as before. He tried again, still unable to grasp exactly how Camus was using wind to achieve the effect. "One more time," Art said, frustration seeping into his voice. Basic mana theory stated that when like elements collided, they weakened or canceled each other out entirely based on the mana output. Drawing on the knowledge he had absorbed from countless books during his childhood, Art decided to test a new approach. He augmented his fist with wind mana. He consciously restrained the flow of mana, understanding that his goal wasn't to overpower Camus' technique, but to find the right way to interact with it. As he punched again, this time, he felt it. The air pressure. His fist struck firmly, producing a solid smack that made Camus take a step back. The elder rubbed his injured hand and nodded. "You caught on quick." Art's face lit up with excitement. "You used air pressure. You created a vacuum around me and raised the air pressure in your palm to slow down my fist. Camus tilted his head, considering the words. You use strange terms, but it sounds like you got the gist of it. That's brilliant, Art exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. How did you think of doing that? The scientific progress in this world was far behind where Art had come from. Yet here was Camus, applying an advanced principle of air pressure, not just on himself, but on his opponent as well, to create a powerful effect. Art couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't thought of that. Why didn't I think of that? He asked himself. I had the knowledge within me, yet I failed to apply it to such an important aspect of this world. Camus' voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. You're probably wondering, why didn't I think of that, right? Art blinked and looked up at the elder. Yes, in fact. Camus smiled. It's what I suspected early on. Hester, Bund, the princess and I are all here because you wanted to immerse yourself in all elements, hoping to pick up little bits of how we utilize our magic so you can incorporate it into your own style, right? Basically, Art agreed, nodding. Camus' voice grew sharp, a stark contrast to his usual playful tone. Well, the problem lies in the fact that your style is so skewed toward offense that you never even think to use the myriad of elements at your disposal in defensive measures, aside from the blatantly obvious method of raising a wall. He paused for a moment, his gaze intense. You've only thought of wind as either a blade or a tornado. You think of earth as a spike or a wall. Yet truly mastering these elemental affinities means understanding the subtleties of their nature, which might not always be visible or geared toward killing your enemy. Camus' usual sardonic demeanor was gone, replaced by something more serious. I saw you studying those marks on the ground during Bund's duel with the princess. Do you know what they're from? The obvious answer would have been craters from an attack, but Art already knew that wasn't the case. He shook his head. No, I don't. Masters in earth magic can redirect the force of an opponent's attack into the ground below them. Doing so accurately can negate nearly all of an attacker's physical assault. Art stood there, unable to form a response, his mind processing the new information. Camus patted him on the shoulder, a soft, almost fatherly gesture. You're technically in a higher position than me, so I suppose it's rude for me to lecture. But let me just say this. Your utilization of the elements is good. Great, in fact. However, you constantly shape your spells and attacks around either hurting your opponent or enhancing yourself to dodge their strikes. While that may work for one-on-one duels, the battles you'll face won't always be like that. The time you have here is short, so let's make it count. Art's chest tightened as he absorbed the elder's words. It had been a while since anyone had lectured him so directly, and the reminder left a sour taste in his mouth, but he knew deep down that Camus was right. Camus extended his hand with a smile, the tension lifting from his expression. Art met his gesture and clasped his hand firmly. You're right. Thank you, Camus. With his stomach comfortably full of leftovers and Alanis, his training attendant, dismissed for the evening, the day had been long, but the anticipation of what he was about to share with his bond kept his energy alive. Upon entering the room, he found Sylvie waiting patiently on the bed, her fox form curled up as she had been while he took a shower. Her sharp, curious eyes immediately locked onto him as he approached. Are you ready? Art asked, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. Sylvie tilted her head, her ears twitching slightly. So, what is it you're so excited about? She replied, her tone playful, yet inquisitive, her form fidgeting as if she could sense the secret he had been guarding all day. It hadn't been easy for Art to keep his thoughts shielded from Sylvie, especially with the loot he had acquired from his fight with Uto burning a hole in his mind. He had been careful, though, distracting himself with random thoughts and numbers during their journey back to the room, all in an effort to confuse her and preserve the surprise. Now, the moment had finally come. After double-checking that the door was securely locked and activating both his earth and wind perception spells to ensure their privacy, Art reached into his storage ring. With a deliberate motion, he withdrew the 2 obsidian horns, their dark, gleaming surfaces catching the dim light of the room. Sylvie's sharp eyes widened as she gazed at the black crystals that had once been embedded in the retainer's skull. "Don't tell me." "Yep," Art said excitedly. "They're Uto's horns." "Why?" she asked, confusion flickering across her vulpine face. Realizing she had never heard the full story, he summarized everything that had happened after she had been knocked out while saving him from Uto's last attack. By the time he finished, Sylvie's expression was twisted with a mixture of emotions. "It's scary to think how easily we could have been killed," she said after a long pause. Art nodded. "I couldn't do anything when Saris showed up, but if she hadn't, I'm not sure we would have been able to defeat Uto. It seems like as we grow stronger, so do our enemies," she sighed. Her gaze shifted back to the 2 horns resting on the bed. "So these horns supposedly contain vast amounts of mana that you can extract. Is it really safe to trust the scythe?" "Considering that the Asuras are forbidden by the treaty from helping us anymore, and that Saris could have killed me on the spot if she'd wanted to, I don't think it's too much of a risk." Sylvie thought for a moment before pawing at the horns, each one nearly the size of her head. "Well, if they help you get into White Core, it'll certainly help us." Art picked up one of the horns, weighing it in his hand. "This will be enough for me. You extract the other one." Sylvie opened her mouth, ready to argue, but Art cut her off. "You said you're still undergoing the awakening process that Lord Indrath insisted on. I know you've been constantly extracting ambient mana, which is why you've been sleeping more. I'm sure extracting mana from Uto's horn will help quicken that process." "To be honest, I haven't been trying too hard to hasten the awakening," Sylvie admitted, her voice tinged with hesitation. "I'm afraid that when I awaken as a full Asura, I won't be able to assist you anymore." "You nearly died in that last fight, Sylv," Art said, placing a hand on her small head. "Besides, your mother cast a pretty powerful spell before you were born to conceal you. It's why, even in your draconic form, no one was able to tell you were an Asura." "Grandfather mentioned that," she murmured. "But as I get stronger, it's going to be harder to hide what I am." A wave of grief rippled through Art's mind, remnants of the story Lord Indrath had told Sylvie about her mother. He could feel the weight of her unspoken fears, the uncertainty of what lay ahead. "I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen when you get strong enough to awaken," he admitted, squeezing her lightly. "But we'll overcome that hurdle when we get there." Sylvie met his gaze, her expression softening. "We always do," she agreed with a small smile. Art held the black horn gingerly in his hands, glancing at Sylvie. "So, should we start now?" Sylvie placed a paw on the horn in front of her, her golden eyes gleaming with resolve. "I don't see why not." Shifting into a more comfortable position, Art took a steadying breath before extending a thread of his mana into the horn. He started slow, probing its inner structure with careful precision. With elixirs, a mage's purified mana would trigger the release of stored energy almost instantly. But as his mana seeped into the horn, nothing happened. No reaction, no sudden surge of energy. Minutes trickled by, and doubt began creeping in. Had the mana within Uto's horns dissipated when they were severed? Had Saris been mistaken about their potential? Just as he was about to withdraw his mana, something yanked at his mind. It was unlike anything he had experienced before. It wasn't a release of stored energy, nor was it a force he could resist. Instead, it pulled, no, consumed, his consciousness, dragging him inward. A spike of panic shot through him. The room, Sylvie, even the feel of the horn in his hands, all of it vanished as a shadowy shroud spread through his mind. Darkness swallowed everything. Then, there was nothing. "Calm down, Arthur. You're still safely inside your room." but that didn't help him at all. The fact that his mind had been forced into a certain state and was vulnerable scared him. Coming to this world, he had been born with a new body, new physical features that took him years to adjust to. But his mind had been the same through both lives. His brain, at least the parts of it responsible for his memories and personality, had been his throughout his years as both Gray and Arthur. Right now, though, his consciousness was completely at the mercy of whatever force had dragged him into wherever he was. He was surrounded in darkness, but it wasn't pitch black. The shadows around him warped and stirred like various shades of dark ink. It was a surreal feeling, perceiving something without a body. Somehow he could feel the force around him, slithering in the darkness, but he didn't have a physical form. After what felt like hours of floating mindlessly in the sea of darkness, the force surrounding him slowly began shifting. This was different from the erratic, chaotic movements it had made up until now. The shadows felt like they were being pulled away. The obsidian veil slowly began lifting, and what it revealed wasn't the view of his own room he had been expecting. No. He was standing in front of an unfamiliar man, inside an extravagant cathedral with a vaulted ceiling, beautiful stained glass, and endless rows of pews packed with observers practically glowing in reverence. The man, who appeared no older than his father, wore a ceremonial robe and was kneeling in front of him in respect. "Speak," he snapped impatiently. But the voice that came out wasn't his. It was Uto's. Even the word he had uttered wasn't his own choice. "I, Carnal of Blood Vale, Tier 7 Mage, humbly come before you to seek your guidance," the man stated. His gaze lowered so only the crown of his short ash-brown hair was visible. A feeling of annoyance bubbled up within him, but it was quickly replaced with resignation. The voice that had replaced his own spoke with restrained courtesy. "Vale, while your line is thin of Vritra blood, your ancestors have served us well. Remove your robe." Carnal bowed deeper in gratitude before slipping out of his black ceremonial robe. He then turned around to show his back. There was an engraving down his spine, 3 separate imprints, judging by the spacing. A thin figure standing off to the side, its face covered by a loose hood, stepped forward and read aloud from a book. 1 mark upon awakening, and 2 crests, one earned for an act of valor, and another unlocked through mastery of initial mark. Unceremoniously, he nodded and told Carnal to dress. Still kneeling with his back to him, Carnal put his robe back on before turning to face him. His gaze remained lowered, which seemed to bore him. He was aware of the thoughts of the person he was inhabiting. They seeped into him, revealing his inner feelings. I, seemed to be vaguely impressed that the lesser in front of him had managed to unlock a crest by mastering the mark he had been given. But the fact that both crests were of defensive magic dampened his mood. "For your loyalty to the nation of Vekr and excellence in the last battle against the nation of Sezklar, I, Uto, retainer of Kiros Vritra, grant your entry into the Obsidian Vault for the chance to earn an emblem." The crowd that had gathered to watch the mundane spectacle burst into applause and cheers. The man kneeling before him allowed himself to shed a single tear before rising to his feet and finally meeting his gaze. He raised his right fist over his heart and held his left palm over his sternum in a traditional salute. "For the glory of Vekr and Alakria, for the Vritra." "For the glory of Vekr and Alakria, for the Vritra," the audience behind him roared in unison. The scene distorted, and suddenly he was back in his room, sitting on his bed. An umbral, haze-like substance spilled out of the horn in his hands, drawn into the center of his right palm, where Ren Kane had embedded the achloret. He quickly dropped the horn, moving his hand as far away from it as possible. Taking a moment to inspect his mana core, he felt a wave of frustration. There was no sign of improvement. "Damn it," he grumbled. He had wanted the mana from Uto's horn to be absorbed by his core, but instead, it had been siphoned into the achloret. Just as Ren Kane had warned, the gem was capable of altering itself based on changes in his body, actions, and even thoughts. The achloret was constantly feeding off the mana within him, constantly molding its eventual form. So, to say that the introduction of Uto's mana into the gem filled him with unease would have been an understatement. What's done is done, Art thought to himself. He didn't like the idea of his future weapon resembling Uto's powers, but at this point, anything that hastened the process would help. Turning to Sylvie, he wasn't surprised to find her still absorbing the contents of the horn. Unlike him, she seemed to be absorbing the foreign mana with relative ease. What did surprise him, however, was that the sun was already rising. Art had spent the entire night reliving one of Uto's memories, which led him to the question, what did that memory even mean? The actual event in the memory wasn't all that cryptic, but there had been so many unknown terms thrown around that it left him feeling overwhelmed. Art knew from overhearing the word blood inside the cavern in Darv that it was most likely their term for family, but other words, like mark, crest, and emblem, had flown over his head. He understood what those words meant in the context of his own world, but they had used them as if they held entirely different meanings. These marks or crests, whatever they were apparently either earned or unlocked. Or was that only the case for the person kneeling? But when Uto declared that the person, Karnal, would be granted a chance to earn an emblem, everyone had seemed ecstatic, ignoring the ominous name of Obsidian Vault, which frankly sounded like some storybook warlock's evil lair where stolen treasures were kept. The man himself had clearly been proud. This meant that even the chance to earn an emblem was a big deal. Another series of questions quickly came to mind, particularly about the mention of Vekr, a nation presumably at war with Sezklar, another nation. From the salute, it seemed that the nation of Vekr was part of Alakria. Assuming that the Asuras were right, and Ephiodus, Alakria, and Decathan were the only 3 continents in this world, that would mean Sezklar was another nation on Alakria. Why would 2 nations from the same continent, one they were at war with, be fighting amongst each other? Had the nations sworn allegiance during this war? Or was there some separate international army training together to dispel any enmity that members of the various nations had toward each other? Art shook his head, physically trying to push the never-ending stream of questions and thoughts running rampant in his mind. The memory left him curious. Art made a mental note to learn more about it, perhaps even from Uto himself. The council had ordered their forces to capture prisoners for interrogation when possible, but in most cases, the prisoner either committed suicide or was too low in the chain of command to have any valuable information. This was the first time they had a potential source of real intelligence in their hands, though knowing Uto, he'd make them work for it. Art's thoughts veered back to the sight of Sylvie's form changing as she absorbed the mana from Uto's horn. It had been a few days since that night, but her unexplainable shift in form still worried him. His days had been hectic. If he wasn't training, he was either in a meeting, advising Gideon with the train project, or personally advising Virion on various aspects of the war. Even then, his thoughts always drifted back to what he had seen that night. Sylvie didn't seem to feel like anything was wrong, just the opposite, in fact. His bond had become deeply infatuated with the horn and the mana it provided for her. After that night, she had asked him for a private space so that she could continue absorbing the retainer's mana without interruptions. He hadn't seen her since then. His only comfort came from the calm traces of her mental state he detected through their bond connection. "Neril Arthur!" Art jolted upright in his seat at the booming voice, only to find that the eyes of everyone in the room were on him. Around the large round table that had replaced its smaller predecessor, seated in large cushioned chairs, were Art, the other 3 remaining lances, and the 5 members of the council. Also joining them today for the exciting and fun-filled meeting was Gideon, who seemed to be wholly concentrated on picking something out of his left ear. "Oh, right. I'm in a meeting." "Are you feeling well, General Arthur?" King Glader asked, his expression laced more with irritation than concern. Art shifted in his seat. "Of course." The king lowered his gaze to Art's hand. He followed the king's eyes and realized that the quill he held had snapped in half from his grip. Clearing his throat, Art faced everyone around the table. "My apologies. I was lost in thought for a moment. Please continue." "We were moving on to the topic of this so-called train that you and Artificer Gideon are planning," Queen Aerolith stated, her gaze shifting between Art and Gideon, who was sitting a few seats to Art's left. "We were hoping the 2 of you would be able to give us an update on how that's coming along." Just the day before, Art and Gideon had discussed the final details of the project. They were ready to move on to actually building the vehicle in order to secure a safe and fast supply route from Blackbend City to the Wall. "Ah, yes." Gideon smoothed out a crease on his dirty lab coat. The train, will be able to hold at least 20 times more supplies than the squads of carriages we have utilized until now. What about the potential dangers while traveling between Blackbend and the Wall?" Virai asked, with an inquisitive look. "From what I read, this train seems to be limited to a set path. Won't this make it easy for bandits or even Alacrians to attack and lay siege to our supply line?" "I agree. I imagine it would be easy to destroy a portion of the track that the train relies on," Aya added casually. "Both good points, generals," Gideon exclaimed. General Arthur and I saw that as one of the pitfalls as well, and came up with a solution." "Oh? And what would that be?" Virion asked with a raised brow. The artificer replied with a snarky grin. "To put it underground, Commander." There was a moment of silence where the royals and lances present pondered the solution before King Glader spoke up with a gruff tone. "The cost of doing all this would be excessive, don't you think?" Gideon coughed and looked to Art, his eyes practically begging him to take over. As the renowned artificer that he was, Gideon usually had the wealth and influence to build whatever inventions he wanted, but actually calculating the cost and benefit of creating something as large-scale as this was foreign to him. Luckily, having read numerous books on economics and being personally taught by the shrewd and resourceful leader of the council in his previous world, Marlorn, Art had the answer. "You're thinking about it the wrong way, King Glader," he began. "The initial costs might seem high, but this project serves to potentially solve 3 problems at once." "I'm listening," the king replied, raising a brow. Everyone else leaned in a little closer. Art took a breath and gathered his thoughts. "Aside from the main problem we're trying to resolve, which is finding a more efficient way to transport supplies for soldiers stationed at the Wall, building the train helps to address 2 peripheral issues. One is the rising cost of purchasing domesticated mana beasts, which, as you know, is necessary because of the current state of the beast glades. The other is the increasing poverty." "Increasing poverty? What nonsense," Baron blurted. "Because of the war, business is booming." Let General Arthur finish, Queen Aerolith snapped sharply, surprising Art. Thank you, Art said, addressing Tess's mother before continuing. Not to sound cold, but booming business mostly benefits business owners and highly skilled patrons, not the lower-class citizens. Queen Glader, I'd imagine that your reports from various cities mention an increasing number of riots due to the rise in taxes and prices of basic goods because of the demand from the war, correct? Queen Glader flipped through several pages of the neat stack of papers in front of her. How did you know that? Explaining everything in detail would take too long, so Art simply shrugged. Simple cause and effect. This war is taking precedence over everything else, which means that priority will be given to those who are taking part. For everyone else, this means an increase in the cost of living, while their wages might not necessarily increase. More than that, because of the various attacks near the coasts and borders, fishermen can't fish, and farmlands have been destroyed. So you're saying that this project will be a means to create jobs for those people? King Aerolith finished for him. Art nodded. This underground path for the train will be a huge project that can't be finished with just a few competent Earth mages. And while mages will be necessary for security of the tracks in predetermined locations, there will be many duties available for normal workers during the building process and for maintenance. Those are good points, General Arthur, but what about just using slaves? King Glader argued. Wouldn't it be more efficient and cost-effective to have slaves doing the labor instead of paying workers? Rather than answering immediately, Art glanced at Virion. Slavery had been one of the many topics they had discussed, and Blaine's question was exactly the type of issue that had been covered in their earlier conversations. Slave labor has its limits, as work becomes more skilled, King Glader, Virion replied, his tone steady and measured. I don't think we should view this train project as a one-off venture, but rather as the beginning of a new era. The introduction of the steam engine provides a new line of work for laborers, one that does not require magic. This too, whether it's the workers actually building the tracks or the designers planning the routes from one city to another, will require skills that will never stem from what a slave is forced to do, he explained with confidence. The room fell silent for the first time in what felt like hours, until a hand shot up from across the table. Everyone turned to Gideon, who had been quietly leaning his head on one hand. With his other hand raised, he spoke, his voice breaking the tension. I didn't know if it was appropriate to speak in this rather uncomfortable silence, but anyway, I just wanted to say that this project will indeed be the beginning of many, and it'll be a breeding ground for fostering new skill sets. If possible, I'd prefer not to work with slaves. If they're forced to be there, they'll no doubt be doing the bare minimum, which will cut into the productivity of this urgent project. With that, the discussion came to a close, and everyone cast their vote anonymously on a piece of paper. After the votes were counted and the results reviewed, Art felt a sense of relief. The hours of heated discussion on the issue hadn't been for naught. The project to build the underground route and train was approved, along with several accompanying policies, one of which was the ban on slave labor. Art trusted Gideon, who had been appointed to lead the project, to properly manage and teach the people working with him in the coming months. He had faith that the workers would not only learn the necessary skills, but would eventually be able to lead the next phase of the train route project themselves. It was a strange and fascinating thing to witness, a new era, one that had only existed in textbooks in Art's previous world, beginning to unfold before his eyes. The Industrial Revolution, that perhaps had started with his introduction of the steam engine, was undoubtedly being hastened by the ongoing war with Alakria. While Art would never be one to support war, he had to admit that it did bring some unexpected and favorable aspects to the table. Our little talks seemed to be bearing fruit, Virion noted as they walked down a narrow hallway, barely wide enough to fit 3 people abreast. 2 armored guards followed closely behind them, while one led the way just a few steps ahead. You mean my insightful lectures on war and economics? Art corrected with a smirk. Oh, shush. I consider it payment for housing you for over 3 years while you were a wee child, the old elf retorted, his voice teasing. Art shrugged. I don't mind. I'm sure you would have come to a similar conclusion about using slave labor anyway. Probably not as eloquently as I put it in the meeting, though, Virion admitted with a laugh. Elves have prohibited slavery for over 100 years now, but it was for moral reasons. I hadn't thought about the economic benefits until you pointed it out last week. Well, in a world where people are mainly divided according to who can use magic and who can't, it's hard to see past a lot of things, Art said thoughtfully. You sound as if you've been in a world that isn't divided into magic users and normal people, Virion teased. Art replied with a forced smile, opting for silence instead. The conversation lapsed into quiet as they walked, the sound of their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. It wasn't until they reached a thick metal door, with only one guard stationed in front of it, that Art finally broke the silence. The young guard, an elf, as evidenced by the long ears sticking out from his cropped hair, was small-framed but toned, his lean muscles minimally protected by armor. Art could tell by the rich yellow aura around him that, like himself, any form of thick armor would be more of a hindrance than protection. Two unadorned short swords, curved at the tip, hung by his waist, in stark contrast to the gaudy spears of the soldiers accompanying them. Even at a glance, Art knew the guard would easily wipe out all three of them. The elf's eyes were glazed with boredom, but he perked up when he spotted Virion and Art. Good evening, Commander Virion and General Arthur. Or is it morning already? My apologies. There are no windows here for me to tell, Albold said, his tone laced with a hint of humor. It hasn't been that long, Albold, Virion replied with a smile before turning to Art. Arthur, this is Albold Chaffer of Chaffer House. He is from a strong military family, which has served the Aerolith family for generations. Albold, I'm sure you've heard of Arthur Leywin. I've been told that he might become the new Aerolith family heir, Albold said, his sharp eyes sparkling with interest. Art coughed in surprise, shooting a sharp glare at Virion. New heir? Well, you see, General Arthur, when the royal family doesn't have a son, the man marrying into the... Art raised a hand, cutting him off. I get it. I've always wanted to meet you in person, General, but I've been entrusted with the paramount duty of guarding this door, Albold said, motioning to the thick metal door. I guessed it might be you coming here. It's hard to believe, but you're even more imposing than I'd imagined. Art tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. I'm pretty sure I've been holding back my presence. The Chaffer family is known for their eerily keen senses, Virion explained, his tone casual. Art raised an eyebrow. What's he doing here, then? He glanced at the elf, who was not much older than himself. Your skills would be better suited for the field, no? Albold was out in the beast glades until he defied a direct order from his head, Virion answered for him. Usually, he would have been given a demotion and strict punishment, but I know the boy and happened to be at the scene, so I picked him up and placed him here. And my appreciation for that gesture is as boundless as the northern sea, Albold beamed, bowing deeply. The guards behind them muttered a few words of disapproval, but they stopped when Albold's sharp gaze bored into them. Anyway, enough about this troublemaker, Virion said dryly. Albold, let us inside and lock the door after us. Aye, aye, Commander. Albold saluted before unlocking the door and pulling it open. A foul, musty smell infused with the stench of decay bombarded Art's nose as soon as the entrance to the dungeon was opened. Have a pleasant stay, everyone, Albold said, gesturing them inside like a tour guide. Virion rolled his eyes and muttered something about telling Albold's father as he followed behind the leading soldier. It was amusing to see Albold stiffen and pale after overhearing the remark. Surprisingly, the first level of the dungeon wasn't as bad as Art remembered it from when he had first come here after the incident at Xyrus. The area was relatively well lit, with spacious cells that seemed to have been empty for a while. If not for the mysterious stone walls that inhibited mana manipulation and the fact that the cells had reinforced metal bars rather than doors, it might have seemed like the designers of the castle had simply gotten lazy and decided to dub this area a dungeon. Still, The lack of ventilation was stifling, and though the cells were mostly empty, they didn't seem to have been cleaned in a long time. "Does it bring up some unpleasant memories?" Varian asked, catching sight of Art studying the exact cell he had been locked up in. "Sort of," Art replied. "I was thinking how funny it is that I've just come back from a meeting with the man who plotted alongside the Grey Sunders and the Vritra to kill me," he explained, ignoring the wary glances of the guards around them. Varian's voice became serious. "If it had been solely up to my discretion, I would have locked them up myself, but Lord Aldir was right. We need the Gladers. The Grey Sunders always had a weak hold on their kingdom, but the Gladers are respected, almost revered, by nearly all humans. Sapin would be in chaos if they learned about what had happened. Not something we need for this war." Art nodded. "Speaking of which, where is that three-eyed Asura anyway? He hasn't shown himself, even after what happened with Radius and Ulfrid." "Three-eyed Asura? Is it because of your journey to Ephiotis that you can be so casual with the Asuras?" Varian asked uncertainly. "And I haven't been able to communicate with Lord Alder through the transmission artifact he gave me." "That's not good," Art said, resuming his walk toward the far end of the dungeon. "We'll talk more about it later." "Agreed," Varian replied solemnly, following closely behind. They made their way to the end of the floor, where two cells had been joined to become one large, spacious room. The cell was furnished with a couch and a large bed topped with stuffed animals. In front of the couch, a decorative tea set was laid out on a small table. On the couch, a little girl was nodding off to sleep while reading a book. Art motioned for the lead guard to unlock the cell and stepped inside. "Hey, Mika. Sorry for taking so long to visit you." The dwarven Lance put down her book, stretching her thin legs and arms. "Hi, Arthur." They chatted for a while, with Varian and the guards waiting on the other side of the barred gate. The old elf wore a somber expression, undoubtedly feeling guilty about having Micah holed up here while investigations were still ongoing. But because of her position and the fact that both Ulfrid and Radaeus had betrayed Dicothan, the matter had to be examined with utmost scrutiny before she could be allowed her freedom. Their conversation meandered through trivial matters, and Art filled Micah in on how his training was progressing. She tried to give him some tips on gravity magic, but her explanations were convoluted, and Art found it difficult to follow along. "It shouldn't be long until the team Varian sent out has gathered enough evidence," Art consoled her. Micah flashed him a smile. "Micah knows. Don't worry about me. Do what you gotta do. Micah doesn't blame anyone but that old bastard Radius. Well, I'll tell you now that his cell isn't nearly as nice as yours." She nodded with a small laugh. "Get Micah out soon, okay? Being alone here without being able to use magic is so boring." "Of course," Art promised, giving her a hug before walking out of the cell. He waved once more, then followed Varian and the guards to the forbidding door at the end of the hall. "Ready?" Varian asked, his expression grim. "Let's get this over with." Art had thought the stench of the first level of the dungeon was bad, but the lower level was vomit-inducing. He could feel his stomach revolt at the acrid and metallic odors of chemicals and blood. Suppressing the increasing urge to gag, he followed Varian down the dark flight of stairs until they reached a small area that housed the most heinous criminals. He was surprised to find he could use magic inside, but after surveying the walls and the enclosed vaults in the room, he was fairly certain that the use of magic was limited only to the tiny walkway between the cells. A burly man in a bloody apron, his face covered by a black mask, greeted them. Standing next to him was a thin, elderly man with a hunched back and hooked nose. "Commander, General, we are honored to have you here," the old man spoke with a grating voice. "Gentry," Varian said, returning the greeting. "Take us to Radius first." The elder looked at Art with uncertainty, but responded with a bow. "At your command," he rasped. They followed behind the elder as he practically slithered his way to a small cell and gestured with another bow. "Here is the criminal." Despite Radius having been Elijah's caretaker, essentially a father figure to him, Art felt little affection for the traitor. but even he had trouble confidently saying that Radius deserved to be in the state he was now. The cell was dark, and shadows obscured most of his injuries, but Art could tell by the cuts and bloodstains on Radius's stark naked body that he had been heavily tortured. His hands, tied to the chair he was sitting on, were dripping with blood. Art winced as he noticed the pulled fingernails. More than the physical injuries, though, it was Radius's blank expression that sent a shiver down his spine. His eyes were foggy, and a trail of saliva ran down from the corner of his mouth. "Ah, his current state is from the side effects of my questioning," the elderly man said, noticing Art's gaze. "Gentry specializes in wind and sound magic to create hallucinations to aid in questioning," Virion explained. It was in moments like these that Art found himself contemplating the true function of magic. Much like technology, magic could just as easily be wielded to destroy as to create something wonderful. "The traitor is strong. It'll take a little more time to break him, I'm afraid," Gentry said bitterly. "It's imperative that we find out what he knows," Virion replied curtly, casting a disdainful glance at Radius before turning back to the old man. "Now, what of the retainer?" "Ah, yes. He's a most fascinating specimen. Very thick skin and a strong mental fortitude, even with his ability to use magic taken from him. I feel we're close to breaking him, though. Keeping him in the small vault so his movement is limited has been driving him crazy," the elderly man said with a gleam of delight. Virion shot Gentry a disapproving look, but didn't comment. With a cough, Gentry motioned for his burly associate to open the thick vault. Runes were inscribed on every inch of the box, which looked more like a coffin than a prison cell. "Please be careful, Commander General. While the vault will keep the Vritra from using magic, he's still fairly strong, and he's in a rather crazed state of mind right now." The vault creaked open, and Art found himself locking eyes with a disheveled Uto, garbed in restraining clothes. Just one look was enough to tell him that the retainer was far from broken. Uto broke into a grin, shooting Art a wink. "Hello, pup." Uto's sinister voice sent a shiver down Art's spine. Even though the retainer was bound in restraining clothes and sealed inside an anti-magic vault, that familiar sense of dread still pulsed through him. Visceral, undeniable. Everyone else in the room believed Art had been the one to defeat Uto, but the truth was far less flattering. Even with Sylvie's help, they had only managed to inflict superficial wounds on the Vritra. "You look a tad uncomfortable, Uto," Art quipped, his tone light as he tried to mask any flicker of weakness. The retainer's crooked smile immediately twisted into a snarl. "What did you do with my horns, Lesser?" Without hesitation, Art retrieved a black horn from his dimension ring and casually flipped it into the air in front of the vault. "Oh, you mean this? Insolent little—" "Stop!" Art cut him off coolly. "I'm not here to exchange insults with you. I have better things to do." Uto's ashen face darkened, his feral eyes narrowing with fury. "I swear to Vritra, if I ever get out, you'll wish you had died that day." Art simply shook his head. "I'm sure there's something you want more than revenge or escape." Stepping closer to the vault, he leaned in, the corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant sneer. "I know it's eating you alive, that you don't even know how you lost to me." The retainer's expression contorted with rage, his teeth grinding audibly as he thrashed against his restraints, the need for control slipping further from his grasp. "Close it," Art said coldly, his eyes locked with Uto's until the heavy rune-inscribed door shut with a definitive thud. "What was that?" Virion began, only to be silenced by Art's raised finger. The message was clear. Not a word was spoken until the group had ascended back to the entrance of the dungeon's lower level. Only then did Art speak, his voice low and controlled. "Leave him be for now." Gentry, the elderly interrogator, glanced at his companion before speaking. "Ento and I have been pushing him, both physically and mentally, but I've never seen him this rattled." The burly assistant beside him gave a silent nod of agreement. "Hallucinations and torture won't break someone like that," Art said. "He enjoys pain too much." Virion squinted at him, brow raised. Sadomaso. What? Nothing, Art replied with a faint smile before turning back to Gentry. Don't open his vault again. The old man frowned deeply. No offense, General, but in my experience, the best time to strike is when their mind is shaken. If we keep at it now, there's a chance he might remember how he lost to you. He won't, Art said firmly. And that uncertainty is going to eat him alive. Let him stew in it, until I'm ready. Virian gave him a sidelong glance. I don't like that look you've got. What are you planning? Art's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice quiet but resolute. When the time comes, I'll be the one to interrogate him. Are you ready? Emily asked, her voice barely audible over the quiet hum of the machinery surrounding her. She was almost entirely hidden behind a growing wall of control panels, looking more like a pilot in the cockpit of an aircraft from Art's previous life than a researcher. Almost, Art replied, as he fastened the last of the straps securing his arms. He winced slightly, having pulled one of them too tight. Damn it. We'll be moving on to the 3 versus 1 scenario today, so please remain focused, General Arthur, Alanis announced. Her tone was calm, but firm, her glowing eyes scanning him with clinical precision. She had clearly noticed the distracted look on his face, his thoughts still lingering on the earlier visit to the dungeon. Art gave a small nod, rolled his shoulders, and loosened up. Got it. What element am I restricting for the first round? Alanis's irises shimmered in their usual kaleidoscope of colors as she completed another scan, then glanced down at her notes. Water, and its deviant form as well. With a final breath, Art made his way to the far end of the training room, halting about a dozen yards from the trio standing opposite him, Camus, Hester, and Cathilne. The memory of Uto's crazed grin lingered at the edge of his mind, stirring a restless energy in his limbs. He clenched his fists, forcing focus back into his body. What kind of lance am I, he thought bitterly, if I can't even defeat a retainer, let alone a scythe? As soon as Alanis gave the signal, Art vanished from his position, leaving behind a single scorched imprint on the ground. In one seamless motion, he condensed a sharp layer of wind around his hand, shaping it into a nearly invisible blade. Without pause, he slashed horizontally toward Hester's torso. Hester's eyes widened at the suddenness of the strike, but she was no ordinary mage. She reacted swiftly, reinforcing her body with mana and grabbing hold of Art's arm to block the attack, aware that fire would fare poorly against such compressed wind. You may have me beat in fire magic, Art thought, but if you think you can best me in hand-to-hand combat. He let her grasp his arm, only to seize the one she was using to hold him. Expecting resistance from the front, Hester had planted herself to brace for a push, but Art pulled instead. Off balance, she stumbled toward him. Using the opportunity, Art pivoted sharply, slipping his hip under her center of gravity and flipping her over with a clean throw. Her breath left her in a grunt as her back slammed against the ground. Art raised his arm for a finishing strike to trigger her lifeline artifact, but a sudden deluge of water crashed over him before he could land the blow. Before he could turn to identify the attacker, the water solidified into ice, locking him in place. With a flare of mana, Art ignited a wave of heat across his body, melting the ice rapidly. But it was already too late. Hester had used the precious seconds to retreat and regroup. Without missing a beat, Art redirected his attention and charged toward Cathilne. As he closed the distance, he manipulated the earth beneath her feet to trap her legs. Caught off guard, the princess responded instinctively, encasing herself in a suit of glimmering ice, a move she had no doubt picked up from her mentor, Varai. With her body fortified by mana, Cathilne struggled to break free from the earthen restraints, but Art didn't give her the opportunity. As he advanced, he continuously manipulated the terrain around her, reinforcing the stone that gripped her legs and urging it higher. The tactic had been inspired by Ulfred, the magma coffin he had conjured to execute Sebastian. Art had no intention of inflicting such a gruesome fate, but the principle remained. Just as earth mages could armor themselves in rock, so too could they entomb someone else within it, denying movement while preserving life. Cathilne fought to escape, splintering off chunks of stone with blasts of frost and raw force, but each piece she broke away was replaced by another. The stone climbed higher, enclosing her torso, then her arms, until only her head remained exposed. A final sheen of frost shimmered over the rock, a desperate attempt to erode the magical prison, but it was too little, too late. Art approached, charging mana into his fist until it crackled with lightning. A gauntlet of raw energy surged to life around his hand. He hesitated for the briefest moment as a flicker of guilt passed through him. She has her lifeline artifact. You can't afford to go easy on anyone if you hope to win this war. Cathilne held his gaze, steady and resolute. No fear, no pleading, just quiet resolve. Art brought his fist down, only to be knocked off balance by a sudden gust of wind. Before he could react, he was swept into a swirling vortex just above the ground, caught in a whirling current that tore at his balance and control. "Erupt!" Camus barked, his voice cutting through the air just before a violent cyclone surged to life around Art, capitalizing on his momentary imbalance. The whirlwind surrounded him in an instant, towering walls of twisting wind blotting out everything beyond. His vision blurred, reduced to a blur of shifting gray, and the deafening roar of the cyclone drowned out all other sound. Inside the eye of the storm, the pressure dropped sharply. Breathing became a labor, his chest tightening with every shallow gasp. Art coughed, forcing the air into his lungs. "Annoying," he muttered between ragged breaths. The walls of the vortex narrowed, pulling in closer, threatening to toss him around like a rag doll. Instinct told him to dig. A quick escape beneath the earth would give him time to recover and plan a counterattack. But as he readied the spell, an image flashed across his mind. Uto's twisted, mocking grin. "All you can do is run or hide in the face of something greater than you." The memory burned through him like wildfire. No. He clenched his fists, electricity crackling along his skin as his mana flared in defiance. He wasn't going to run. Not this time. "To hell with strategy," Art growled. "If I can't even face this, how am I going to go up against the scythes?" After anchoring his feet firmly to the ground with earth magic, Art raised his arms and began conjuring a countercurrent of wind. The spell spiraled outward, meeting Camus' cyclone in a volatile clash of pressure and force. The air around him howled as the opposing currents tore at each other, creating rifts of turbulence that warped the very space between them. Just as the tide seemed to shift in his favor, a dull, jarring pain exploded across his back, knocking him forward. His anchored feet held him in place, causing him to bow awkwardly at the waist. Gritting his teeth, he caught himself with both palms and pushed back upright, shoulders trembling from the impact. Art's eyes darted behind him, narrowing at the culprit, a massive boulder of ice. Worse still, it wasn't alone. Dozens more orbited him within the gale, each chunk of ice easily twice the size of his head. They tumbled around him like debris caught in a planetary ring, driven by Cathal's manipulation. Still, he held his ground, his spell straining to push back against the suffocating pressure of Camus' wind magic. Maybe it was pride, maybe it was desperation, but more than anything, it was a refusal to give in, to yield to a power greater than his own. The cyclone inched closer, and Art became little more than a target. The chunks of ice battered his body relentlessly, some blunt and heavy, others honed with jagged edges that tore through his uniform and carved lines of crimson across his skin. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but admire Cathal's ingenuity. She had turned the storm into a weaponized arena, every shard of ice a missile, every gust a hammer. And still, he refused to fall. Despite the repeated impacts, Art's body had grown numb. He was lightheaded, his limbs sluggish, and a deep fatigue began to drag at his consciousness like lead weights. And yet, he continued, stubbornly clinging to the irrational thought that pushing through this storm, this trial by magic, was somehow the same as defeating Uto. That if he could overcome this, then maybe the phantom of the retainer wouldn't haunt him. That delusion kept him moving, kept him defiant, until it didn't. The barrage of ice eventually ceased, but Art only noticed the change too late. In their place, a roaring blaze emerged, swirling and merging with the tornado until the whirling prison transformed into a cyclone of flame. The temperature soared, oxygen thinned further, and his body finally began to shut down. His vision dotted, and Uto's image in his mind's eye twisted into something more vivid, more real. The hallucination only lasted seconds before his body gave in. His last thoughts, blurry and weightless, were of how foolish he had been and how clearly he could blame his recklessness on the lack of air. It felt like only a blink had passed when his eyes opened again. He found himself lying down, the training room's ceiling coming into view just beyond Cathal's composed expression. A cool sensation radiated from his forehead. Fumbling with the source, he realized it was a damp handkerchief chilled with ice mana. "You're still a bit hot. Keep it on," Cathal said curtly, her voice betraying just a sliver of concern as she returned the cloth to his brow. "Thank you," Art murmured, managing a faint smile. "And sorry about earlier." She shook her head. "We were training, although the elders might be of a different opinion." "Damn straight we have a different opinion," came Bun's unmistakable voice, booming from somewhere nearby. A moment later, Bun's bearded face loomed into Art's view, scowling. "You fought like a child throwing a tantrum," he grumbled. I know for a fact you had a dozen different ways to get out of that situation without trying to brute force your way through it. I know, Art admitted through gritted teeth, but I wanted to see if I could overpower their combined spell. If I can't even do that, how am I supposed to defeat the remaining retainers and scythes? Bund opened his mouth, as if ready to retort, but no words came. Instead, it was Camus who spoke, his voice low and measured. "You're feeling the pressure, aren't you?" Art said nothing. He couldn't. To them, he might have just been a gifted young lance, prodigious and powerful, but within him lived the experiences and memories of a former king. To acknowledge Camus' words would be to admit that even with that overwhelming advantage, he still wasn't strong enough. Camus seemed to understand. "A war isn't fought alone," he said, "even if bearing the title of Lance makes it feel that way." From across the training hall, Hester chimed in, her tone sharp but not unkind. "You're not the kind of person this entire continent is supposed to rely on alone, Arthur." Art drew in a slow breath. "You're right," he said, voice quiet. He wasn't sure if he believed it yet, but he wanted to. Catherine placed a finger on the cloth resting on Art's forehead, channeling her magic to cool it further. "Just as the people of Dickathon rely on the lances, you also need to trust in your soldiers to make up for what you can't do." Art lowered the cloth, letting its coolness seep into his eyes. He sat in silence for a moment, gathering his thoughts. The room around him was still, with everyone waiting for him to speak. "I feel like I'm in therapy," Art chuckled softly, pushing himself to his feet. As he stood, he noticed that not just Catherine and the elders were present, but also Emily and Alanis. The two of them remained quiet, though the faint worry in their eyes didn't escape his notice. "Thank you, everyone, for helping me with my training and for keeping me in check." Hester's stern expression softened slightly as she gave a small nod. "I think we can skip today's debrief. It's clear the young general knows exactly what he did wrong." "Get some rest," Bund said with a grin, punching his open palm. "I'll be itching to go crazy tomorrow." "I'll make sure the lifeline artifact is back to its normal state by tomorrow," Emily added, determination in her voice. "Even if I have to stay up all night." Art gave them a nod of appreciation. "I'll see everyone tomorrow then." Art then made his way to the edge of the training room, taking a seat against the cold wall. He watched as Emily and his sister packed up some of the training equipment, while Bond conversed with Alanis. Camus sat down beside him. "Your sister is quite the character." "Yeah," Art chuckled. "She's always had a strong personality." "You must be worried about her with the war going on." "She and my parents are a big part of why I'm in this war," Art replied, his gaze lingering on his sister and Emily, who were laughing together. "Understandable," Camus said. "Protecting your loved ones is the biggest motivator for soldiers out in battle, but it's also the loss of the ones you want to protect that often causes soldiers to lose sight of their cause." "It sounds like you speak from experience," Art said seriously, turning to face him. "An old story for another time. But yes, it's the reason I remained in seclusion for so long." Art blinked. "But Virion mentioned you're the head of a unit now." "An empty title," Camus muttered. "After I lost my wife and my vision during the last war, I had no intention of ever fighting again." He sighed. "Before this, I just gave my input to the acting head." "Wait, your vision?" Art asked, furrowing his brows in confusion. Camus lifted his silver blonde bangs, revealing 2 closed eyes, a jagged scar running through both lids. "Hold on, you're telling me you haven't been able to see this entire time?" Art blurted, his eyes fixed on him. "Surprised?" Camus smirked, letting his bangs fall back into place over his face. "Of course I'm surprised. We've been training together for weeks, and not once did I suspect anything. I mean, even aside from your combat prowess, none of your mannerisms ever gave away the fact that you can't see." "I can still see," Camus corrected. "Seeing with your eyes is such a plebeian practice when your control over wind allows you to sense even the smallest change around you." Art stared at him in amazement, entirely taken aback. After a moment of stunned silence, he asked, "Is that what you've been working on since retiring?" "It definitely took a large part of my time," Camus said. "I bet." Art nodded, then a thought crossed his mind. He wondered if Camus could tell what he was doing. "At my level, sensing the movement of the air from your nodding is easy," Camus said, almost as if reading Art's mind. "But I can't see the details of facial expressions, which is probably why I come off as rude or crass, or so I've been told." "I see. No pun intended," Art quickly corrected himself. "Don't worry about it. I came to terms with it fairly quickly," Camus said, dismissing Art's concerns. Art hesitated. "Do you ever miss it?" Of course, he'd miss it. Who wouldn't miss having one of their senses? "At times," Camus replied mildly, "but at the same time, the last thing I ever saw with my eyes was my wife. That fact allows me to keep her intact inside me." "Do not cry, Arthur. Do not cry." "That's sad, but sweet," Art managed, struggling to keep his voice from trembling. "I'd love to hear your story sometime." "You're young, General Arthur. Nothing good comes out of hearing tragic stories when there's a whole war ahead of you," Camus said, clearing his throat. "Now off you go. Get some rest and come back tomorrow with a clear head." Art carefully got to his feet. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then." Camus waved directly at Art, giving no sign that his vision was impaired. "And if I catch so much as a whiff of you thinking about going easy on me now that you know, I will knock you down so hard." "Don't worry," Art said, shaking his head. "I'm actually a little more scared of you now." The elf's lips curved into a contented smile. "Good." Gray looked up at the row of judges seated high on their stone platform, gazes cast down from their lofty perch overlooking the stadium. He stood still, his breath steady but deep, the aftermath of the duel still humming faintly in his limbs. His opponent, an upper division cadet vying for a spot in Division 1, lay unconscious behind him, while medics hurried across the field with a stretcher. At the center of the judges' row sat a tall, commanding woman whose vibrant red hair cascaded in glossy curls down her back. Her posture was relaxed, but her presence was anything but. Those sharp, hawkish eyes pinned Gray like a spear, cool, discerning, and utterly unbothered by decorum. Eyes like that could make even a wild lion hesitate. The other judges murmured amongst themselves, nodding, gesturing, occasionally casting glances his way. What exactly is there to go over? Gray thought bitterly. He's unconscious. I'm standing. What more do they need? But as the deliberation dragged on, a familiar weight settled into his chest. The slow, sinking feeling that perhaps the conversation wasn't about whether he had won. It was about what they would do with him. Whether a Division III cadet, regardless of skill, had earned the right to ascend, or whether that spot was already promised to someone with a name that mattered more. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Nico and Cecilia standing just beyond the crowd. Nico's arms were crossed, lips pursed in tense silence. Cecilia stood beside him, hands clenched at her sides, her eyes locked on the judges with quiet fury. They waited for the verdict with the same intensity Gray remembered from his first year at the academy, back when he still believed that effort and merit were enough to earn recognition. Back when he thought the system cared who fought the hardest. After what felt like an eternity, a thin, elderly man stepped forward from the line of judges. His meticulously groomed white mustache curled with exacting symmetry, likely an overcompensation for his shining bald head. He cleared his throat, the sound sharp and rehearsed, drawing the attention of the arena. Cadet Gray, no surname, he began, his tone dry and perfunctory. While your match was impressive, especially your demonstration of martial technique, your poor utilization of Kai throughout the tournament has made it clear that you are lacking in key fundamentals. These must be addressed before further advancement can be considered. The pause was deliberate. Gray could feel it coming, like a slap wound up before it landed. Therefore, the judge continued, Cadet Gray, you will be placed in Class 1 of the 3rd Division. Heat surged through Gray's body like a tide of lava. He clenched his fists at his sides, ground his teeth so hard his jaw ached. His toes curled in his boots, every inch of him tense with the effort not to explode. Rage pounded in his ears, louder than the murmurs in the crowd or the whistle of wind across the arena floor. But before he could do anything, before he could even take a breath to speak, laughter rang through the stadium. Not a chuckle, not a stifled giggle. A full, unrestrained roar of amusement that echoed off the stone walls like thunder. Gray's fury sputtered out in an instant, replaced by bewilderment. He looked up sharply to see the red-haired judge, the woman with the lion's gaze, leaning back in her seat as she laughed heartily, seemingly at the expense of her colleague. She wasn't alone in her reaction, though she was certainly the loudest. The rest of the judges had whipped their heads toward her in unison, their faces a patchwork of surprise, disapproval, and barely contained panic. The audience, which had until then waited in reverent silence for the final verdict, began to stir. Voices rose in hushed confusion as spectators turned to one another, questioning what they had just witnessed, what had just changed in the air around them. Finally, the red-haired judge leaned back with a satisfied sigh, dabbing at the corner of one eye with a gloved finger as the last of her laughter faded. My apologies, she said, her voice still tinged with amusement. I thought Judge Drem was joking, telling that boy he needed to review his fundamentals. Truly, I thought it was a jest. A hush fell over the arena as all eyes turned to the now crimson face of the mustachioed judge, presumably Judge Drem. His flushed complexion climbed all the way up his bald crown, and his lips tightened with barely contained indignation. Lady Vera, he began stiffly, speaking with the kind of careful respect reserved for those one feared more than they disliked. In the sanctity of these annual assessment duels, your behavior is unacceptable. No, she said coolly, cutting him off without even looking in his direction. What's unacceptable, and frankly pathetic, is this blatant attempt to hold that boy back just because he doesn't come from a proper family. Gasps rippled through the audience. The other judges sat frozen, glancing at each other as if unsure whether they were watching the collapse of tradition or the beginning of something else entirely. Judge Drem sputtered, his hands lifting uselessly. "What? How dare? I did no such—" "Then tell us," Lady Vera interrupted again, her voice slicing cleanly through his weak protest, "how you justify placing Cadet Gray in anything less than Division 1. He dismantled a Division 2 candidate, outclassed his peers at every stage, and showed superior tactical awareness and restraint. You say he lacks Kai fundamentals? Please." She flicked a hand dismissively. "That's a lazy excuse, not a reason." Gray stood motionless, in the center of the stadium, stunned. His earlier fury had faded into an uneasy awe. He couldn't decide whether to feel grateful or worried. This woman was fearlessly calling out one of the Academy's most respected judges, in public no less, and doing so without a shred of hesitation. Please let her have the power to back that up, Gray thought, because if she doesn't, I might be the one who gets buried under the fallout. Judge Drem straightened, clearly trying to reclaim his footing after the public thrashing. He gave a light cough, as though clearing the tension from his throat. As I stated earlier, Cadet Gray's Kai utilization is lack. Wrong. The word snapped through the air like a whip, slicing his sentence clean in half. Lady Vera didn't even give him time to blink before continuing, her tone uncompromising. The boy's Kai utilization is at least a step above even the Class 2 students in Division 1. What you call lacking is actually him compensating for a lower innate Kai level with precise control and exceptional combat instincts. That's not a flaw. It's proof of discipline and talent. Judge Drem looked like he might combust on the spot, his face blotched with a fresh wave of humiliation. Around him, the other judges, clearly of lesser authority, remained conspicuously silent, their eyes flicking between Vera, Drem, and the boy still standing on the field below. Gray stood perfectly still, his sword still sheathed at his side, expression unreadable. But inside, he could feel his pulse quickening. Someone was finally saying it. Someone who mattered. Lady Vera. Judge Drem's voice was strained, each word forced through clenched teeth. While I am grateful for your insight into the matter, I have been a judge at this academy for nearly 20 years. I ask that you extend to me the same professional respect I've shown you, respect that I have earned in this field. Lady Vera stared at him, the drumming of her fingers on the polished wood of the judges' panel the only sound between them. The silence stretched thin. Then, at last, she gave a slow nod. Fine, she said, her voice low, but still carrying the edge of steel. I'll respect your verdict, Judge Drem. Before Gray even had the chance to feel the full weight of disappointment settle on his shoulders, Lady Vera's form shimmered and vanished. What in the... In the next instant, she landed beside him with a soft thud, her crimson hair catching the sunlight as if it were fire itself. Though he had seen the entire movement, seen her leap down from the judge's platform 2 stories above, he still couldn't quite believe it. She had moved like gravity was a mere suggestion, like stepping off a curb instead of descending from a height that would have shattered most spines. Kid, she said, brushing non-existent dust from her coat. Like Judge Handlebars said, you'll still be in Division 3. Her tone twisted into something dry and amused at the nickname she'd given her colleague. But what do you say about me becoming your personal mentor? Gray blinked. For a moment, he could do nothing but stare at her. Then, almost reflexively, his eyes darted to the stands, toward Nico and Cecilia, both of whom looked just as stunned as he felt. Nico's jaw was halfway to the ground. Cecilia, ever composed, raised her brows and gave a subtle nod of encouragement. He didn't know who Lady Vera truly was, her reputation, her rank, or her affiliations. But he knew one thing. Anyone who could clear that height with such poise, who could silence an entire judge panel with nothing but blunt honesty and presence, wasn't someone to be taken lightly. The crowd was still buzzing, the judges still frozen in disbelief, but Gray stepped forward and took her outstretched hand without hesitation. I accept your offer. Walking down the empty halls in the dead of night these past days had given Art time for his thoughts to wander. He found himself thinking a lot about the memories from his past life that had been resurfacing, which led him to contemplate the even bigger question. What was he doing in this world? His skeptical side refused to believe it was all a coincidence, but he had nowhere near enough information to figure out how he had come to this world or dimension. Art knew that the Asuras, mainly Lord Indrath, knew more about him than he had shared, but he would never get any answers from him without offering something in return. He had some hope that if Dickathon came out of this war victorious, Lord Indrath might be more inclined to share some insights about him, but that was only a hope. A surer way to get some answers, and the reason he had refused to accept the artifact given to Lances, was by surpassing the white core stage and unlocking more of the message Sylvia had left for him after they'd parted ways. Hopefully, extracting the mana from Uto's horn will lead to a breakthrough into the white core stage, he thought, though he had his doubts. Sylvie had been in a near comatose state while she hungrily extracted the mana from her horn. At first, Art had been worried about her, but he could feel the relaxed state of her mind through their mental transmissions. When he unlocked and opened the door to his room, however, he found himself questioning that line of thought. Sylvie, or rather, her silhouette, was glowing with an obsidian light. What shocked Art, though, was that her form was shifting erratically. Her wings grew and shrank suddenly, and her tail convulsed before contracting. Sylvie's small limbs elongated, and her paws stretched out into something that vaguely resembled a hand. Sylvie? Art muttered, unsure whether he should try and hold her or keep his distance. After what seemed like an hour, the erratic changes in his bond's body slowed down, and she gradually shifted back to her vulpine form. Art held his breath, waiting for Sylvie to do something, anything. Just then, her eyes shot open, revealing two clear orbs of topaz. Breathing deeply, Sylvie tilted her head. Arthur, what's wrong? With me? Art asked. Nothing. Are you okay? What do you mean? She replied, obviously confused. Your body was changing. Art motioned with his hands, unable to form an accurate description of what he'd witnessed. I'm fine, she said dismissively. I actually feel really good. The mana in this horn is really potent. Art scratched his head. Well, at least you're making some progress. I've been having a hard time absorbing the mana. Really, the mana has been flowing inside me naturally, almost like it was my own. Art was perplexed by the difference between Sylvie's progress and his own, but his fatigue overpowered any notion of investigating more deeply. All right, well, try and get some rest. His bond shook her little head. No need. I can get by with fewer hours of sleep than Lesser's, even more so while absorbing this mana, actually. Art fell flat on his bed. Well, this Lesser needs his sleep. I suspect I won't even be able to come back up to my room over the next few weeks of training, so I need to relish the feeling of this bed while I can. I can tell your training is going well, Sylvie said. I can feel the level of your strength rising steadily. With my training progressing how it is, I should be able to hit white core soon, if I can extract the mana from Uto's horn. Art mumbled drowsily. That's great, Sylvie replied, her clear voice lulling him into sleep. Get some rest. You, too, Art managed to say before drifting off to sleep. Opening his eyes, Art slowly released his grip on Udo's horn, letting the remnant of its cold, warped presence fade from his fingertips. He remained still for a moment longer, turning his focus inward to assess the state of his mana core and body. He was close. The road to the white core stage, once a distant and uncertain goal, now loomed just ahead, within reach. I'm glad I didn't accept Virian's artifact after becoming a lance, he thought, the quiet satisfaction of progress settling over him. Rising from bed, Art briefly connected with Sylvie's mind. The tranquil stillness he found there reassured him, and he began to stretch, his limbs moving with a vitality that had become increasingly rare in recent days. Drawing in a steady breath, he flowed into a series of strikes, movements he had learned under Cordry's tutelage in Ephiotis. It wasn't a rigid routine or set form, but a fluid chain of motion. Each punch, kick, elbow, and knee blended seamlessly into the next, emphasizing speed, precision, and adaptability. It was a discipline of control and readiness, designed to keep the body in motion and the mind prepared for any outcome. A true master of this fighting style, like the four-eyed Asura Cordry himself, could dismantle an entire unit in the chaos of battle, and to any observer, it would look like nothing more than a monk walking calmly through the field. Art's mana flow had progressed significantly thanks to his intense training with Cathiln and the Elders. Now, with each precise strike, the synchronization between his mana and movements generated sharp shockwaves that rippled through the air. He pushed himself to move faster, to grow more agile. But no matter how far he pushed, he wasn't an Asura, and certainly not a Pantheon-class warrior like Cordry. He had considered incorporating mana into his muscle fibers and ligaments to amplify his power and speed with minimal motion, much like the techniques employed by the Thyestes clan. But he knew that approach would only end in the same damaging effects Burst Step had inflicted on his legs in the past. Maybe reaching the realm above White Core will strengthen my body enough, he thought, the idea offering a flicker of hope as he executed a fluid combination of kicks. With a final pivot, Art finished the sequence with a palm strike aimed at the open space in front of him, only for Boo's massive head to poke through the doorway at that exact moment, right in the strike's path. A gust of wind blasted from the force of the strike, sending the skin around Boo's drooping muzzle and ears flapping wildly. The giant bond stared at Art, unimpressed and unbothered, and gave a low grunt before shaking his head as if to say, "Really?" Art buckled forward and let out a laugh, the tension in his shoulders finally loosening. Ellie poked her head into Art's room, her brow raised in curiosity. "What's so funny? Boo was supposed to scare you." Still laughing, Art struggled to catch his breath and waved her in, beckoning silently with a grin on his face. Puzzled, Ellie slipped past Boo's massive frame and entered the room. "Watch this," Art said through chuckles, before conjuring another focused gust of wind straight at Boo. The result was immediate. Boo's already grim visage wobbled like jelly, the heavy folds of skin around his face lifting and flapping wildly to reveal sharp teeth and pink gums beneath. The sight was so absurd that Ellie burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter quickly escalating to match Art's. Boo, ever the straight-faced companion, gave a long-suffering grunt of disapproval and turned his head. The siblings were still giggling by the time they reached the training room, having only just managed to rein in their laughter. It was probably childish to find something so trivial so hilarious, especially for someone like Art, whose mental age far exceeded his physical one. But it didn't matter. It was the hardest he had laughed in what felt like years, and the release of tension was more therapeutic than any meditation. "You two seem unusually chipper for such an early morning," Emily mumbled around a yawn. Her hands moved automatically across her control panels, almost as if they were acting independently. "Or is it still night?" she added blearily. "Did you pull another all-nighter, Emily?" Ellie asked, concern slipping into her tone. "It's been a back-to-back all-nighter, actually," Emily replied, her voice thick with fatigue. "It's your brother's final training session, so Miss Mariah and I wanted to compile all the data from the last 2 months before today." Her eyes were barely open, but her fingers never stopped moving. Remind me to properly thank you both for your efforts, Art said, his gaze sweeping the room in search of the ever-curt elf. Where's Alanis now? Emily waved off the gratitude with a sheepish grin, stifling another yawn. Ah, shucks, no thanks necessary. I learned a lot from this too. As for Miss Ameria, I practically had to force her to go get some sleep. She glanced toward the entrance. She should be here soon. Speak of the devil, here comes everyone now. The thick metal doors groaned open as Bund and Camus entered first. Bund was already stretching, flashing a grin as he exchanged a joke with the elder elf, who shook his head with faint amusement. Hester and Cathon followed closely behind. The Flamesworth elder was busy fussing with a stubborn crease on Cathon's fitted training robe. The princess spotted Art and immediately flushed, squirming slightly as she tried to free herself from her guardian's meticulous hands. Alanis trailed in last. The usually polished and poised businesswoman looked like a shell of herself, her deliberate stride reduced to a sluggish shuffle, her face void of the usual sharp focus. Sleeplessness clung to her like a second skin. It took several minutes for the group to equip themselves with protective gear, but soon enough, Art stood at the center of the training grounds. Cathon, Camus, Hester, and Bund formed a loose perimeter around him, each of them radiating quiet intensity. Their expressions matched his, serious, unwavering. He had come a long way over the past 2 months, enough to best each of them on more than one occasion. They knew it, and they understood that if they didn't bring their full focus, they could lose again. They couldn't afford to be bested on the final day of training. What was the bet again? Bund's voice rang out from behind. Virian's going to throw us a feast to celebrate the end of my vacation, Art said with a smirk, glancing back over his shoulder. But having him pay for everything is no fun, so I suggested the loser of this last battle foot the bill for the entire party. Hester scoffed and rolled her eyes. Consider it paid for by the gracious Flamesworth house. How much can a dinner possibly cost? From across the room, Alanis, ever the diligent economist, raised her voice with the help of a sound-enhancing artifact. Accounting for the 70-year-old casks of alcohol fermented from rare grains found only in the outlands of the Beast Glades, as well as the approximate cost of the abundance of fine meats, whose prices have escalated significantly since the start of the war. I have already estimated for Commander Virian that the celebratory feast will amount to somewhere around 20,000 gold. Hester froze mid-step, her eyes widening at the mention of the staggering amount. She cleared her throat, quickly trying to compose herself. Well, I suppose it might ruin the gratifying experience of winning if I were to simply pay for the meal outright. Perhaps it's best to determine who pays for the feast with this match. That way, it'll be much more memorable for everyone. Art couldn't help the grin tugging at his lips. Seeing the normally unshakable Elder Flamesworth momentarily flustered was more satisfying than he'd expected. I won't go easy on you just because you're young, General, Camus said, with a smile tugging at his lips. This old man's pride won't allow it. I agree with Elder Camus, Cathon added, her tone calm but resolute. Perhaps besting you now will convince my father and mother to let me contribute more directly to the war. How cold, Princess. Using me as a stepping stone, Art replied, shifting into a lower stance, a playful smirk dancing across his face despite the tension building in the air. This being the final mock battle, General Arthur will not have any elemental restrictions. Alanis's voice echoed crisply through the arena, enhanced by her artifact. You may begin. For the alcohol! Bund's deep voice roared from behind as he charged, a giant stone mace forming in his hands. Art was surrounded, pressed in by 3 of the continent's most powerful mages. With his senses sharpened by mana and adrenaline, he quickly took stock of the situation. Bund, barreling toward him with brute force, Camus, holding back and gathering violent gusts of wind around his arms. Cathon, already radiating dangerous levels of mana, the real threat among the 3. An old trick, but still a good one. Art loosened the earth beneath his feet, lifting shards of stone and dust to form a dense, obscuring cloud, then hurled it toward Cathon to block her line of sight. Manipulate the earth under my feet to spring me forward just as I push off, he muttered under his breath, and expel the wind resistance as I run. His body tensed. It was time to move. It wasn't as instantaneous or subtle as burst step, but by chaining earth and wind abilities, Art managed to enhance his initial acceleration without burdening his body. He catapulted forward, the air slipping past him harmlessly until Catherine was just a few feet away. The princess inhaled sharply in surprise and began to cast her spell, but Art didn't give her the chance. Harnessing wind again, he created a vacuum in his palm, pulling her directly into his grip. He seized Catherine's wrist, twisted, and threw her over his shoulder, straight toward Bund. A sharp sting bloomed across the hand that had touched her. Art glanced down to see a layer of frost forming around his fingers. She had reacted fast. Casting a wave of heat, he thawed his hand while keeping track of Catherine's position near the pond. Then the room lit up. Dozens of crackling orbs hovered in the air above them. Lucas's Ember Wisp's spell, from back when Art had been qualifying to be an adventurer, came to mind. But these orbs weren't fire. They were concentrated spheres of electricity. He made a mental note. At that moment, Camus launched his own spell, 2 massive spears of wind hurtling forward, spinning fiercely like drills. Art moved quickly, dodging one of the wind spears, which drilled a deep hole into the ground before dispersing. The second spear, however, veered midair, tracking him as it carved a jagged trench along the floor in pursuit. He really began to wonder if that old elf was actually blind. Still, his sprint wasn't aimless. Art charged toward Bund, the wind spear close behind. He made it seem as though he wanted a direct clash, and it worked. The bearded dwarf encased himself in stone armor and braced, anchoring to the ground with his mace raised like a seasoned baseball slugger from Art's old world. As he closed in, Art condensed blue fire into his palms. At the last moment, he feinted, just long enough for Bund to begin his swing. Then, releasing the spell at the ground beneath him, he launched into the air with explosive force, rocketing upward as Boone's massive mace slammed directly into Camus' pursuing wind drill. His satisfaction lasted only a second. From below, a barrage of ice burst from the pond, and in that same instant, Hester unleashed the floating orbs of lightning. Why can't they just fire their spells one by one? Art grumbled internally, mind racing to find a solution. Then, a flicker of an idea. He had no time to hesitate. He had to act fast. Without holding back on mana expenditure, Art unleashed a shockwave of fire toward the rapidly advancing splinters of ice. The shards collided with the wave of heat, erupting in a hiss of steam and a shrill whistle that filled the air. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a sudden increase in brightness. Hester's lightning orbs were about to fire, but there was no time to deal with them just yet. Moving quickly, Art manipulated the moisture born from the clash of his and Catherine's elemental spells, slowing his descent with an updraft. Drawing the steam and residual water toward him, he shaped it into a protective barrier just as the barrage of lightning struck. The mineral-rich water from Catherine's spell, drawn from the pond, made for an ideal conductor. Electricity cracked through the barrier, the water bubbling violently as bolts rippled across its surface, the training room humming with an ominous buzz. I need to get rid of this thing before I hit the ground. Harnessing the charged water, Art reshaped it into several streams and hurled them at Bund, the one most vulnerable to the volatile fusion of water and lightning. Bund didn't stand a chance. His lifeline artifact activated, enveloping him in a pink protective barrier just moments after the compressed stream of electrified water struck, stunning him with a powerful shock. With Bund out of the fight, the momentum shifted dramatically. It still took time, but after countering Catherine's ice lance using a combination of Camus' air cushioning technique and Bund's kinetic redirection, Art managed to knock Catherine out of the battle. Someone really doesn't want to pay for their own celebratory feast, Camus joked. I don't even know if I can afford the feast, Art replied with a wry smile. With only Hester and Camus left, and full access to all his elemental powers, Art subdued them within another 20 minutes. He collapsed to the ground, chest heaving and mana core aching. I win. He collapsed to the ground, chest heaving and mana core aching. I win. Camus groaned, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. Congratulations, but there are more pressing matters. I agree. Hester nodded, dabbing sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Who's going to pay the exorbitant cost of the feast? I thought we decided the losers were going to pay, Bund asked, confused. Art sat up. He had thought so too. True, but why hurt many when you can just break one? Camus added, a smile forming on his face. I vote that Bund pays for the meal. He's the one who lost first, causing the rest of us to lose. What? Bund bellowed. From whose sore ass did you pull that quote? I second Camus' vote, Hester replied immediately, raising her hand. Hester! The dwarf's eyes widened before turning to Cathilne. Princess, you don't agree with those old bats, do you? Cathilne, who had been with Art's sister and Emily, averted her gaze from Bund and raised her hand as well. Art could see the bearded dwarf's jaw drop as he began calculating the cost of the extravagant meal with his fingers. After a minute, Bund straightened his back and cleared his throat. Gentlemen, ladies, we are in times of war. We should be sparing resources for our beloved soldiers out there on the field. Isn't that right, Miss Emmer? Ah, you damn old bat, release my earlobe. What good will it do to give soldiers 70-year-old alcohol, you old fool? Don't try to get out of this. Hester snapped, dragging her companion by his ear as the rest of them laughed. After everyone had calmed down, they settled into a circle for their last debrief. It was a bittersweet moment. 2 months had flown by, but Art had formed bonds with the elders and gotten to know the aloof princess a bit better during that time. Toward the end, Cathilne had started talking more with Emily and Ellie, and they even hung out together in the castle occasionally. A small part of Art wanted to forget about the war raging below them, but with Tess and his parents out there, he knew he wouldn't truly be able to relax until it was over. Now, the moment I'm sure everyone has been waiting for. Emily's chirpy voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Alanis has recorded the progress of Art's mana flow utilization while I compiled the data of General Arthur, Princess Cathilne, and Elders Camus, Hester, and Bund. I've cross-referenced it against data from my assistants, students at a few academies, and some soldiers. Emily must have noticed the skepticism on Art's face as she explained the sample size and diversity. It's been pretty hard to get a wider range of participants, this continent being at war and all, she said glumly. This measurement is something I plan to standardize and actively promote with Master Gideon's help, so gathering data will be ongoing. For now, you'll have to make do with the 200 entries I've received from various mages. Bund fidgeted in his stone chair. Well, on with it, girl. Only about a fifth of my ass is on my seat right now from all this anticipation. Art suppressed a laugh. The bearded elder's reaction reminded him of a student anxiously waiting for his grades to be handed back by his teacher. Emily, however, didn't find Bund's impatience as amusing. She quickly sifted through her stack of papers until her eyes brightened, signaling she had found what she was looking for. Okay, I'll start with Elder Bund, since he seems to be the most curious, Emily began. Please be advised that this data does not take mastery over mana into account, simply the raw output of force that your average spell contains during battle. The young artificer flinched as Bund's intense gaze drilled into her while he waited for the results. Clearing her throat, Emily continued. Based on how much higher Elder Bund's FPU is compared to the average of the limited data we acquired, he is in roughly the 91st percentile. 91st percenti? What? No way 91% of the population is better than me, Bund blurted, stamping his feet on the ground. Art snorted, unable to suppress his laughter as Emily looked at the old dwarf incredulously. Hester merely sighed and shook her head. It means that only 9% of the population has a higher FPU than you, Camus explained, unfazed by his companion's naivete. Bund's posture straightened, and a smile crept up his face, making his beard spread out like some sort of frilled lizard. Oh. Hester rolled her eyes, and Art spotted his sister trying to cover her smile with her hand. Again, this data can't be considered completely accurate, since the data pool is so small and very biased towards certain demographics, Emily explained. Most likely, everyone's percentile will increase as more data is gathered. The words seemed to go in one ear and out the other. The word pride was practically written on Bone's face. Emily continued, turning to Camus. Elder Camus' FPU is in the 93rd percentile. Boone seemed to snap back to reality, his brows scrunching when he heard Camus' score. Camus simply nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Hester's FPU is actually the highest of everyone, 94th percentile. Ellie gave a faint whistle while Bun's eyes widened. Hester chose that exact moment to cast a haughty glance down at the dwarven elder. Bah, the data isn't considered completely accurate, remember? Bund recited, fuming. Hester shrugged. I didn't say anything. She smoothed her face into a neutral expression, but the twinkle in her sharp eyes still revealed her contentment. Art thought to himself that a high affinity for magic must run in the Flamesworth family, recalling Jasmine's competence in magic, albeit not fire magic. Emily turned to Cathleen with a smile. Princess Cathleen, your FPU is in... The princess raised a hand, shaking her head. I'd rather not get caught up. Knowing me, comparing myself to others will hinder more than help. Alanis regarded the princess approvingly, but remained silent as Emily finally turned to Art. Lastly, Arth. General Arthur's FPU is in the 90th percentile. Bun's eyes lit up once again as he trotted over and placed a hand across Art's shoulder. You'll grow in time, young general, but for now it seems my FPU is just a tad higher than yours. So it seems. Art smiled, having expected as much. From the beginning, the Elder's raw mana output had been stronger than his. He had the advantage of being able to utilize all 4 basic elements and the higher forms of 2, and fusing multiple elements into a single attack often produced more devastating results than a single elemental spell. But overall, he had known the Elders would come out on top. Hester scoffed. Big talk for someone who got knocked out first in a 4-against-1 match with the young general. Bun scowled, his face turning red. Do you want to take this to the field, you old bat? Hester's brow twitched with anger. Again with the old bat. Enough with the bickering, Camus cut in, sitting upright in the stone seat Boone had conjured for them all. Miss Maria, did our time spent with the young general bear fruit? The stoic elf dipped her head respectfully. General Arthur's mana flow rate has increased a noticeable amount. I believe these 2 months have been utilized to their full potential. That's good, Camus said, turning to Art, a gesture that seemed odd now that he knew Camus could see just as well without facing him. He figured the gesture was more for Art than for himself. Alanis approached and handed Art a small leather-bound journal. This is for you, General Arthur. The detailed recordings of my analysis over this period are written in here. I have taken the liberty of pointing out areas for potential growth so that you can have some guidance in your training while I am not with you. Thank you, Art said sincerely, gingerly accepting the small booklet. You've really outdone yourself. It was my pleasure working with you, she responded with a courteous nod. Boone clasped his hands together, drawing everyone's attention. All right, I don't know about all of you, but I'm starving, and my mind keeps going back to those 70-year-old caskets of alcohol. Yes, Hester agreed, and the thought of you having to pay for all of it is sure to make everything tastier. Boone grumbled under his breath as the 3 elders made their way toward the door. Art waved the others along after them. They all deserved a chance to relax and enjoy themselves. Are you sure I can go? It seems like a party for the really important people, Ellie asked, a bit hesitant. Art reached out and gave her head a reassuring pat. Of course you're invited. I better see you and Boo eating enough to make Elder Bund homeless. Boo gave a satisfied grunt and promptly scooped Ellie up with his snout, trotting off toward the exit with her laughing on his back. The sight made Art smile, and he turned back to find Emily still fidgeting with some artifacts in her little nest of panels. We're the last ones, Emily. I'm almost done cleaning up. You go on ahead, she replied, eyes still scanning her interface. Not wanting to rush her more than she already was, Art nodded and took a step back. You better be there. You don't want Ellie to be lonely at the party. Emily quickly gathered the scattered papers strewn across the ground behind her FPU measuring artifact, still a working name for the device. She carefully placed the panel components into the wooden box, then gently laid the papers on top. Her eyes caught Arthur's name on the top sheet. It was the FPU readings she had managed to collect while he was in that ethereal state, his hair pure white and angelic. For a moment, she had thought she'd lost the data. Shaking her head, Emily crumpled the sheet in frustration. 99th percentile. That can't be right. After yet another failed attempt to coax Sylvie into taking a break and joining him for dinner, Art conceded defeat. As he stepped through the towering double doors of stained wood, opened ceremoniously by two guards clad in polished silver, his lingering worries were swiftly replaced by awe. For a moment, it felt as though he had left the castle entirely. Maybe he had. Glancing back over his shoulder, Art half expected to find a teleportation gate cleverly disguised as a doorway. But upon confirming that he was still within the castle walls, he turned back and took his time to absorb the sights, sounds, and rich aromas surrounding him. The dining room wasn't extraordinary in size, but its decorations were nothing short of breathtaking. The vaulted ceiling alone gave the impression of being inside a grand cathedral, and the ambient glow from floating orbs overhead painted the scene in soft light, as if pulled from the pages of a princess's fairy tale. Unlike the extravagant and gaudy event where the witch-like retainer's frozen corpse had been paraded as a morale boost for the noble houses, this gathering radiated a warm, intimate charm, tinged with just enough surreal beauty to feel otherworldly. Art approached a meticulously dressed butler who stood so still he might have been carved from marble. From the tray he carried, Art picked up 2 crystal glasses filled with an opulent purple liquid and handed one to Emily, who stood quietly beside him. When Art's sister reached out to take a glass as well, he gently pulled her hand back. "It's alcohol," he warned. Ellie clicked her tongue in frustration and kept walking, though her discontent didn't last long. Her expression quickly shifted to one of awe. "Everything looks so magical," she breathed, at a loss for a better word. "It smells amazing in here, but where's all the food?" "This is still a dinner, not a party," Art explained, gesturing toward the long rectangular table draped in a seamless white tablecloth. It was immaculately set, each empty plate and glass positioned with precision. "The food's going to be brought out once everyone's here and seated." He noted with some amusement that the alcohol, however, had already been made available, lined up along the back wall in large, aged wooden kegs. Ellie tugged on Art's sleeve, her voice low with concern. "Are you sure we didn't need to dress up for this?" Art glanced down at her and gave a reassuring smile. "The place is a lot fancier than Virion let on, but yes, I'm sure. This is supposed to be a comfortable dinner to celebrate before I head back out to the field, my dearest sister." "I'm your only sister," she quipped, though her eyes remained wide, taking in the grandeur of the room. "Then you know I'm telling the truth," Art replied flatly. Ellie groaned at his dry humor. "Whatever. I can already imagine how comfortable it'll be," Emily chimed in, her tone laced with sarcasm. "With the council, the lances, and the elders all packed into one room." Art said nothing, only offering a small smile before quietly breaking off from the two of them. He raised the glass of purple liquor to his lips, sipping it as he made his way toward the back of the room to enjoy the warmth of the hearth in solitude. Though they'd been the last to leave the training room, he, Emily, and Ellie were the first to arrive. Settling into a seat near the fire, Art's gaze drifted toward the doorway, just in time to see Cathal enter, flanked by Hester. Both were dressed in elegant evening gowns, tasteful and modest in design, yet unmistakably refined and expensive. Ellie and Emily didn't hesitate to shoot Art identical glares, silently blaming him for their comparatively informal outfits. He merely winked and raised his half-empty glass in mock cheer. Cathal, catching the gesture from across the room, mistook it as being meant for her. She offered a small smile and lifted her own glass in return before turning her attention to greet Emily and Ellie. Elder Hester approached Art with a drink of her own in hand, her gaze amused. Seems you've already made yourself comfortable, in both attire and demeanor. I thought this was supposed to be a casual dinner, Art replied with mock indignation, lifting his glass toward her. Is this not casual? Hester quipped, arching a brow as she clinked her glass gently against his. They both took a sip, the moment light and easy. Casual is wearing pants slightly too big so you can indulge in as much food as possible without bursting a seam, Art said with confidence, swirling the drink in his glass. Hester gave him a look of dry amusement. I often forget that you're not from a noble house, no offense. None taken, Art said with a chuckle. It's always a little entertaining watching nobles try to hide their disapproval when someone like me, a lance no less, ignores half their unspoken rules. Hester sighed with a small smile. Proper etiquette is drilled into everyone from the moment they can walk. My mother would probably faint if she saw you dressed like that at a formal dinner. Truth be told, my mother would probably faint as well if she knew I was attending such a fancy dinner wearing this, Art said, a wry smile tugging at his lips. But the smile faded almost as quickly as it came, a pang of guilt and sorrow tightening in his chest at the thought of his parents. They sipped their drinks in companionable silence, both watching the flickering chaos of the fire as though it were a living performance. Finishing the last of the rich purple liquor in his glass, Art finally gave voice to a question that had lingered in the back of his mind since the first time he met her. Hester, if you don't mind me asking, what is your relationship to Jasmine Flamesworth? Hester, who had been watching the flames with quiet intensity, turned her gaze to him. You two are acquainted? Art nodded. She studied him for a moment, then looked back at the swirling liquid in her glass. Then I suppose it's safe to assume the Flamesworth family didn't leave the best impression. It's gotten a little better since I met you, Art admitted. But yes. Hester gave a faint hum of acknowledgement, then finally answered. Jasmine is the daughter of my younger brother. My niece, she said, her voice softening slightly as she idly twirled the remnants of her drink. Hester went on to share more about the Flamesworth family, her voice low and tinged with regret. Jasmine's story was no surprise to Art. It was largely what he had already been told or managed to piece together himself. The gist of it was simple and all too familiar. Hester's younger brother, the one who prided himself most on the purity and prestige of their fire-wielding lineage, had viewed Jasmine as an embarrassment to the Flamesworth name. At first, he had clung to hope, trying everything he could to draw out a hidden spark of fire affinity in her, perhaps even praying she might be a dual elementalist. But when it became clear that wind was Jasmine's only affinity, that hope had soured into disappointment. Her father had isolated her from the family, and as soon as she came of age, cast her out entirely. Hester's tone, heavy with remorse, helped to cool some of the old anger that still simmered in Art's chest, though it didn't erase it. The story left a bitter taste in his mouth nonetheless. Your brother, Art asked after a moment. Where is he now? Trotius is a captain. His division is stationed at the wall, she replied evenly. Then, with a slight tilt of her head, she added, You don't plan on... No. Art cut in with a scoff. I have no intentions of harming your brother. His attention shifted as more familiar faces began trickling into the room. A small smile played at his lips. I was just curious. Oh, and about your earlier comment, about nobles and their ingrained etiquette. Bund and Camus had just stepped through the doors. Camus, ever composed, wore a traditional elven robe that mirrored his calm demeanor. Bund, on the other hand, looked as though he had mistaken the occasion for a harvest festival, showing up in worn trousers and a vest that resembled a farmhand's attire more than anything remotely formal. Hester followed Art's gaze, and her expression soured the moment she caught sight of the dwarven elder tossing back a drink in one swift motion before seizing 2 more glasses. There are always outliers, she muttered dryly. Art nodded in agreement. An outlier indeed. It wasn't long before the rest of the guests began to arrive. Virian greeted Art with a warm hug and a characteristically sharp comment about Tessa's absence, congratulating him on his training. Soon after, Art exchanged polite words with Marial and Alduin Erlith. The conversation remained light until Alduin, ever the tactician, drifted into talk of the war and the challenges of positioning elven forces around Elenoir. Marial, unimpressed, cut him off and promptly led him away with a firm hand. Art's encounter with King Blaine and Queen Priscilla was far shorter. While Cathilne's mother remained cool and curt as always, it was the former King of Sapin's discomfort that lingered more noticeably. Art could see it in his posture and the way his eyes avoided direct contact. To Blaine, Art wasn't just a human, he was a lance who had pledged himself to the elves, a defector from his own kingdom in all but name. Needless to say, by the time Art had finished making the rounds, talking and toasting, and therefore drinking, with the elders and members of the council, his inhibitions had been significantly dulled. The effects only became truly apparent to him when he found himself wrapping an entirely unwilling Baron in a hug, repeating the words, "No hard feelings," several times over. The stoic lance struggled to pull away without creating a scene. But Art, perhaps a bit too pleased with himself, employed one of the vacuum techniques he had learned from Camus to keep the man close. Real-life application of spells was, after all, the next step in mastery. Once he'd made his point, Art finally released the fuming lightning lance and turned to greet Varai and Aya. The two had recently returned from a mission near the border between Sapin and Darv, where there had been reported sightings of another retainer. Unfortunately, by the time they had arrived, the target had already vanished. They conversed casually, battle reports giving way to brief, relaxed banter, until an unexpected guest appeared in the doorway. Dressed in a vivid yellow gown that looked more suited for a child than a seasoned warrior stood Micah. "Micah!" Art called out in surprise, his voice drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The dwarven lance, clearly uncomfortable in the frilly garment, flushed under the sudden scrutiny. Yet rather than retreat or show embarrassment, Micah lifted her chin and pushed out her chest in a show of exaggerated pride, striding confidently toward Art with her usual boldness. Art pulled the dwarf into a hug, which proved slightly awkward, given that Micah barely reached his chest. Still, she returned the gesture with a huff of amusement. As they separated, Virion approached and placed a reassuring hand on Micah's shoulder. Our scouts in Darv found enough evidence to assure the rest of the council that Micah, or should I say General Micah, had no involvement in Radeus and Ulfred's scheme with the Vritra. Virion announced with a pleased smile. "Micah's allegiance will always be to the country," the dwarven lance affirmed with a firm nod. But Micah is still a bit confused. No dwarves on the council, and Lord Aldir is missing. "We have much to discuss, and several seats to fill," Virion acknowledged gently. "But that can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, we enjoy the food, the drinks, and the company we find ourselves in." With that, Virion moved on, drifting toward another group with the ease of someone used to keeping a pulse on the entire room. Art remained with Mika, and the two chatted for a while longer. Their conversation stayed light. He made a pointed joke about her frilly yellow dress, and she fired back that he looked like he'd walked straight out of a training room. When he admitted she was absolutely right, Mika burst out laughing, the sound loud and full of life. The pleasant chime of a bell echoed through the hall, signaling everyone to gather around the table. Butlers and maids efficiently escorted the attendees to their predetermined seats. Since Art was one of the main reasons for the dinner, he was seated at the far end of the table, directly across from Virion, with Cathilne to his right and his sister to his left. The council spread out toward Virion's end, while the lances and elders occupied the center. Once everyone had settled, Virion tapped his spoon against his glass flute, capturing the room's attention before speaking. "I'll keep this brief, as I know I'm not the only one who's hungry," he began. "I believe it's important for even our strongest soldiers to have the opportunity to rest and be merry. Yes, we're at war, but war or not, there will always be a battle tomorrow. So make time to enjoy today. Drink, eat, laugh, so that you can face tomorrow with fire anew." Everyone applauded, and amidst the clapping, Bone's gruff voice rang out with a hearty, "Hell yeah!" Their cheers summoned an organized procession of servants carrying dish after dish. The meal was a traditional 10-course elven feast, beginning with a creamy soup adorned with edible flowers and leaves. Art's stomach, previously uneasy, likely from the copious amounts of alcohol he had consumed, welcomed the warm, rich flavors. The subtle kick of an unfamiliar spice complemented the soup's thickness, while the delicate leaves and flower garnishes added a surprising hint of freshness. Ellie exclaimed between spoonfuls of soup, "This is so good." The ceramic bowl was soon replaced by a silver platter holding 2 strips of what looked like raw fish. The translucent flesh, drizzled with 2 different sauces, practically melted in Art's mouth. Both the green and brown sauces were unfamiliar, blending a nutty and slightly acidic taste that masked the ocean brininess and highlighted the fish's desired flavors. As Art swallowed the second piece, a sharp pang in his abdomen caused him to buckle slightly. Did he drink too much? He wondered, casting a side glance at the large cask of priceless liquor conveniently placed just behind Bun's seat. "Are you okay?" Kathleen asked, her plate completely clean. "I'm fine," he smiled, setting down his fork. Despite the discomfort, his stubbornness wouldn't let him miss the chance to savor such expensive alcohol. He raised his glass, took another sip, and rolled the deep brown liquid in his mouth to fully appreciate its flavor. He let the aromatic burn coat his mouth before swallowing, feeling the pleasant warmth slide down his throat. "Can I try?" his sister begged once again, eyes bright as she watched him enjoy the drink. Art was about to turn Ellie down again, but paused. "Fine, just a sip." Ellie?" Emily chimed in, eyes widening as Art's sister grabbed the rounded glass. "You sure about this?" Ignoring the warning, Ellie brought the glass to her lips and, as expected, did not take just a sip. Instead, she gulped a large portion of the liquor. Prepared for the inevitable, Art quickly cast a small circular vacuum of wind that sucked in the spray of liquid that shot from Ellie's mouth as she coughed. The nearby servants immediately sprang into action, handing Ellie a fresh napkin and opening a container for Art to dump the expelled mouthful into. "You jerk," Ellie hissed, trying not to draw more attention to herself. "You knew that would happen." Barely suppressing a laugh, Art looked at her deadpan. "Of course. That's why I said no so many times." "You could have warned me," she protested, gulping down the cup of water a servant had sensibly placed beside her plate. "I could have," Art agreed, leaving Ellie aghast. Emily quickly distracted her, launching into a detailed explanation of the modifications she'd made to Ellie's new bow, steering the conversation away from Ellie's bitterness. After the plates were cleared, smaller dishes replaced them. Even before Art looked down to see what they were, the aroma had already drawn his hand. A handful of shellfish sat before him, their black shells opened wide. The tender meat nestled in a savory broth that he could practically taste through his nose. Alongside the shellfish was a side of sautéed mushrooms, still flickering with a soft flame. A servant quickly covered the mushrooms with a crystal cup to extinguish the fire. The moment the cover was lifted, the rich scent of the liquor used to ignite the mushrooms spread through the air. "Raw fish, and now flaming fungus? Interesting and tasty," Emily whispered to Art's sister, who nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Soft conversations floated around the room, accompanied by gentle music played by a trio of musicians, creating a comfortable backdrop for the dinner. Leaning forward, Art took another deep breath of the mingling aromas of shellfish and mushrooms when suddenly a sharp pain stabbed at his sternum. "Am I allergic to something?" he wondered, raising a mushroom close to his nose in suspicion. The pain vanished as quickly as it had come. Deciding to avoid the purple alcohol for a while, he shoveled a mouthful of mushrooms into his mouth. The supple firmness of the mushroom as Art bit down dispelled any remaining doubts he had about the food. If he was allergic to this mushroom, so be it. He'd suffer, knowing it was for a good cause. Through the next several dishes, Art ate in silence. Kathleen wasn't much of a conversationalist. The few times she spoke were only to respond to whatever Emily and his sister were discussing. His thoughts drifted toward the war and the battles ahead. His only comfort, the exquisite dishes that never seemed to end, and his glass of liquor that never emptied. There were tender cuts of meat that he could slice easily with his fork, and even a whole boar, carved with such precision that Art doubted he could replicate the feat, even with his mastery of the sword. Among the fare were stranger dishes, showcasing the more unwanted parts of various mana beasts, presented as delicacies. As the dinner grew livelier, likely fueled by the alcohol in everyone's system, Art was suddenly struck by another wave of pain in his abdomen. This time, the pain was more intense, gripping as if someone were slowly twisting and wrenching his insides. Then he realized it wasn't his stomach or liver causing the pain, as he had initially thought. It was his mana core. Art was suddenly struck by another wave of pain in his abdomen. This time, the pain was more intense, gripping as if someone were slowly twisting and wrenching his insides. Then he realized it wasn't his stomach or liver causing the pain, as he had initially thought. It was his mana core. "Is something wrong, Arthur? You seem pale." Virian's voice came from the other side of the table, noticing his troubled expression. Art rose from his seat, feeling more than a tinge of regret as he stared at the untouched steaming crab on his plate. "My apologies to everyone, but I think I'll have to call it a night." Virian stood as well, his expression clouded with concern. Raising a hand to gently halt him, Art made his way toward the door, careful not to stumble. "Please, enjoy yourselves. I've been a little tired today, and I think I just had too much alcohol." Without looking back, he headed to his room, one hand steadying himself against the wall while the other pressed down on his solar plexus. "Is something wrong with my mana core?" Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as the gripping pain intensified. When Art reached his room, he collapsed onto the floor, curling into a ball, unable to make it as far as his bed. His fear and worry grew alongside the pain, tightening their grip on him, until a sudden thought crossed his mind. He sent a pulse of mana into his ring, withdrew Uto's horn, and instinctively began absorbing its contents, like an infant reaching for its mother's milk. Time stretched and slowed, as if trapped in a jar of sap, while Art slipped in and out of consciousness. The cold, gripping pain escalated relentlessly, growing unbearable. Then, in what seemed like the span of a single second, two things happened. First, Art felt a surge of unmatched energy and power throughout his body. He could feel it in his pores and the tips of his hair. Then, Art passed out. Art awoke on the cold floor, his arms stretched out before him, just as it had been in the final moments of his dream. But instead of Lady Vera's delicate, ghost-like hand in his grasp, he found himself clutching Uto's horn with a white-knuckled grip. The once glimmering artifact, which had radiated like a sinister obsidian jewel, now appeared fractured and dim. Cracks laced its surface like spider webs, and its dark luster had dulled to a muted gray. For a moment, Art simply stared, disoriented and sluggish, until the memories surged back like a bolt of lightning. He sprang to his feet in alarm. Eyes darting around, he was relieved to find he was still in his room, which, miraculously, had suffered no visible damage. A quick glance at the window told him it was still night, meaning only a few hours had passed since he had blacked out. Drawing his senses inward, Art focused on his mana core, and what he found left him breathless. Gone was the silver sheen of his stage prior. In its place blazed a radiant brilliance, his core now glowing with the intensity of a white sun. "I did it," Art muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. He remained still for several minutes, eyes closed in concentration, immersed in the strange, unfamiliar sensations pulsing from his core. A part of him, the cautious, calculating part, clung to the idea that this might be an illusion, a mistake, something imagined in the haze of pain and exhaustion. But it wasn't. He was a white core mage now. A grin slowly tugged at his lips as elation bloomed in his chest. Sending a pulse of mana through his body, Art marveled at how smoothly it moved, fast, fluid, without resistance. He hadn't even gone through Alanis's notes yet, but already he suspected she'd need to revise a few of her assumptions. This was different, elevated. Without breaking focus, he raised his hand, palm facing upward, and began to shape mana. He started simple, a small orb of pure energy forming above his hand, a warm-up stretch before a sprint. Then he pushed further. The orb expanded and contracted with rapid precision. He split it, shaping 2, then 4, then a dozen tiny orbs of concentrated mana. He layered elemental affinities onto them. Fire, ice, wind, earth, pulling from the particles in the atmosphere. Flames flickered on some, while frost clung to others, and within moments, a constellation of elemental spheres spun in graceful orbit above his hand. A few minutes in, Art realized his face hurt. Only then did he notice the wide, unrelenting grin he wore, one of unfiltered joy. There were hundreds of variations of these manipulation exercises, all meant to help mages get better at organic magic, a term that had many names, which all meant one thing: magic that did not require gestures or chants to cast. Much of the magic that the beginning classes in Xyrus Academy had taught was centered around stagnant magic, which were essentially spells limited in variations and uses in order to be reproduced consistently and easily. The gestures and chants that so many mages used and still use today help in guiding their subconscious as they mold their mana into the spell they want. The downside was that most of these gestures and chants basically told opponents, "Hey, I'm gonna throw a fireball at you." It was fairly easy for any decent mage to counter such stagnant magic. The organic magic that had once come so easily to Art, thanks in large part to his deep-rooted understanding of mana from a previous life, was far more complex to execute than it appeared. Each time he summoned a blade of wind with a simple sweep of his arm, the effort behind it was anything but simple. His mind had to issue precise instructions to the mana, determining the blade's shape, size, velocity, trajectory, angle, and countless other variables to ensure the spell behaved exactly as intended. Breaking into the white core stage hadn't been the overwhelming, transcendent experience he had half expected, but it was, without a doubt, his most significant leap forward. More than any previous stage of advancement, this breakthrough had changed something fundamental within him. His control, his finesse over mana, had sharpened considerably. It felt almost as though the evolution of his core had come with a refinement of his cognitive abilities, his thoughts clearer, his execution faster, his understanding deeper. Art recalled numerous moments in the past when the Lances had showcased their formidable magic. Ulfred's ability to summon golems of molten rock with uncanny realism, and Mika's unparalleled mastery over the abstract and elusive element of gravity stood out prominently in his memory. Although Alea was a separate matter entirely, he realized he'd never truly seen Aya in combat. Baron, on the other hand, had once conjured a colossal spear of lightning so precise and refined, it could have passed for the craftsmanship of a royal blacksmith. And then there was Veray's ice dragon, majestic, terrifying, and entirely forged of mana-infused ice. Is this why all the Lances are so skilled in manipulating mana? He wondered. Another realization surfaced as he considered the subject: flight. Flying, as most mages knew it, required sustained attention, not just to one's surroundings, but to one's own mana output and posture. The mental load was taxing, especially in battle, which was why most magic users, even those capable of flight, rarely used it. But if mana control became as intuitive and seamless as it now felt to him, then it made perfect sense. The lances weren't simply powerful, they were operating on a completely different level of attunement. Flying while chatting, casting spells while mid-air, it was no longer beyond reach. Temptation tugged at him. He wanted to head to the training room, to test his theories, to stretch his newly awakened core. The thought of activating Realm Heart now thrilled him. What would he be capable of? Just as he was about to move, a sudden piercing pain lanced through his head, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Arthur! Something's happening!" Sylvie's voice echoed faintly in Art's mind, muffled and distorted as if coming from far away. "Sylvie? What's wrong?" he called out to her, his concern growing with every unanswered plea. Excitement and elation quickly gave way to worry and fear as he hurried down the stairs toward the small training room where she had isolated herself. He grasped the cold metal handle of the door, but it was locked. "Sylvie, I'm here! Can you hear me?" he shouted, but there was no response. He shook the door harder, hoping it was simply jammed. When that proved futile, he punched a hole near the knob, destroying the lock mechanism. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to freeze at the sight before him. In the dimly lit room, a wide-eyed little girl stood at the far end, wearing a simple black robe. Two unmistakable black horns jutted from the sides of her head. At first, Art thought he was seeing things. He blamed the poor lighting and the twisting shadows for playing tricks on his eyes. But as he stepped closer, the girl looked up, their eyes locked, and he knew. "Sylvie, is that you?" The girl cracked an uneasy smile, a flicker of both fear and excitement shining in her bright topaz eyes. "Hi, Arthur." They stood there in silence, both unsure of what to say or how to react. Art couldn't believe what he was seeing. Before him was a girl who looked no older than 8 or 9, her long, choppy hair the same pale wheat color as the underbelly of her draconic form. Looking closer, her messy hair appeared more like soft feathers than actual strands. Only a small portion of her face was obscured by her hair. Her bangs barely covered half of her forehead. Her round yellow eyes shifted uneasily under Art's intense gaze. Finally, she sent a mental transmission. "How long are you going to keep staring like that?" Caught off guard, Art flinched, not from the words themselves, but from the emotions woven within them. Unlike before, he could now feel the emotions Sylvie was experiencing as she communicated through his mind. He sensed her discomfort and embarrassment, but also her excitement and anxiety. It was a strange sensation, encountering such foreign feelings so vividly in his thoughts. Nothing like this had happened before. Previously, Sylvie had only been able to send him a single, intense emotion, like a direct message of how she felt. But this was different, more intimate, for lack of a better word. "Sorry," he said aloud. "I'm still digesting everything right now. What exactly happened?" "After absorbing the retainer's mana from the horn you gave me," Sylvie explained, "I was finally able to break the seal that you and Grandpa said my mother placed on me to keep me hidden." The contrast between her childish voice and the gravity of her words caught Art off guard, but he nodded in understanding. "So by breaking the seal, you were able to unlock the human form that Asuras can transform into?" he asked. "Yeah," she replied, looking down at her small hands. "To tell you the truth, I haven't had the chance to really study the changes in my body, so I can't tell you exactly what's happening at this moment, but..." Suddenly, Sylvie lurched and staggered, nearly falling forward before catching herself. "Sylvie, you okay?" Art asked, concern tightening his voice. Sylvie stood frozen in place for a moment. Art cautiously approached her, unable to fathom what was wrong. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet his. When their eyes locked this time, a chill ran down Art's spine. Her appearance remained the same, nothing had changed, but her presence, her demeanor, her gaze were completely different. The shift was so unsettling that he involuntarily took a step back. Sylvie straightened herself, swaying her neck side to side as if stretching. She said, clearing her throat. "You can hear me, yes?" Art raised a brow, uncertain how to respond. "I'll take that gesture as a yes," she said dismissively. "Who are you?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Sylvie smirked, the expression unnaturally sharp on her face. "I'm grateful you happened to be in the same room when the connection was finally established. It makes things so much easier." "Who are you?" Art repeated, his voice low and steady. Her smirk widened into a grin. "Agrona."